Chapter 2608. The departure of this ancestor silenced the scene. Dissenters could only keep their mouths shut before the might of the Federation. This blood offering would stain the reputation of cultivators and break the unspoken law of not hurting mortals. Alas, they were powerless despite wanting to help. Cloud Crane was quite powerful and came from a strong system. Unfortunately, all 5 heavenly merchants were present in Mingluo. The Federation's strongest fighting force was here with the exception of their leader. Anyone would need to weigh themselves before interfering with this injustice. Losing would mean death on top of implicating their own sect and system. That's why this ancestor had no choice but to begrudgingly leave. The only ones that could pressure the Federation were the 3 behemoths. Anyone else would just be courting death. Do it. Green-robed heavenly merchant wore a cold expression and raised his hand, personally presiding over this event. Everyone felt a suppression in his presence because of his ever-present aura as an eternal. People felt out of breath as a result and didn't dare to act recklessly. The executioners raised their blade after receiving the command. No, the chained captives cried out, but it was too late. Whoosh! The blade glinted before coming down. Blood gushed out and heads fell to the ground. The blood poured into the grooves and stained the ground. People held their breath at this sight. Some were curious whether this method would work or not. Rustles happened underground and the soil became loose. Finally, hands started reaching out of the ground and several corpses got up. It's them, this method does work. People became surprised. Everyone forgot about the blood offering and the decapitated natives. All eyes were on the corpses. Some even thought that the Federation's choice wasn't a waste of time, truly effective. The reality was that for many of these experts, regular people were only ants. Their hearts started beating faster at this development. Of course, some didn't appreciate the injustice, but since there were benefits in tempting things up for grabs, justice and morals became worthless. With this new knowledge, someone else would have carried out the blood offering even if the Trade Federation didn't do so. Some might be spewing justice from their mouth, but they would secretly carry out this measure. Rumble. The disciples from the Federation were prepared. They instantly defeated the corpses that got out of the ground and pinned them down. They took the black stones from the corpses. After losing this essence, the corpses squirmed for a bit before dying for real. These disciples were fast and skilled to the astonishment of the crowd. Perhaps this wasn't the first time the Trade Federation has used this blood offering method. They just chose to be blatant this time around. Another group. Unfortunately, no more corpses came out of the ground, so green-robed heavenly merchant gave an order without batting an eye. The second group of natives were brought over, paled with trembling legs. Several more were decapitated, which yielded a few more corpses. Green-robed heavenly merchant finally said, "That's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow." He then left along with the experts from the Federation. A stench of blood permeated the air and the soil. The spectators had different thoughts. Some had fiery eyes, seemingly wanting to try the same thing for the black stones. After all, they were selling for a sky-high price. Just one could make many risk their lives over it. If they could harvest more with a single attempt, why not resort to a blood offering? The creed of not involving mortals was thrown out the window right away. However, all the natives were captured by the Federation right now. No more baits were available even if they wanted to try. Li Chia was still meditating inside his palace, looking just like a statue. "Young noble, please show mercy and save the citizens of Mingluo. They are being used as blood offerings right now." Lin Yixue beseeched. Li Chia didn't bother opening his eyes. After a while, he said, "Only the strong can control their fate." Bang! 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 She was on her knees and repeatedly slammed her forehead on the floor without holding back. Blood began to drip down. "Please show mercy, young noble." Yuzheng performed the same act. Yixue continued this process until blood spilled all over the floor, eventually staining her dress. Li Chia finally opened his eyes and saw her bloody face. He sighed and waved his sleeve to concede, "Fine, I shall save them out of consideration for you." "Thank you, young noble." She bowed her head again as tears flowed out. The bloodied Yuzheng did the same. "Go put bandages on," he said. "I can't save them forever. You need to rely on yourself in the future. The system needs you to grow stronger, or it will always be bullied by others. We will do our best." She clenched her fists. She has always found herself blessed with happiness, adored by the entire sect. Moreover, Mingluo City enjoyed peace as well. Being weak didn't deter them from enjoying life. But now, this feeling of helplessness during a time of crisis overwhelmed her. She couldn't protect her home and her loved ones. If it wasn't for Li Chia, their sect would be gone right now. They wouldn't be here to talk about protecting the city and its natives. The path towards the Tao is arduous. I hope you will strive unremittingly with your head held high. Become strong to protect the ones you wish to protect and uphold your ideals. Li Chia said. I will always bear this in mind, young noble. She trembled, feeling all kinds of emotions. Li Chia was the only one in the entire world who would stand up for them at this moment. Chapter 2609. The Trade Federation resumed the blood offering activities on the second day. Green-robed heavenly merchant presided over the event while numerous experts brought the natives over. More spectators joined today, lining up along the walls or floating in the air. Some conjugated into big groups. The merchant had a cold expression as always, thinking that these natives were utterly insignificant life forms. His presence served as deterrence against the potential defenders of justice as well as greedy thieves due to the high price of the black stones. The Trade Federation is doing it again. It looks like it'll be a big harvest for them. One spectator quietly said. No wonder why they're so ruthless. I think they'll corner the market and have a monopoly after this. One older expert said. I think there are around 60 to 70,000 natives under captivity right now. One expert calculated, after the offerings are over, the Federation might be able to get 1,000 or more black stones, quite a handsome return. The stones in high quantity can prolong life too, no wonder why the 5 merchants resorted to this method. Venerable Deer Merchant most likely gave them the go-ahead, so they went all out. One ancestor said. People were quite envious of the Federation's success. No one really cared about the well-being of these natives, only about the number of black stones harvested. As for the natives, there was nothing they could do. Struggling was futile since, to be perfectly frank, one expert from there could kill them all with a single finger strike. They accepted their fate and lowered their head, quietly awaiting death. Get ready. The merchant shouted after another group of natives was brought on stage. The executioners raised their blades again with flashing glints. A bunch of idiots, daring to disturb my serenity. A lazy voice came about. The disdainful comment surprised everyone. They all looked over and saw an ordinary man walking over with a slow and lazy pace, yawning and stretching as well. Lin Yixue and Wu Yuzheng were right behind him. The natives' desperate eyes flashed with hope after seeing these two. Fiercest. People shouted after seeing him. A path immediately opened outside the gate. People were fast and orderly in making way for him. The strong ruled this world and commanded respect. 2 days prior, Fiercest has made his name by taking care of Hidden Gold's Armada and 10 Vajras. Everyone knew that not only was he strong, his personality resembled his title. This was a brutal man with a penchant for massacres. The crowd looked at him before turning towards the merchant, aware that the former's appearance could be ominous. Moreover, the two behind him were natives of Mingluo. Sir, may I inquire for the reasoning behind your presence? The merchant stood up and cupped his fist. He was being very polite. Back when the powerful ancestor criticized him, he still sat in his palanquin. Though he called the guy brother, he didn't truly mean it. But this was no longer the case right now. He called Li Chia, sir, in a respectful manner. People could understand this. The 5 merchants were more prestigious and powerful than the 10 Vajras. The 5 of them could probably defeat the 10 Vajras in battle as well. However, Fiercest's actual power was insane. He destroyed that armada without any difficulty. Green-robed heavenly merchant couldn't put up an act before someone like this. It was best not to offend him. Li Qie yawned, seemingly annoyed that someone has woken him up. He waved his sleeve and said, "You have no business here. Get lost now." Li Qie wasn't only addressing the merchant but also the rest of the crowd. "My apology, this foolish one doesn't understand you, sir. Please elaborate." The merchant wasn't on the same level as Lucidity King or Guifei, but he was still one of the top Eternals in Imperial. This respectful act of his was quite rare already. Few deserved this treatment from him, maybe Lucidity King and Guifei. Li Qie repeated, "Scram now, all outsiders. The natives may stay in the city. If I see any more blood offering, I will massacre your entire clan." People understood that he was here to address the injustice right away. The merchant's expression slightly changed. This was the first time someone told him to scram. "So you are here about this matter, sir?" The merchant glanced at the 2 behind Li Qie. "How about this? We'll immediately release anyone related to you, idiot." Li Qie interrupted him. "I could have spared all of you with a punishment earlier, but now, your foolishness really warrants death." The merchant's smile froze. He coldly responded, "Sir, you must antagonize our trade federation?" He was implying that by messing with him, Li Qie risked dealing with his backers as well. Just a bunch of dog shits. Li Qie waved his hand. "From today henceforth, I am taking over Mingluo City. Outsiders must leave. Those who disobey my rules will be shown no mercy." People took a deep breath after this. They knew he wasn't joking and could actually back his words with actions. The merchant naturally didn't like being called dog shit. His federation has never been shown such contempt before in Imperial. "Sir, you need to rethink this. We are the largest alliance in Imperial with numerous Eternals and more than 100 systems. No one dares to oppose us. Do you think it is worth it to become our enemy over a few lowly natives?" The merchant might be slightly exaggerating, but it wasn't far from the truth. Many experts nodded in agreement. Opposing a monster like the Federation for the sake of these strangers was very unwise. Chapter 2610, You. Green-robed heavenly merchant's expression became ugly. After all, no one could handle such disrespect in public, certainly not an alliance as prestigious as theirs. "Being friends with us will yield many advantages while the opposite is nothing but disastrous. It's not worth it doing this over some ants." The merchant put on an aggressive face since he was no coward. They have never been afraid of anyone outside of the 3 behemoths and would kill those who dare to antagonize them. Thus, the merchant no longer put on a courteous act. "Your bunch are ants in my eyes." Li Qie chuckled and raised his hand to touch the air. Pop. 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 The disciples from the Federation instantly turned into bloody mists without the chance to resist or scream. "You!" The merchant became aghast. Li Qie suddenly disappeared to the merchant's dismay. He instinctively raised his hands to summon a great shield pulsing with divinity. It was an artifact of the eternal level and possessed amazing defensive capabilities. Li Qie responded with a knee strike. Boom! The shield instantly crumbled and the merchant was blown flying while vomiting blood. He slammed into the city wall and left a big hole behind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so people only saw the merchant being buried by debris. Everyone seemed to be struck by lightning. This wasn't the first time they saw Li Qie in action, but they were still shaken all the same. They didn't know how to describe Li Qie, for he was too domineering and direct. Li Qie didn't need profound techniques and invincible merit laws. His movements were as simple as can be, just violent punches and kicks that could be used by a 3-year-old. However, these moves still defeated Eternals all the same, rendering them helpless in a shocking manner. As quiet as a virgin yet as swift as a rabbit with sheer destruction in each move, people thought back and forth, and this was the only right way to describe Wuxia. Bam! The merchant got out of the pile of rocks and looked quite tattered. That strike earlier from Wuxia almost ended his life. Blood was everywhere while his expression paled. See, you are no different from them under my foot, just another ant. Wuxia posed coolly while speaking. Wu Yuzheng and Lin Yixue took advantage of this rare opportunity and jumped on stage to save the captives. You! The merchant's face was as green as his robe right now. The words were humiliating and hard to hear, but he couldn't muster up a strong response. The strike shattered his confidence in a brutal manner, just like Wuxia's words. He was furious, but the cruel reality of powerlessness made him calm down. He was imperious in the past, and although his generation has passed, everyone in Imperial still treated him with respect. Alas, Wuxia could actually crush him like an ant. This wasn't a good feeling. The more frustrating thing was that he actually started to think of himself as an ant inside right now, a stark contrast to his prior confidence and arrogance. He wasn't the only one feeling sad here. A few experts also felt a deep humiliation, lowering their self-esteem. They viewed regular people as ants before, but Wuxia said that there was no difference between them and the natives in his eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do before Wuxia's absolute power. All of you are ants too. Wuxia confirmed their thinking as he shifted his gaze towards the crowd. Thinking that you're nobler than regular people and treating them in this manner. Wuxia continued, I just need to stomp my foot down and all of you will be dead. There isn't one damn thing you can do to stop me. Some spectators angrily glared at him with indignation. They stared at the helpless captives on the platform who had no control over their own fate. No one would care about their well-being. They were the same as these weaklings. I see, such a grand declaration. The merchant laughed from being too angry. This was actually going the way he wanted because Wuxia had offended the crowd. Ignorant junior, you dare to look down on the world? Do you think you can take on everyone? You overestimate yourself. He sneered. Wuxia chuckled in response while maintaining his stance. You think I give a damn about the rest of the world? In your eyes, 101 million mortals are the same. That's the same way for me, all of you and the rest of the world are still only ants. I can render everything to ashes with a single whim. This domineering statement suffocated the angry crowd. A few wise masters actually thought that Wuxia was telling the truth. One ancestor took a deep breath and said while shuddering, maybe he's the real terror here. For example, Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor are powerful, but people still have a good gauge of their depths and strength. But this fiercest, no one can speculate his height, perhaps it is far above us all. Chapter 26:11, Such ridiculousness. The merchant kept on laughing since he didn't know how to react. Though he was willing to see Wuxia antagonize the entire world, he still didn't like the current humiliating treatment, so he shouted, Our trade federation swears to not exist together with you. We will destroy you for imperial sake, so that it can enjoy a clear sky. A few experts here almost burst out in laughter but managed to stop themselves. Just a few moments ago, he was blood-sacrificing mortals. Though he wasn't a devil, he was just as cruel as one. But now, he shifted to the side of justice? Acting as the defender of Imperial? Such hilarious irony, almost like a butcher suddenly becoming a vegetarian. I'm about to puke. Shut your mouth now, don't spew that nauseating crap here. Wuxia waved his hand and interrupted the merchant. Some of the crowd gave the merchant the side eye. Though they were still annoyed at Wuxia, the merchant's comment just now wasn't pleasant at all. If he considered himself to be a hero, then everyone else was practically saints. The merchant quivered with anger. If it was anyone else, he would have already slapped the guy's face off then crush him to death. Unfortunately, Wuxia was far superior to him. Very well, I shall destroy your trash federation now. Wuxia casually said as if he could destroy the famous alliance with a hand wave. Such shameless boasting. No one in the present day dares to make this claim. A roar came about since green-robed heavenly merchant was too angry to respond. Boom! 4 beams of aura shot out of Mingluo. 4 old men leaped into the sky and came to the scene. It was as if 4 primal beasts were awakening. They instantly suppressed the area. Each step of theirs stomped on the heart. Boom! People found it hard to breathe in their presence. They carried an oceanic momentum and looked quite unbeatable. One was gray all over, another had a golden horn. Whitebeard heavenly merchant, golden horn heavenly merchant. Someone shouted after seeing them. All 5 heavenly merchants were present, quite a rare and magnificent scene. After all, they came from different systems and usually presided over their own areas. They rarely gathered in the same place. This was enough to represent the Trade Federation's stance on this matter. This was the Federation's strongest Eternals outside of Venerable Deer Merchant. One would need to think twice before fighting them. One person quietly said, no one can take the 5 of them on with the exception of Lucidity King, Guifei, and maybe Venerable Deer Merchant himself. These were the toughest Eternals during their respective days. Though they weren't born in the same generation, their power was quite similar. Yes, I heard they have fought against Venerable Deer Merchant before. Though no one knew the outcome of the fight, people believe that only those like Lucidity King and the Merchant can take them down. That's another reason why the 5 merchants are so loyal towards Venerable Deer Merchant. One ancestor said. The Deer Merchant is special indeed. Aged and weakened, yet he's still at the top of Imperial. People felt respectful towards him. Rumor has it that he was the oldest Eternal in Imperial. One rumor stated that during his prime, Lucidity King lost to him by a single move. Later on, his vitality withered, but he could still take on Lucidity King. In the present, most believed that these two were on the same level, but during their prime, the merchant was most likely stronger. Of course, one needed to bring Guifei in as well. This person might be the strongest in Imperial, even above the other 2. I wonder if Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor can handle these 5. Another added. Jade Break True Emperor can for sure, but I don't know about Pure Sword True Emperor. Her supporters were present in the crowd. Utter rubbish. Fans of Pure Sword True Emperor immediately disagreed. The 2 sides started going at it. Humph. The 4 merchants released their auras straight at Li Chia, wanting to take him down. Their scowl in union erupted thunderously. What an arrogant junior, daring to look down on the alliance on top of opposing the entire world. An old man with a golden horn said. Perfect, all of you are here now. Li Chia said, this will save me some time from looking for you one at a time. The 4 merchants' expression became ugly. We'll cut you to pieces today. The gray-haired man furiously declared. Li Chia's body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, there were 5 of him in the sky. 4 of them stood in front of the 4 merchants while the last one remained in the same spot. This last one might be Li Chia's true body. Watch it. Green-robed heavenly merchant warned his friends right away. He had experienced Li Chia's power already, so prudence was the right choice. In fact, his friends felt the same way and instantly seized the initiative. Break. They had an unspoken understanding and combined their powers, resulting in a divine seal crashing down towards Li Chia. Boom! The world quaked before their might. Everyone felt as if the ground was sinking. Numerous cracks appeared all over the city. The spectators shuddered at this impressive first move. It looked like this wasn't their first time working together. They had methods for taking down someone individually stronger than them. Completely useless. This divine seal shattered from a single slap. Everyone saw the 4 being swatted away while vomiting blood. Next, they loudly slammed into the ground and created 4 huge pits with cracks emanating from them. Li Chia seemed able to deal with any technique. Even the 4 merchants lost to a single slap. Only one Li Chia was standing in the sky, as relaxed and leisure as always. In fact, there weren't 5 Li Qia earlier. His speed was unbelievably fast, so his remnant images remained in the air and confused the crowd. The crowd gazed at the 4 pits and became empty-headed. Chapter 26:12. People quivered and gasped for breath after seeing Li Qia swatting away the 4 merchants. They were stronger than the 10 Vajras by quite a bit, yet they still couldn't stop one move from Li Qia. Green-robed heavenly merchant was stunned. Not being able to stop a single move from Li Qia himself was already humiliating, but his group together couldn't do so either. This result struck him to the core. It was one thing for the 10 Vajras to lose since they weren't the strongest group in imperial lineage. But it was another issue for the 5 merchants to lose. One would be hard-pressed to find a stronger group compared to them. Simply unfathomable, there is no limit to his height. An ancient ancestor murmured while becoming truly afraid, believing that no one else in Imperial could take Li Qia. No different from ants, the crowd was frozen. Some people started repeating this line. Prior to this, the Trade Federation viewed the natives as ants and did whatever they wanted. In fact, many experts here shared the same thoughts. The lives of the natives weren't worth a single coin in their mind. Alas, they suddenly had the realization that they were no different from the natives in Li Qia's eyes. Just a wave from him could push them off the edge. This self-realization was frustrating and left them with a primal fear. Boom! Debris went flying. The 4 merchants jumped out of the pits, looking just as battered as Green Heavenly Merchant earlier. This was the most embarrassing moment in their lives since they were used to dominating in the past and earning the worship and reverence of others. Losing to one strike was unbearable right now. Not bad, still alive, or people would become hopeless. For powerful Eternals, losing to a single strike? That's absurd. No one else in the young generation will have any ambition afterward. Many experts heaved a sigh of relief. The 4 merchants were bloodied and tattered, but at the very least, they were still alive. People would drown in despair otherwise because no one else in Imperial could kill them with a single move. A being capable of this would be truly unbeatable and could suppress all of Imperial lineage. Others would never have the chance to shine at that point. Despite surviving the strike, the 4 merchants were pale. They exchanged glances with fear within. After all, they had a good idea of their own power. Though Green Heavenly Merchant didn't join in, that combination earlier was plenty strong. Yet, they still lost. They couldn't imagine anyone else in Imperial capable of defeating them in a single strike. In a one-on-one contest, doing so wasn't impossible, but not when the 4 of them were together. All 5 took one step backward while thinking the same thing: run. Venerable Deer Merchant wasn't here and the 5 of them couldn't take Li Qia. Running was the wisest move. They were experienced and have grown through conflicts and danger, no longer possessing youthful recklessness. However, they were the strongest ancestors of their respective sect, representing its reputation. Thus, they couldn't run or they would spend the rest of their lives being sneered at by others. Sir, we have a misunderstanding. It's better to drop than make a feud. We weren't considerate this time, so we will obey you and leave Mingluo with haste. Green-robed Heavenly Merchant said. No one expected the 5 merchants to give up so easily. They were aggressive and imperious just a while ago but have now conceded in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. These 5 have never been afraid of people, especially after the Federation establishment. This gave them quite a strong backing, allowing them to stand tall against the 3 behemoths. So now, his surrender came as a surprise. An old ginger is even hotter. An expert admitted, these 5 when to push and when to pull, such sly foxes, able to put their face aside. The 10 Vajras were the opposite, so look at them now, all dead. It's fine to give up anyway against such a powerful foe. What's the point of fighting to the death? It's not like there is an irreconcilable feud. One ancestor quietly said. Of course, this ancestor was also speaking on his own behalf. Since the 5 merchants have lost, it was understandable for them to be afraid of Fiercest as well. Isn't it too late to think about giving up now? Li Qie said insipidly. Green-robed heavenly merchant's expression was quite awkward. A public surrender was humiliating enough, but Li Qie was pressing on too. Not too late. He smiled wryly and put on a thick-skinned act. We get to know each other by fighting. To be in the presence of a character like you is an honor, sir. Your actions are admirable and put us to shame. This world already belongs to the young generation, haha. Some were caught off guard to see this ancestor flattering Li Qie in this manner and began to laugh at his shamelessness. Just a while ago, he was imperious and glorious, treating everyone else like dirt. Now, he had no choice but to become a sycophant. All eyes were on Li Qie now. In their opinion, he has achieved his goal, saving the natives on top of besting the 5 merchants. This earned him great fame. Such achievements were unreachable for most masters. There was no need to push it any further, might as well just accept the sentiment. Chapter 26:13. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets. There is only one ending today, all of you will die. Li Qie didn't accept. The crowd clamored after hearing this while the 5 merchants became alarmed. Everyone thought Fiercest would let this go instead of killing them. Who would have thought that he would give up on a free debt and chose to do it the extreme way? That's domineering. One expert gave Li Qie a thumbs up. Justice seekers rarely went so far, so many issues were usually smoothed out. He's too unreasonable. Why go so far instead of leaving some room for the future? A few disagreed. They felt that the merchants have given up and this should be the end of it. It's not like Fiercest was losing anything by letting them go. The 5 merchants were having a terrible time. Accepting defeat was already humiliating enough, but now, Fiercest still wasn't letting this go. This was a ruthless slap to their face when they were already bowing their head. Junior, you are pushing us too far. Goldenhorn Heavenly Merchant couldn't help but shout. They knew they couldn't beat him, but this bullying act was intolerable. Li Kai chuckled in response. Did you think you were going too far when performing the blood sacrifices? The 5 merchants had no response, only able to cast a glance at each other. Sir, please don't be angry. Whitebeard Heavenly Merchant cupped his fist. Our federation has no existing feud with you. Drop the issue today and we'll be more than happy to have a friend like you and will assist you in the future. No need to escalate the issue over some ants. We'll pay for any damage and more. This proposal was more than enough for the crowd. The merchants were agreeing to pay Li Qie on top of surrendering. Remember, they were the strongest alliance right now in Imperial. Only the 3 behemoths could top them. Whitebeard Heavenly Merchant has made a public statement about helping Li Qie in the future, so he must do so later on. Numerous people wanted this promise from them since they were strong backers. One could even get virtually unlimited resources. This condition was similar to a free pie falling from the sky. No one could say no to this favorable condition. He'll say yes, only a fool would refuse such benefits over some ants. One spectator said. This was indeed the truth. How many people would refuse over some weak strangers? Only a fool. Wu Yuzheng and Lin Yixue became nervous, aware of how tempting this offer was. Yuzheng had lived long enough to know that even lifelong enemies could make up when there was ample benefit. He wouldn't blame Li Qie for accepting this truce either. Plus, he had already saved the natives. Li Qie had no mission to avenge the fallen natives, so why should he escalate the issue with the Trade Federation? He himself would pick this offer. Li Qie said, Ants? As I have said before, you all are no different than them in my eyes. I'm not killing you for vengeance, only because you're an eyesore. The crowd became stunned while exchanging glances. Is he mad or foolish? Why would he do this? Someone said. Even a fool would know to accept the favorable offer when presented in this manner. That's why he's fiercest. An ancestor sentimentally said. It's insane, no one else can match him in this. Another sighed in response. Refusing this offer from the merchant required great power and resolution. Ishue started crying after hearing Li Qiye's response. She suddenly thought that he was the most incredible man she has ever seen. The 5 merchants didn't know what to do. Green-robed heavenly merchant's surrender was quite good already, but Whitebeard heavenly merchant's offer was even better. They were confident that no one could refuse their offer. Was the guy foolish or insane? Sir, what do you want then? As long as you are willing to drop this, just tell us what you want and we will do our best. Whitebeard heavenly merchant spoke with a serious tone. All they wanted to do was leave this place alive right now. Thus, they needed to satisfy him since escaping was impossible. I just want your heads and I'll drop the matter with your trade federation, not destroying it. Li Qiye said in a casual manner to the astonishment of the crowd. Do you think our federation can't stop you? Goldenhorn heavenly merchant shouted once more. All right, no more wasting breath. Go together, this is your last chance. If you can survive, then you get to stay alive. If not, then blame yourselves for being weak. Li Qiye waved his sleeve. The crowd smiled wryly. This might be the most insane person they have ever met, wanting to kill the 5 merchants over what amounts to basically nothing. The 5 merchants were furious, but it was hard to show this anger when they were clearly weaker. They knew that a combination strike at full force still wasn't enough to kill Li Qiye. But now, fleeing meant a quicker death. At their level, losing their battle intent would make them even more susceptible to someone stronger. Fine, let's do it the hard way then. We'll go down together. Green-robed heavenly merchant no longer gave a damn. I'll be perfectly fine, don't think so highly of yourself. Li Qiye chuckled at the comment. The 5 merchants seethed with rage. It seemed that this man would always hold them in contempt. Chapter 26:14, Junior, have it your way. The 5 merchants made up their mind and started floating higher. They made a circle, seemingly creating a large confinement around Li Qiye. They had no choice but to go all out just once, leaving it all to fate. Accepting defeat didn't work. Negotiating didn't either. What more could they do? Getting on their knees and prostrating was too much for them to handle. People of their level required face and prestige. Even if complete subservience could save them, they would still choose against it. Plus, they have experienced enough things in their lives. Dying here wouldn't leave them with many regrets. Buzz. This circular formation from them seemed to be cutting the nearby spatial zone apart into a separate dimension. The area continuously rippled like water as they become ethereal, seemingly melting with space. Creak. A great gate began to open in this separate dimension. There seemed to be a hidden world in the sky. The ancient gate slowly opened to reveal an entirely new kingdom before the crowd. Rumble. Loud blasts resounded as a majestic power rushed out, akin to an endless primordial flood. Everyone's eyes brightened due to a gradually rising sun. It was more blinding than anything and made people close their eyes. The kingdom behind the gate was full of divinity and brilliance, making observing quite difficult. What is that? Someone barely saw the kingdom in the sky through the blinding light. Multiple great figures emerged in this kingdom. They were as big as mountains, so others had no choice but to look up at them. They resembled stone statues, yet not due to their divinity, and gave everyone the feeling of possessing actual flesh. Look, aren't those 5 figures at the front the 5 merchants? Someone observed carefully and shouted. These figures lined up in a triangular formation, fewer in the front and more in the back. The person at the very front was an old man with gray hair holding a walking stick made from deer antlers. Behind him were 5 figures, the 5 merchants. Further to the back were numerous experts lining up, all at the eternal level. In other words, anyone below this realm wasn't qualified to be standing here. It's the entire trade federation. Look, that's venerable deer merchant at the front. Another yelled after getting a good look. They're all here in person? That's unreal, a dozen of Eternals or so, who will be able to stop them? A young cultivator didn't fully grasp the situation. The Federation consisted of many reclusive ancestors. Their appearance together could even cause the three behemoths to feel dread. Of course, it wasn't easy for all of them to gather in the same place since these Eternals were all over Imperial lineage. No, the real bodies of the 5 Eternals are still over there. I believe those are just Tao images. Another youth disagreed, thinking that the figures in the kingdom weren't real. The rumor is true. One ancestor said. What rumor? An expert became curious. The kingdom of the gods. This ancestor elaborated. After starting the Federation, Venerable Deer Merchant summoned all the Eternals of the Federation and created a dimension emulating an immortal realm. These Eternals left behind their arts and avatars, forever coexisting with this dimension. An immortal realm? Is this true? The crowd became startled. It's one possibility. This ancestor said, Venerable Deer Merchant might have visited immortal lineage before on top of reaching the everlasting world there. Of course, this is all hearsay, but apparently, this gave him enough insight to create this kingdom. The everlasting world? No one has been there before, it simply doesn't exist. Skepticism arose. This is only a speculation, who knows if it is true or not. The ancestor replied, same with the Deer Merchant's trip to immortal lineage. No way, because why would he come back, not to mention the difficulties in returning. The stronger the person, the harder it is. Another expert added. However, he is indeed qualified to go there, given his powers. He just chose against doing so. One more joined in. The 5 merchants flew into the kingdom and fused with their figures. Boom! The kingdom quaked from the fusion and became even more resplendent. The aura of Eternals poured out in a boundless manner and drowned the area. A more frightening matter occurred. All of the Eternals inside this kingdom, whether it be Venerable Deer Merchant or anyone else, opened their eyes in this split second. The entire kingdom has awakened. A while ago, it resembled a slumbering giant but no more. This explosive eruption could crush the firmaments. This is the real might of the Federation. This kingdom can be opened anywhere by its members. Once fused with their own figures, it'll wake up the kingdom. The more fusions, the more power. This ancestor said. Since these Eternals have left behind various powers here, all of them being summoned together will result in something devastating. It's definitely on the same level as the foundation of a system. Another expert became startled. This is what makes the Federation formidable. The ancestor nodded. Junior, do you dare to come in here? Green-robed heavenly merchant challenged. The 5 merchants have regained a sliver of confidence after waking up their kingdom. The crowd glanced at Wuxia. He would be walking into the tiger's den by doing so. Why not? Wuxia smiled and flew straight into the kingdom. Chapter 26:15, Boom. The figures exuded powerful forces to deal with the intruder. They instantly surrounded Wuxia while forming a great formation. All had a shining glow of an eternal, especially the 5 merchants. Their radiance was brighter than the others as if they were sanctified, seemingly made of gold. Buzz. Pillars of light from above descended on the figures inside the kingdom. With this infusion of power, it seemed that these beings were actually here in person. Kill. These figures began to rotate in a circle with increasing speed until they became mere shadows. This torrential movement caused non-stop explosions. Weapons and treasures, incredible laws and techniques, all of these aimed for Wuxia at the same time. The 5 merchants and the rest disappeared and turned into a god with countless hands. Each hand had a different treasure and used a different technique with great profundity. Wuxia fell into this trap. All of his weak points became targets while his movements were sealed. Moreover, it wasn't a random attack either. Each hand was perfectly coordinated and left no openings. It sealed all of his escape paths while aiming for the fatal meridians. This was an ultimate blow resembling a tornado surrounding Wuxia. The spectators gasped in horror. No one could stop this barrage. Even ancestors would turn to ashes. All angles and coordinates are under siege. If Fiercest makes a move, he'll expose himself even more, and the torrential forces will take advantage of this situation, turning him into a sieve. He needs to stay still. One ancestor knew that he couldn't stop this move. Buzz. Li Qia remained motionless. A golden glow emerged around him. Boom. 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 The hands didn't wait and struck him at the same time. The entire dimension started trembling chaotically. The unbelievable happened. All the moves and weapons connected, but Li Qia remained unharmed. The sharp swords, heavy axes, and domineering punches, everything failed to harm his seemingly cast from gold body. It was akin to 1,000 eggs being thrown at a man adorned in full iron plates. Li Qia didn't vomit blood, his chest wasn't penetrated. He stood there, relaxed. Not even a strand of hair went missing. Moreover, the onslaught didn't manage to move him by an inch. How can this be? The crowd became slack-jawed at his display of might again. Is this the mythical indestructible diamond form? Some couldn't believe their own eyes. Indestructible diamond form was a well-known belief, yet impossible to obtain. Even the toughest beings could be hurt when meeting a stronger foe. But now, Li Qia was truly displaying this notion against the onslaught. My turn. He smiled and moved his palms together, gathering a blinding light. There seemed to be 1,000,000 suns within his palms, culminating into the most dazzling brilliance. Boom! The suns exploded at the same time and emitted a destructive shockwave. Rumble. Cracks began to appear in this kingdom of the gods from the impact. When people could see the inside of the kingdom, they saw figures being turned to scattering specks of dust. The 5 merchants were blown flying with blood gushing everywhere. The shockwave nearly turned them into bloody mists. That's insane. The crowd trembled with fear. That move can easily destroy a sect, or even pierce through an entire system. One ancestor turned pale. Ants have no great moves to speak of. Your attempt was futile. Li Qia patted the dust off his robe in a casual manner. The merchants had nothing but fear and shock on their face. They didn't expect to lose so fast in their independent dimension, and in such an utter manner as well. Damn it all. They roared and started risking their lives. Buzz. A mirror appeared inside the kingdom. It looked like the surface of a lake, only filled with blood instead of water. Lost souls hovered around this mirror and wouldn't dissipate. Thus, the mirror carried immense grudge and hatred, enough to tear the world apart. What is that? Many shuddered before this terrible mirror. So many lives must have been refined to create this monstrous, no, forbidden weapon. An ancestor saw the hint, his expression darkened. Your trade federation deserves death just for creating this mirror. Li Qia coldly uttered. We'll see if you can survive to say that again. Green-robed heavenly merchant roared. Their vitality materialized into arcs streaming straight into the mirror. Zzz, their vitality naturally depleted, resulting in their body drying up. The mirror seemed to be sucking them dry. The merchants are using their lifespan now, gathering their longevity blood into the mirror. Looks like they won't live for long even if they manage to defeat Fiercest. An older master murmured. This group was determined to take Li Qia down with them. Chapter 26:16. The bloody mirror shot out a crimson ray after undergoing a monumental change from receiving the longevity blood of the merchants. Buzz. It actually transformed into a rippling lake consisting of thick blood. In the beginning, the spectators thought that the lake and blood were only an image or a derivative form. The influx of vitality has changed it to the real thing. Perhaps this was no mirror in the first place, just a lake of blood refined into a little mirror by a great technique. A sanguine stench accompanied by deep hatred permeated the area. The lost souls began to lament and wail, seemingly chanting the most terrible curse in existence, aiming at all living beings. That's horrifying. The spectators trembled at this sight. A forbidden weapon refined from countless lives? A junior almost lost control of his legs. I believe it might be more than 1 million people. An ancestor said with a solemn expression. The crowd took a deep breath. 1 million to refine this forbidden weapon, quite a ruthless deed. They began to ponder. The Federation consisted of many Eternals with powerful systems behind them, a dozen or so. No one would really notice if they capture 100,000 from each system. After all, a powerful system was boundless. Some had 10,000 sects or more with billions and billions of living beings. 100,000 seemed like a tiny group in this sea of people. Maybe, just maybe, Venerable Dear Merchant started the Federation with this plan in mind. Maybe it's the whole purpose behind it. Someone murmured. This was a bold and frightening speculation. Using several million people for the sake of refining an artifact within one system would definitely be noticed and be barraged with criticism. However, spreading it over a dozen systems? This made it more discreet. More often than not, an all-out battle between sects would yield a higher number of casualties. This made it harder for anyone to learn about the Federation's weapon refinement attempt. Maybe this was only a test. One old ancestor with knowledge of this creation process mused, since this was successful, they might try a higher number later. There is a legend that when one refines an entire world into a weapon, it will result in something unbeatable. I don't know how legitimate it is. The crowd nearby shuddered after hearing this. If he was right, then this mirror was only an experiment. If successful, the Federation might try refining even stronger ones. At that point, they would require dozens or even hundreds of million lives, disguising it in one way or another within their systems. Wars were common in Imperial. The destruction of a kingdom or sect was neither a small event nor a big deal. It would only give birth to some conversations and gossips around the world. That's a terrible ambition. One ancestor shuddered at the thought. Buzz. While everyone was talking about the implication, the mirror exuded a bloody ray from the sky. It instantly engulfed Wuxia like a waterfall from above, pouring down in an unceasing manner. It looked more like a stream of liquid than a beam of light, seemingly inescapable once touched. It didn't take long before Wuxia was completely drowned out. The entire process was extremely vast, so even a fast cultivator couldn't dodge. Moreover, this was the kingdom of the gods. There was no running away from this dimension and the bloody mirror. He's finished. The 5 merchants became ecstatic. They worried the most about Wuxia leaving the kingdom before they could activate their mirror, or that he would use a heaven-defying method to dodge the light. We really did it. They didn't expect this to go so well, thinking that Wuxia wouldn't be able to escape from the light no matter how strong he is. The beam slowly receded like a lake slowly losing its water. People finally saw Wuxia, realizing that the missing light has infiltrated his body. Is this his counter? Someone thought Wuxia had devoured the bloody light. No. Another expert startlingly said, the light is the thing attacking him right now, crazily drilling into his body and bypassing his defense. What will happen then? Will it refine him? The first speaker said with astonishment. Boom! The dimension quaked as if an invincible force was pressing down on it. The space inside this dimension suddenly shrank at a rapid pace with Wuxia at the center, seemingly wanting to crush him. Moreover, the area was exuding increasing pressure on him too, invisible yet all-encompassing. Clank. Metallic ringing happened inside him from the bloody light that got in earlier. They turned into laws wanting to seal him. Every fiber of his being was being affected. The laws then started shrinking as well and wouldn't stop until there was nothing left. Buzz. A bizarre scene occurred. Everyone saw Wuxia continuously shrinking, several 10,000 times smaller than before. Chapter 26:17. Finally, he became the size of an ant to the astonishment of the crowd. In the beginning, they thought this mirror would release a destructive strike or a brutal method, perhaps even a curse. Who would have thought that this ray would shrink him down to the size of an ant? People glanced at each other, thinking that this mirror was too bizarre. This bloody mirror is frightening indeed. It looks like a curse, a sure kill move. One expert commented with trepidation. It's not just a curse but more like a seal. It wants to lock Li Qia's Dao. Only by doing so would it be able to turn him into an ant. One ancestor slowly said. Not just that. A gray-hair ancestor added with a serious stare. It looks like Lu Kuang's experiment is a success. They will want to create an even more powerful forbidden weapon in the future. Don't forget, they have plenty of systems to work with, an endless supply of materials. The crowd was horrified since he was obviously referring to people when he said supply. The higher the number, the more powerful the weapon would become. The 5 merchants rejoiced at the successful attack. Goldenhorn Heavenly Merchant laughed happily and praised, Brother Lu sure is amazing, he's the only one who can come up with this idea. Yes, his vision is peerless. Whitebeard Heavenly Merchant added. We have nothing to fear now with this weapon. A different one laughed arrogantly. They glanced at each other and started celebrating. An even bolder thought appeared in their mind. Li Qia was very strong and could easily take down the 5 of them together. However, he was still sealed by this forbidden weapon. However, they could even create a stronger one. People were right, they used several million lives to refine this particular one. Many members among them protested this idea because it was a big deal. Plus, the product might not be that powerful. People at their level already had plenty of weapons. Now, this success fueled their ambition even more. Not to mention the other systems, even the 3 behemoths would fear them if they could create something greater. At that point, it was fine to use 100 million people or so. After all, they were mere ants. Ha ha ha. All ants. The group viewed the world with disdain after realizing the future potential. Green-robed Heavenly Merchant sneered while looking at the miniature Li Qia. Who's the ant now? You are. That's what you get for opposing us. Kill him now, just an ant, can't reach the apex. Goldenhorn chuckled. The 5 of them became relaxed and no longer cared for public opinion. This made it clear to the crowd that they were planning for something more sinister. It's over for Fiercest. He made fun of them earlier but now, he actually shrank down to the size of an ant. One spectator said. Some people didn't like him at all. One sneered, that's what he gets for being so arrogant, not understanding the unfathomable power of the Federation. He can't oppose such a monster alone, so suicidal. Boom! A giant foot came down for Li Qia inside the separate dimension. It heavily slammed on the ground. No! Lin Yixua screamed. There was no need to look, one could imagine his fate right now, just a lump of flesh. Tears flowed out but there was nothing she could do. That's the end of a great genius. Some felt sorry for him while looking at the foot. He was too stubborn and aggressive. One expert shook his head. He was being unreasonable, the 5 merchants yielded already yet he kept on pushing them towards the edge. He deserved being crushed like an ant. One fella scoffed. Rumble. A series of explosions interrupted the crowd. The kingdom was quaking, subjected to great pressure. What's going on? The 5 merchants were startled since this power didn't come from them. Oh. Another development. The spectators were surprised. Boom. The giant foot was lifted to the air, revealing Li Qia beneath. He grew back to his original size in the blink of an eye, but it didn't stop there. Rumble. He quickly turned into a giant. In the beginning, he was the size of a hill. Next, the size of a mountain range, then his head was right below the firmament, his feet ravaged the earth. A bloody light appeared around him, the one from the mirror earlier. They served as Dao laws pulling on his body, causing it to grow larger. He eventually reached the size where one strand of his hair could fall down and crush a mountain range. The dimensional kingdom couldn't contain him any longer and started cracking. Remember, this huge space was virtually an independent world. Alas, Wuxia still overfilled it. Everything inside was being crushed, including the bloody mirror. Run! The 5 merchants ran with all of their might. A reversal is always entertaining. Wuxia spoke. His voice was 10,000 times more sonorous than thunder, causing the world to tremble. He reached forward, aiming for the fleeing merchants. Empowered by fear and desperation, the group was quite fast and made it many million miles away. Chapter 26:18. One must be impressed by the merchants' escaping speed. They instantly crossed through the realm and nearly left Stone Harmony's system in the blink of an eye. However, this still wasn't enough to escape the scope of the Great Palm. It seemed futile to even try since this palm was larger than the world. Thus, as long as one was still within the confinement of the world, escaping was impossible. Once the palm grasped them, they were transferred into a different realm. They looked up at the sky and couldn't leap out. This dimension of the palm was unimaginably vast, probably 10 times larger than Stone Harmony. The 5 became extremely tiny and insignificant, akin to specks of dust. Ants. Wuxia's voice frightened the world regardless of how strong the listeners were. So many were forced to the ground by his thunderous voice and couldn't get back up. No! The 5 merchants bellowed after being trapped. Despair overwhelmed them. They have never considered themselves to be insignificant before. Remember, they might not be the top Eternals, but they were strong enough. At their level, they could decide life and death for other people. Now, Wuxia could decide their fate and they were powerless to stop him. I refuse to accept this. Goldenhorn Heavenly Merchant screamed, his voice filled with unwillingness and anger. It was too late. When Wuxia's palm began to close, the world beneath compressed and crumbled. All of its power pushed on the 5 merchants, rendering them helpless. Pop! All 5 turned into bloody mists that scattered to the wind. They were trivial compared to this great world. The spectators shuddered in response. Not many would claim to be stronger than the 5 merchants. Of course, some of these ancient ancestors could be stronger, but not by much. These 5 were crushed so easily by Wuxia, truly a shocking spectacle. This was even more stirring than the death of the 10 Vajras. Wuxia did it with such ease as well, not resorting to using any weapon from start to finish. One could only imagine the destruction once he actually uses one. Wuxia began shrinking down. It looked slow relative to his massive size, but this process was quite fast. He eventually regained his original appearance, looking as ordinary as ever, like another random person in a sea of people. No one would remember him at all. Alas, despite his misleading appearance, he had just taken care of the 5 merchants and an armada from Hidden Gold Grotto. Would anyone think that he was an ordinary person now? They looked at his common face, thinking that it was more horrifying than the grimace of a furious god. In fact, just one glare of him right now could scare a true god to death. The bloody rays around him began to burn and turn to ashes and bright particles. They belonged to the blood mirror, so they were created from the vengeful blood of the sacrificed. The attempt was to seal Wuxia's Grand Tao, performing something akin to a curse to shrink him down to a tiny ant. In reality, this type of blood couldn't seal his Grand Tao. He chose to block his own Grand Tao on a whim, wanting to reverse the particular seal. That's why when he reserved it, he became incomparably large and shattered the entire kingdom. Bright particles appeared, seemingly floating up from the depths of hell and heading for heaven. At this particular juncture, the spectators could see faces in the particles with a smile of liberation, going from hell to heaven. It was true satisfaction and salvation to leave the darkest despair. Though there is no heaven in this world, I will still send you on your way. Wuxia said. These particles were clearly the sacrificed ones trapped in the bloody mirror. They had been crossed over by him, their hatred refined away, so they returned to the light. Everyone held their breath at this sight and didn't know what to say. The smiling faces actually left them speechless. For a few of them, light and kindness actually blossomed in their heart and mind. It was a sentimental moment. Several million lives have been refined by Lu Kuang's group, but Li Qie had saved them now. Young noble. Lin Yixue couldn't help but cry, wetting her dress with tears. Li Qie was a supreme existence in her eyes right now, the savior and protector of the world. After the particles dispersed, he turned towards the crowd and declared, "From today onward, all outsiders must leave Mingluo. Take one step inside and it'll be your demise." No one could question his declaration. That's too overbearing. Mingluo isn't your home," one expert was bold enough to show some dissatisfaction. Pluff. Li Qie pointed at him, turning him into a bloody mist. Everyone quickly moved away from where he was pointing while turning pale. "Yes, I am overbearing, a true tyrant. I don't care for logic and reasons since my words trump all. All you need to do is obey, there is no room for negotiation." Li Qie didn't bat an eye after that move. The crowd shuddered after hearing this. "Let's leave." No one dared to refuse him now. Chapter 26:19, Keep on, don't stop moving. Seniors yelled at their juniors during the exodus from Mingluo City. Since Li Qie was watching with a cold stare, even the strongest among the crowd didn't dare to disobey him. Some ancient ancestors were stronger than the 5 merchants, but they still obediently complied. Li Qie seemed to be unstoppable after his 2 recent battles. Everyone understood how accurate his title was. Once provoked, he would send anyone to their death regardless of their status and backing. Just his presence alone deterred and intimidated the crowd. Not one single soul tried to hide in Mingluo during the commotion. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they didn't want to drag their sex down with them, since Fiercest would probably destroy everything to make a point. It didn't take long before the visitors were gone from the city. In fact, some even moved quite far away from the walls before making camps. "Okay, as you please now. Don't leave the city." Li Qie clapped his hands and said before leaving. "Thank you, Your Majesty, may you live forever." The natives got on their knees and started showing him respect. They considered him to be the savior and king of Mingluo right now, since their head would be rolling on the ground right now if it wasn't for him. They wouldn't stop showing their gratitude and continued bowing their head. "May His Majesty lives forever." This chant echoed across the area. Li Qie stopped and looked at the kneeling crowd. He said, "That sounds unpleasant. You all may call me a young noble instead." "Young noble, may you be forever matchless." Lin Yixue shouted. "Young noble, may you be forever matchless." The crowd chanted sonorously in unison. This particular legend and phrase would pass on for generations in this city. The area became quiet after all the outsiders have left. Nevertheless, they still stared at the bright city. The gates were closed and it was defenseless, yet no one dared to take a step inside or attempt to sneak in. Li Qie's declaration became the strongest line of defense. The city has turned into a forbidden ground. Only suicidal people would try to enter. We need to back off whenever and wherever we see Fiercest from now on. A senior coldly told his juniors, "If anyone happens to offend him, then just kneel and offer your head to him, don't bring us down with you." The realization that Fiercest usually took things to the extreme has convinced the rest of the world to obey. "Looks like we'll have to give up on the immortal stone then." One expert sighed with disappointment. A few ancestors have speculated about its appearance in Mingluo City. Unfortunately, no one could take this stone unless they wanted to risk it all. "No rush, there will be a chance." One ancestor calmly said, "Mingluo will be very lively soon enough. Venerable Deer Merchant and the 4 esteemed monarchs won't let this go. Both the Federation and the Grotto will have their revenge. Moreover, the 3 behemoths haven't joined yet. The Mu, the Li, and especially someone like Jade Break True Emperor aren't that easy to negotiate with. When the 3 of them come, that's when the true storm will happen." His eyes became serious as if he could see this scene already. "Okay, Fiercest is insanely strong and can take several masters on by himself, but what about the rest? He might be able to handle the grotto and the Federation. How about the three behemoths? It's still a mystery whether he can be Gui Fei or not. Another ancestor agreed. We just need to be patient, this isn't over yet. Save our strength to fish in troubled water. The first ancestor said. Regardless of these schemes, no one has violated the declaration so far. The city became more serene and peaceful than ever. On this night, Yixue and Yuzheng have taken care of the natives in the city. They returned to the palace and prostrated before Li Qie again. Young noble, the city will always remember your kindness. Go now. A storm is coming, don't leave the city. Li Qie opened his eyes to speak before closing them again. We'll never forget you, young noble. The two bowed their head again before slowly leaving. They were right about the city's gratitude. Li Qie has given the natives another chance at life. He was like another parent to them. Thus, on the next days, the households here erected a longevity plaque to worship him. Some also created statues of him and began recording his great deed. At the same time, Wu Yuzheng has somehow summoned back the disciples from Stone Clearing School. No place was safer in Stone Harmony than Ming Luo right now with Li Qie around. That's why he decided to call them back. These disciples were naturally happy to be back home. This peace didn't last long. With a wind-breaking sound, an imperial banner crossed through the air like a shooting star. Boom! It landed on a mound right outside the city. Someone's here. The experts camping outside took note of this. They looked over and saw the character, Jian. It pulsed with a frightening aura like an unsheathed sword. Pure sword, true emperor, he's coming here. Everyone knew its owner. The Mu clan is coming. This caused quite a stir since one of the three behemoths was coming here. Buzz. Imperial laws flowed around the banner like streams of water, filling up the area around the mound. Next, they pinned themselves on the ground and came together to create a portal. Chapter 26-20, Buzz. The portal opened, revealing a pulsing light. However, no one has come out just yet. The runes intertwining inside the portal made its direct connection to the clan apparent. Rumble. The runes on the mound continued to spread until it covered the nearby mountain range. Next, pavilions and other buildings erected from the ground. They were made of runes and empowered by the strongest imperial blessings. This area quickly became the land befitting that of an emperor. The crowd shuddered in response. The emperor wasn't here yet. He could be located at the Mu clan or any remote region in imperial lineage. In the far reaches of space, he just needed to throw an imperial banner towards the vicinity of Mingluo City. This allowed him to open a portal connecting the clan to Stone Harmony system. Outside of possessing a great treasure, this also showed the emperor's power and might, causing many Eternals to feel dread. More importantly, he wasn't here in person yet, but his Grand Dao laws have already built a fully empowered Dao land here, allowing the Dao to spread without shackles. Anything below the realm of an emperor is only rotten wood. One Eternal lamented. Even the Eternals with similar battle prowess to Pure Sword True Emperor were shaken. This particular phrase made sense to a certain degree, since a true emperor should be stronger than an Eternal, provided that the gap between the two sides isn't overwhelming. After all, becoming an emperor meant opening 12 palaces, something above the reach of Ascenders and Eternals. When a grand true god opened their third palace, they would become an Ascender, a first-level true god. A second-level Ascender would have 4 palaces, a fifth level would have 5, and so on and so forth. After becoming a 9th-level Ascender, they would have 11 palaces. At 12, they would turn into Eternals with a new world opened up for them. Though they were called Eternals, this didn't imply immortality or supremacy, hence the phrase above. True emperors simply had access to greater techniques and new Grand Dao unavailable to Eternals. This resulted in better future potential and overall power. An Eternal had 12 palaces just like a true emperor, but there existed a fundamental difference. Emperors' palaces were lit up, allowing for a better concentration of true energy and Grand Dao. The admiring spectators were envious of the creation ability of this emperor. Looks like Pure Sword True Emperor has 5 palaces now. One person speculated based on the Grand Dao aura permeating the Dao land. Right, the 5th one should be lit up now. I heard he was a 4-palace emperor already before entering his most recent isolated cultivation. One old expert said. That's when they have access to perpetual weapons. An Eternal sighed with envy. From pondering immortality stems the creation of true weapons. An even stronger Eternal said, we need to be at the Amaranthan level to create them. Not all Amaranthan Eternals can do so, many need to be at the epic level first before crafting something like this. The success rate can be low too. An ancient Eternal added. So after lighting up 4 palaces, emperors became qualified to ponder the mysteries of eternal life. With that, they could start crafting perpetual weapons. Of course, a long and arduous path lay ahead of them. That's normal. Talented men can become Eternals but still don't have perpetual weapons. One more Eternal said with a tinge of regret. Not all Eternals were equal. They were graded on a temporal scale. Example, a regular Eternal could go back by 1 generation in the river of time. If they could go back by 100 generations, they would become a centurial Eternal. Thus, the levels were from lowest to highest: 1 generation Eternal, centurial Eternal, millennium Eternal, myriad Eternal, ceaseless Eternal, Amaranthan Eternal, and epic Eternal. Well, anything below the realm of an emperor is only rotten wood. This phrase is only for us. For the emperors, they might be looking up to the progenitors instead. Another commented. True, there are levels for progenitors too, the Grand Dao is so long. One more smiled wryly. For people all over the world, becoming an Eternal was already incredible enough. However, after actually getting to this level, they realized that there was still a long way to go. The Dao requires longevity. We need to become an everlasting before we can talk about truly being eternal. An old Eternal in the bunch slowly said. Everlasting indeed. The rest murmured. Becoming an everlasting is the pursuit of many Eternals, their lifelong goal. Say, an emperor's goal was to become a progenitor. An everlasting was an equivalent to a progenitor. That's probably when we'll be qualified to talk about perpetual weapons and the rumored world of immortality. One Eternal said. Some believe that an everlasting could potentially take down a progenitor. This gave Eternals hope in catching up to the progenitors. Of course, this topic wasn't easy either for them. Becoming an everlasting required incredible talents. All the previous everlastings in history were amazing geniuses. The juniors nearby were in awe of this conversation as well. They thought that their ancestor was already powerful and famous enough in Imperial. This was their first time hearing about the various levels in this realm. Plus, above the realm of Eternals was everlasting. It was a throne up in the clouds, impossible to reach. They finally understood why people said the Grand Dao was long and arduous. In their mind, becoming an Eternal was an impossible test already. But for Eternals, becoming an everlasting was the real achievement. Maybe there were differences among everlastings too. This was the case for progenitor as well. Their power level varied despite reaching the Grand Dao. Buzz. The portal on the mound slowly opened again, interrupting the various conversations. A youth walked out, a stranger to many visitors. However, the natives of Mingluo knew him quite well. He was Yang Tingyu of Luo faction, previously defeated by Li Chia. Oh. That brat is Pure Sword True Emperor's disciple in name, the strongest expert in stone harmony. Becoming the Emperor's disciple is a good indicator of his abilities. People recognized him. After all, Pure Sword True Emperor was too famous. Even just recruiting an in-name disciple was a big deal. That's why many knew about Yang Tingyu. An army with great momentum followed right behind him. Not a single weakling was part of this group. These were the experts of the Mu. Chapter 26-21, the group didn't march with loud fanfare nor put on an ostentatious show. Nevertheless, the atmosphere became tense right away. They were virtually silent, walking out of the portal in an orderly manner. This style actually made them feel invincible, capable of knocking down all obstacles, cutting through the mountains and earth, slashing through the lakes and oceans. One particular person stood out in this group. He certainly commanded the spotlight wherever he went. He was very young and dressed in all white with a cool attitude while holding a long sword. There was no aggression, pressure, and arrogance in him. Alas, just his presence alone made people stagger backward with fear, enough to make them tremble. In fact, his glare could cause pain like a thrust penetrating the heart or the neck, a fatal sword move. People gulped and wondered if there was a hole in their throat with blood oozing out. Lightning Sword God, Su Ma Bai. Someone shouted. He rarely leaves the Mu clan. If he's here, the Emperor is definitely coming. The crowd was surprised. Yes, it's always with the Emperor when he leaves the clan. People felt dread. Su Ma Bai was Pure Sword True Emperor's first disciple, also the master of Mu Qingjie, who was killed by Li Qie. Of course, Qingjie was only one of his disciples. After hearing his name, the first reaction was thinking that he wasn't from the Mu clan. However, he actually had great status in the clan. He had a different last name because he wasn't born in the clan. His actual background was very humble and he had no noble bloodline to speak of. His father was a worker on a farm, an untouchable of sorts. However, Ma Bai displayed incredible talents with the sword Dao at a young age. The Emperor took note of this and brought him to the clan. He definitely didn't let the Emperor down. Under the Emperor's guidance, his cultivation soared greatly. Few youths in the clan could actually match him. Remember, the Mu was ancient and vast with plenty of experts. This particular clan cared immensely about bloodline and background. In spite of this, an untouchable like Ma Bai was able to rise through the ranks and eventually became Pure Sword True Emperor's first disciple. This was indicative of his excellent talents. Some even said that he was just as talented as the Emperor. Lightning Sword God is peerless due to his quick draw. A youth was a big fan of Ma Bai instead of Pure Sword and Jade Break True Emperor. Yes, his cultivation isn't a match for his faster, but in terms of speed, no one can compare to him. His quick draw will slit the throat before people know what's going on. Another youth lamented. Ma Bai had plenty of fans in Imperial. The cultivators from small sects or had a humble beginning viewed him as their role model. Though the two emperors had many admirers, they didn't represent every cultivator, not the ones at the bottom of the social ranking. They were born in the strongest systems and had a noble bloodline, blessed with extraordinary advantages from the very start. Their current achievements were indeed due to their own talents and efforts. However, they were destined for greatness, not something the bottom-tiered cultivators could relate to. This wasn't the case for Ma Bai. An untouchable like him was basically an ant. Nevertheless, he managed to become one of the best cultivators in Imperial and overwhelmed his peers in the Mu clan. People couldn't help but praise him for this. Ultimately, his background and achievements earned him sympathy and respect from weaker cultivators. They thought that they could become as famous and strong as him one day through sheer effort and determination. He chose an unconventional yet effective path. If he had only followed the footsteps of his master, then he would be shackled to that path, doomed to be inferior to his master. However, his quick draw is impeccable right now, perhaps surpassing the Emperor himself. An old expert said. An old man who had fought against Ma Bai agreed, yes, his speed is unrivaled. True to his title, his comprehension of the sword Dao is very unique, maybe not on the same level as the Emperor but far above the other youths. Both the lowly cultivators and noble masters praised and admired Su Ma Bai for his current achievements. Ma Bai didn't enter Mingluo right away but decided to stay in a palace on the mound. This mound has been blessed by Pure Sword True Emperor's Grand Dao, so it became a formation of sorts, capable of both offense and defense. This was a perfect place for an encampment. He didn't show himself again, and without his orders, the Mu disciples didn't dare to do anything on their own volition. Once again, this showed his high status in the clan. Plenty of these disciples were part of noble bloodlines, descendants of emperors and even progenitors. But now, they still listened to someone with a different last name. Whoosh! A green branch crossed through the sky a while later, also pinning on another mound outside of Mingluo. Rumble. The branch started growing at an incredible pace. The crowd couldn't believe it. It was only as thick as a finger earlier, but now, it has turned into a sky-blotting tree. It continued to grow with non-stop detonations. Its thick roots looked like true dragons and drilled deep into the ground while roaring, fortifying the tree. It began to absorb the spirit energy and water of this area, drying the whole place out. This crazily spread until only barren land was left. Chapter 26-22, Rumble. The tree's ascension spelled doom for the surrounding area. The lakes dried out and the mountains crumbled. The lush, verdant plains turned into a barren wildland. Famed bamboo's system is here. The crowd realized what was going on. What kind of method is this? It's pretty damn powerful. Someone shouted in astonishment. It's a tree from that system named Adamantine, possessing immense growth and stealing affinity, extracting everything from the land. An expert from the last generation said. All newborn trees are part of it, only acting as its nourishment in the end. An ancestor was aware of the secrets within. Adamantine was a special breed of trees and also the name for this particular one. Their progenitor left a seed in famed bamboo that eventually grew into this tree. It was both strong and magical. For example, if one were to break a branch and leave it somewhere else, this branch would grow in an insane rate and absorb the energy and water nearby, leaving nothing left for the land. After it became big enough, it could stay or fly back to famed bamboo. It would wither then and all of the absorbed energy would be taken by the mother tree. Because of this, the original one continued to become stronger with many heaven-defying techniques. Numerous Eternals and previous emperors in this system viewed it as a guardian senior. This was indeed the case for millions of years. The system grew under its protection. Many powerful intruders have come only to leave empty-handed before the might of the tree. This tree is so overbearing. An envious spectator could see the streams pouring down the sky-blotting tree. It was full of life taken from the nearby area. Famed bamboo is just as famous as hidden gold. They don't wage war as much as the latter, but they don't play that nice either. Plenty of sects have been destroyed by them. An old expert said flatly. One ancestor shook his head and said, normally, famed bamboo wouldn't willy-nilly use this tree. They're serious about this matter. He paused for a bit and smiled. There's a reason why they usually stay away from conflicts too. Just look, this tree is simply too much. If they keep on stealing the resources of the world, it is going against the heaven on top of creating enemies everywhere. They'll be courting death at that point. Buzz. The tree has grown to its maximum size. The branches morphed into pavilions and temples, looking quite beautiful. The doors to the buildings opened and revealed many people inside. At the highest point was a stately hall with an impressive figure sitting inside. It was as faint as a shadow, yet people could still sense its pressure all the same. Who is that? Everyone noticed this presence looming above everything else. I believe that's famed bamboo heavenly monarch, Sha Yucheng. An old expert murmured while looking up. Just one branch can travel across the world and create this amazing tree. It seems so safe too. Look, the disciples from this system travel more comfortably than anyone else. One youth said with envy. The quiet lightning sword god climbed up the tree and stood before the highest hall. He said, Junior Su Mabai respectfully visits you, heavenly monarch. Come in, virtuous nephew. How is brother Pure Sword doing? A young yet imposing voice came from inside. Thank you for asking, heavenly monarch. My master is doing well and has come out of his cultivation. He'll be here soon. Mabai bowed before entering the hall. It really is the monarch. One expert nodded after seeing this. The monarch is Puresword, true emperor's sworn brother. I suppose the Mu and famed bamboo will work together for this event. Another murmured. This made the crowd exchange glances with a strange expression on their face. The Mu was already strong enough, but adding another system on top of this? Who else could stop them? Remember, everyone was here for the immortal stone since all Eternals coveted immortality. Maybe it's time to find some allies. The Eternals present became serious. This was the only way to oppose these two powers. Boom! A loud blast detonated in the sky and made the world tremble. The sky suddenly turned dark. What is that? Everyone looked up and saw a massive monster. It was as big as a meteor and robbed the light from stone harmony due to its sheer size. Bam! It smashed onto a wide-open plain inside the system. Strangely enough, there was no major upheaval, betraying everyone's expectations. Only a deep trench was left in its path. People finally saw its true shape, a gigantic gourd with a golden glow. It seemed to have been taken off the vine not long ago since it was still full of life. Tao runes flowed on the surface in a profound manner, almost like a supreme melody filled with the Tao. It resembled a towering mountain with clouds blowing by the midsection. It became the tallest peak in this area. A treasure gourd from the sky? People instantly knew that it was an amazing item. Master, a gourd has just fallen from the sky. We need to pack up and go take a look, maybe we'll get lucky. A youth thought that this was a great opportunity for an adventure. Lucky my ass. The master smacked him on the head before smiling. Go over there if you're tired of living. It'll turn you into blood right away. That's Hidden Gold Grotto's gold gourd. Gold gourd? Is it that powerful? The disciple asked his master right away. Chapter 26-23. The master put on a serious expression while looking at the massive gourd. He slowly explained, very powerful, rumor has it that a system was destroyed by it before. An entire system? His disciples shuddered in response. A system wasn't that easy to destroy due to its Tao source. This was something left behind after a progenitor proved his Tao. Destroying one was extremely powerful for anyone below the progenitorial realm. It signals the start of war since that's the grotto symbol. Wherever it appears, it means that the grotto wants to destroy the sect, maybe the entire system. One ancestor understood the implication. Everyone naturally understood that hidden gold wasn't here for stone harmony system. It has declined already and wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Hidden gold didn't need to use its gourd for this reason. They instantly thought about Fiercest. This gourd obviously came for him. The destruction of their armada was a grave loss, perhaps their biggest one since their foundation. There was no way they would let this go, no way that they would let the 10 Vajras die in vain. I heard that only the 4 esteemed kings can use the gourd to its full potential. Looks like they're here too. An ancestor commented. At this point in time, everyone believed that Li Chia belonged to the highest order. Just one king wouldn't be enough to take him down. All 4 of them needed to be here just for a chance to kill him. Anything less would be suicidal. It probably has been a while since all 4 have appeared and worked together. Another person joined in. A knowledgeable ascender said, in recent years, people said that they are strong enough to challenge the 3 behemoths. Their fleets were flying all around Imperial with wanton regard for anything. However, one event changed that and they started acting with reservation, especially towards the Li clan. What does the Li have to do with this? One listener asked curiously. I was told that Guifei personally came to visit Hidden Gold Grotto. The 4 kings were all there to greet him. The ascender said. This attracted everyone's attention. Was it really only a normal visit from Guifei? Did all 4 kings need to be there for the reception? They must have fought, right? A big gossiper instantly asked. The details eluded me, but many speculated that the 4 kings fought together against Guifei. All in all, after this visit, Hidden Gold Grotto cooled down a bit and stopped blatantly challenging the three behemoths. So the four of them still aren't enough to take Guifei on. Another said. There's no shame in losing to Guifei. Everyone knows that he's the strongest in the Li. Don't you know that some say that he is an everlasting? An expert quickly revealed. Whether he's an everlasting or not is up for debate, but one thing's for sure, he's not only the number one in his clan, he is definitely the number one in our world. He swept through the realms in the past and no one could stop him. I think this is still the case in the present. Guifei was once a brilliant prodigy who roamed in an unstoppable manner. Later on, he became reclusive and rarely asked about mundane matters. Even the members of his clan rarely got a chance to see him. Another expert said, Lucidity King reigned for 3 generations and never gave a damn about anyone. He visited the Mu before and looked down on the Mu clan master then, demanding to see the strongest ancestor of the Mu. See how arrogant he was? However, he still addressed Guifei as elder brother. People nodded in agreement. Lucidity King's legends and arrogance were known by all. He always put on an arrogant act before anyone, ranging from powerful Eternals to domineering ancestors. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. However, he still treated Guifei with respect. This spoke volumes on Ifei's abilities. The Mu is here, famed Bamboo too, and now the 4 kings of hidden gold. Someone quietly said, a storm is coming, and who knows if Stone Harmony can weather this storm. This might be the end of this system. A world-breaking fight was inevitable, turning this land into a battlefield. Just one mishap and it might be penetrated completely or turned into ashes. Stone Harmony is powerless in the past, but it looks like Fiercest is standing on its side now. People will need to watch out for him if they want to stir things up here. People realize this after watching Li Qie saves the natives. Thus, treating Stone Harmony the same way as before was suicidal. 2 fists can't beat 4 punches. The Li will be coming too, so can Fiercest take everyone on? Maybe he'll be the one to die by joining this mess. One ancestor shook his head, not feeling too bullish about Fiercest. No one denied Fiercest's might at this point. However, it would be hard for him to leave this place alive if he takes on the entire world. The city remained quiet despite the arrival of these powerful forces. The natives didn't know how strong the Mu were. Li Qie was unbeatable in their mind. They kept on living normally regardless of the commotion outside, believing in Li Qie. On the other hand, experienced experts like Wu Yuzheng became worried. The fate of the system rested on Li Qie's shoulders. If he couldn't take them on, it would be the end for Stone Harmony. Tonight was another serene night, but this didn't last long. Buzz. Bright rays emanated from the ground in the city, brimming with divinity. Though they weren't especially blinding, the night made them more conspicuous. Everyone woke up and looked towards the city. Is the immortal stone about to come out? Excitement rose. The ancestors from the great powers also took note of this change. Should we kill our way in? A few people lost their patience. Sure, if you want to die. You forgot about Fiercest's declaration? An ancestor rolled his eyes. Many trembled after recalling the warning, not wanting to die like the 10 Vidras and 5 merchants. Just wait for the Mu and the rest to take action first. They won't be able to wait. Another wily ancestor said. Sure enough, an imperial aura erupted from the Mu's camp. They're doing it. One shouted while looking at the bright camp. Chapter 26-24, Buzz. Dao runes spread around the mound like rippling waves. This imperial aura resembled an emperor marching to battle. The ones outside the city became alert by this aura. So are they doing this or not? One guy whispered. Not that fast. An expert shook his head. Pure Sword True Emperor hasn't arrived yet. How the hell is this group going to face Li Qie? Lightning Sword God alone isn't enough to be an appetizer. True, without the Emperor and their strongest ancestors, attacking will be suicidal. One ancestor nodded. Eternals were slaughtered like pigs. Anything less would be a joke against fiercest. Lightning Sword God was strong indeed, but that was only relative to the young generation. He was nothing before fiercest. Maybe his master would be a better match. The Emperor will come, it's only a matter of time. The Mu won't let go of this chance. One expert said while looking at the Mu camp. Though the clan hasn't done anything yet, the imperial aura engulfing the sky there showed their intent. They would definitely march into Mingluo. The question was, when? Fellow Daoist Li, we wish to enter the city. On the second day of Mingluo being covered in brilliance, Lightning Sword God finally revealed his stance while embracing his sword. It's happening. This attracted everyone's attention. The Mu is still giving fiercest some face, courtesy first, fight second. This was surprising to some people. The Mu was one of the three behemoths and had an amazing true emperor as their clan master right now. They were famous with few peers. Virtually everyone needed to give them face. Under normal circumstances, most would become elated and felt honored if Lightning Sword God were to ask them before visiting their city. They would rush out to greet him. Scram. However, Li Chia answered in a direct and aggressive manner, not caring about the Sword God's status. The crowd smiled wryly after hearing this. That's fiercest for you, always overbearing and unreasonable regardless of the other party. Fiercest seemed to not care about offending anyone in imperial lineage. He didn't mind going against the rest of the world. What a monster. Even those who didn't like him found some admiration. He wants to offend all the great powers in imperial, the only one who would dare to do so. Offending people was inevitable in the cultivation world. Alas, Li Chia's action was still unique and strangely admirable. Lightning Sword God showed no emotion after hearing the rude response. He stood there quietly. Li, you're out of line. On the contrary, Ong Tingyu furiously shouted, I am a member of Stone Harmony, my Luo faction is the greatest sect in Stone Harmony and this city is ours, you're simply taking over our place. Death to all intruders. Li Chia didn't bother commenting on Tingyu's claim. His simple answer stopped all further justification. Tingyu said all of that just to prove that he was a disciple of Stone Harmony and the master of Mingluo. On the other hand, Li Chia was only an outsider, he didn't have authority over the city. Unfortunately, this failed because Li Chia didn't play along and stopped it right away. He had plenty of justifications ready but nothing could come out now, leaving his mouth awkwardly open before the crowd. One day, you will be tied up to a pillar and chastised by others for taking over someone else's system. Tingyu furiously said. Li Chia didn't respond to this. However, the Mu was in a difficult situation. Their clan and the Sword God were certainly strong but dealing with Li Chia demanded extreme prudence. His few words weighed 1,000 pounds. He would absolutely kill any intruder. You are being very unreasonable. Someone scoffed with the intensity and outbreak of a sudden thunderstorm in spring. A great divinity exploded at the top of the adamantine tree and poured down the world like a flood. That's the heavenly monarch, Sha Yucheng. Someone whispered. The leader of famed bamboo has stated his stance, clearly standing on the side of the Mu. Of course, this wasn't surprising since he was the emperor's sworn brother. The world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Don't think of yourself as being invincible or you will die without a burial. His mighty eternal aura covered the land in an effort to intimidate and warn Li Chia. Is the monarch starting? Another spectator said. Boom! A palm strike suddenly emanated from the palace in the ruins of Mingluo. One as casual as someone swatting a fly. It crushed through the void and instantly arrived on top of the great tree. Rumble. The tree exuded a green light full of life. Laws appeared with boundless power. It has activated various barriers in order to stop Li Chia's strike. The strike rendered them effective and crushed these laws into smithereens, causing loud explosions. More deafening destruction ensued. Not good. The tree was drowned in chaos with people fleeing and shouting. Branches and leaves were scattering down. The buildings and numerous disciples also fell down along with the thick branches. The tree became a mess with damages everywhere, no longer as majestic as before. Chapter 26-25. The scene resembled the devastation left behind by a tornado. The entire tree didn't have a single part untouched and was nearly split in half as well. The systems suffered heavy losses due to the falling buildings crashing into the ground and breaking into bits and pieces. The casualty wasn't bad, but the survivors had no home to return to now. They stared at the empty tree in a daze. The strike silenced the top part of the tree right away. The aggressive divinity coming from the heavenly monarch earlier was nowhere to be found now. I can squash all of you like bugs, this is a warning. Feel free to come if you do not heed it. Li Qia's leisure voice came from his palace. He directly provoked everyone nearby after fully humiliating famed bamboo system. However, the tree had no response. The monarch himself also closed his mouth like an obedient child. Just one strike alone nearly annihilated the adamantine tree. Everyone was stunned because Li Qia's power seemed unfathomable. No one could have a good read of his true strength. The monarch hasn't seen Fiercest in action before, or he wouldn't have made that mistake. His power isn't comparable to the 5 merchants, yet he still dared to provoke Fiercest. He asked for this humiliation. Someone from the last generation shook his head. Sha Yuqing was a powerful master. He was considered one of the youngest Eternals in Imperial, being only a little older than Pure Sword True Emperor. This meant he had great potential in the future. However, he still couldn't match the Eternals from the previous generation, especially notorious ones like the 5 merchants. Thus, he obviously couldn't take on Li Qia. Everything else becomes meaningless after one reaches a certain power level. Background? Backing? Bloodline? All meaningless. An ancestor had a forceful smile on his face while reflecting. Sha Yuqing was strong on top of having the resourceful famed bamboo behind him. He actually didn't mind antagonizing people stronger than him because of this. His system had mighty ancestors and has never been afraid of anyone. In an actual all-out conflict, they could handle anyone in Imperial outside of the 3 behemoths. But now, after witnessing the destructive strike earlier, the monarch realized that he had kicked a steel door. What they had here right now wasn't enough to oppose Fiercest. Thus, keeping quiet was a wise move. Otherwise, all of their disciples might die here and now, along with further damage to the tree. So domineering. The spectators smiled wryly after seeing a lack of reaction from the monarch. Fiercest is causing trouble everywhere. One ancestor said, does he really want to fight against everyone? Maybe he wants the immortal stone all for himself. Another ancestor's eyes flashed brightly with greed. In fact, virtually everyone came from the immortal stone. Li Qia was just too big of a blockade. They started hoping for the 3 behemoths to take action and break into Ming Luo so that they could take advantage of the chaos. Over to the Mu's side, they were also intimidated by the attack earlier. Yang Tingyu had nothing to say. All they could do was wait for their emperor. Even the gourd landing on the Great Plain earlier didn't make a move. It looked like they weren't in a rush to siege Ming Luo. A while later on the same day, a deer crossed through the sky ever so briefly. Nevertheless, it left hoofprints on the sky, looking just like blooming white flowers. What's that? Some didn't know what was going on. Venerable deer merchant. An ancestor became serious. Buzz. A wooden stick flew over from the horizon and landed on a thicket outside of Ming Luo. The vegetation and trees there started growing at an unbelievable rate, tall enough to blot out the sky. The more magical part was these trees intertwining together to form houses and palaces. This bustling city had specific patterns just like a work of art. One could hear deers playing around among the bushes and gurgling streams. A group began drinking near a stream. Some were galloping around while others were gathering little branches together to make a roost. It didn't take long before the area turned into a paradise filled with transcending energy. These deers became the guardian spirits of the thicket. That's Venerable Deer Merchant. Another ancestor recognized this. Where is he? The juniors looked around but didn't see Venerable Deer Merchant. He's already here. The ancestor explained, in there. His location usually turns into a scene of paradise with spirit deers, hence his title. The juniors observed the thicket with deers happily playing around. One disciple murmured, "That's very surprising. He looks like an immortal with good taste. How could such a man do something evil like sacrificing several million lives?" These young ones were obviously unhappy with the blood sacrifice revealed a while ago. "Shut up." The senior immediately scolded and glared at him. This disciple's head shrunk down from fear and didn't dare to say anything else. Venerable Deer Merchant's arrival surprised everyone. He was rumored to be the oldest being in Imperial, at least among the known Eternals. His cultivation was great, some believed that it was on the same level as Guifei. However, others claimed that he was old now with withering vitality, one level weaker than Ifei. All in all, if one were to list the top 3 experts in Imperial, he would certainly be mentioned. Moreover, he created the Trade Federation, so he enjoyed great status and authority. Just one word from his could invite many Eternals and systems. Thus, though he was here alone, he represented a great force. People immediately became more cautious in response. Chapter 26-26, Venerable Deer Merchant's arrival excited the crowd. They even rubbed their fists, seemingly getting ready. They patiently waited for the Deer Merchant to break into Ming Luo and defeat Fiercest. This would grant them an opening for their own schemes. Fiercest was something else. His takedown of the tree left them speechless and robbed them of their courage. No one dared to take half a step inside the city. In their opinion, it was unrealistic to rely on Lightning Sword God and famed Bamboo Heavenly Monarch. This was no longer the case. The Deer Merchant's arrival gave them hope. Everyone knew about the ongoing feud between these two. As the leader of the Federation, the Deer Merchant would never drop this issue. A siege against the city was only a matter of time, hence the crowd's excitement and anticipation for Li Qia's defeat. The reality was that they had no feud against Li Qia. Some even admired him for protecting the natives. Unfortunately, treasures were too tempting. The city was filled with immortal pulses right now. Even the blind could see that the stone was about to come out. They couldn't just let him have it. However, the Deer Merchant didn't do anything after arriving. The lustful and beautiful forest with spirit deers remained, but there was no sign of him. Of course, no one dared to enter the forest without an invitation for fear of death due to his notorious reputation. Boom! 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 A series of drumming interrupted everyone's rumination. All right, someone is finally attacking the city. This was the first reaction. However, they looked up and didn't see an army, only a gigantic imperial ship slowly approaching. On the deck was an old drum with a middle-aged man going hard at it. The drum echoed in a mighty and oppressive manner. The ship was luxurious beyond words, made from precious brilliant cloud immortal wood and decorated with gem squares for both the floor and roof. There were antique decorations such as paintings emitting either imperial or eternal aura. They naturally came from powerful beings but were just used as decoration right now. There was one imperial banner on the ship. Normally, only an emperor would hang such a banner. Is it pure sword true emperor? However, someone noticed the word Lu on it. People couldn't come up with an emperor with that last name in Imperial. They knew that there were 2 emperors right now, Jade Break and Pure Sword. The most shocking thing was the impressive blessings and augmentations on the ship, more than enough to crush the firmaments for an eternity. This seemed to be the power level of a progenitor. Which true emperor is this? Probably above Jade Break and Pure Sword true emperor. The crowd was startled. They also noticed a throne looming in the crowd. The same rule as the banner applied, emperor only. A youth sat there, dressing on the verge of being ostentatious, his attitude full of disdain. His eyes were up in the sky as if looking at other people would dirty them. Arrogance aside, one could see unyieldingness and ferocity in his appearance as well. 5 old men stood behind him, all incredible true gods acting as servants. This pointed to the youth being a heaven-defying existence. Even Jadebreak and Puresword True Emperor didn't have Eternals as servants. After all, Eternals were important and prestigious. One would need to be a progenitor to have this treatment. Many could see that this youth wasn't a true emperor. His aura was ferocious indeed, but it wasn't as strong as the ones coming from the Eternals behind him. This naturally stunned the crowd. Is there an unstoppable Lu clan in our world? This question popped up. Who is this youth? No one recognized the youth or knew his background. Boom! The ship landed on the ruins outside the city. Su Mabai, Sha Yucheng, come for a drink. The youth spoke, appearing very egotistical. People glanced at each other since he addressed Lightning Sword God and the Heavenly Monarch with their real names. Su Mabai had quite a reputation being the first disciple of Puresword True Emperor. The Heavenly Monarch was on the same seniority ranking as the True Emperor since they were sworn brothers. Many in Imperial assumed the role of a junior before him. But now, this youth called them by their given names as if his status far exceeded these two. Brother Lu, excuse us for a lack of reception. An awe-inspiring response came from the tree. A ray of light shot out. Next, the monarch landed on the great ship, pulsing with the glow of an eternal. One found it hard to actually see his face. It is an honor to see you, Brother Lu. I regret not spending more time together during our previous meeting at the Mu. Lightning Sword God also jumped on the ship and cupped his fist, acting appropriately to the occasion. The crowd took a deep breath and exchanged glances, still perplexed about the youth's identity. The two weren't angry at the lack of courtesy. In fact, they were so polite towards him. Let's enjoy ourselves today, I have brought plenty of good wines. The prideful youth said. Next, he looked over towards the forest and cupped his fist. Senior dear merchant, esteemed kings, I, Lu Weijun, greet you. Though this was a greeting, judging by his expression, he carried no respect for these 5. Remember, one would be hard-pressed to find an ancestor as strong as the dear merchant right now. Any junior would be full of reverence when talking to him. On the other hand, this youth remained casual as if it was no big deal. You're too polite, virtuous nephew Lu. How is Senior 100 Days doing? An ancient voice came from the reclusive merchant inside the forest. His reserved tone towards this junior shocked the crowd again, confirming the heaven-defying background of this youth named Lu Weijun. Chapter 26-27, Venerable Dear Merchant's attitude took the crowd like a storm. Who in Imperial was worthy of this polite act from him? They racked their brains and couldn't come up with anything. Senior, the ancestor is doing well. He has been relaxing at home and teaching us after leaving his isolated cultivation. Lu Weijun smiled. His expression became smugger as he arched out his chest after bringing up his ancestor. 100 days? Last name Lu, an old eternal carefully pondered and finally recalled something. It can't be? 100 Days Daoist? He was alarmed because this was a legendary character. 100 Days Daoist? Who? It was surprising to see this old eternal acting so shocked. In fact, this title was unfamiliar to everyone. He's from several generations ago. The eternal put on a solemn expression. When he was around, if we were to pick the strongest person in Imperial, it wouldn't be Gui Fei. 100 Days Daoist was invincible back then. The current Gui Fei might not be his match either. That strong? This gave the crowd a jolt. Very, he was an epic eternal back then and swept through Imperial, unmatched. The eternal said, several true emperors working together from 9 secrets still lost to him. He was from that period, so he became emotional while digging through his memories. An epic eternal from that long ago? The crowd was amazed since not many of them were around in Imperial. Gui Fei was one of these rare beings. Later on, his lifespan came to an end, so he sealed himself for a final cultivation, wishing to break through the limit to reach the apex. Alas, no news came later. Everyone thought that he died in this attempt. But for him to come out now? Did he come back to life? The old Eternal elaborated. We have nothing but admiration for Senior 100 Days achievement. A distant voice came from the gold gourd. This caught the crowd off guard. Everyone thought that it was only a treasure, but it turned out that there were people inside. His becoming an everlasting is wondrous, far beyond what we can do. It's a shame we couldn't congratulate him back then. The voice continued. You're too kind, esteemed king, we welcome you as a guest at any time. Lu Weijing laughed. What? Both the normal cultivators and invincible Eternals got chills. Everlasting? The Taoist has become an everlasting Eternal. One old man acted like a cat with its tail stepped on. He has successfully broken through the death tribulation and became an everlasting. Everlasting, an existence capable of fighting against a progenitor. Gasps and wows could be heard. This news shook the crowd to the core. An everlasting was a being comparable to a progenitor. This was the apex of all true gods, the ultimate goal. Since when does Imperial lineage have an everlasting? The last time an everlasting left Imperial was several generations ago. One ancestor murmured. Imperial lineage had no lack of brilliant Eternals in its history. However, after reaching a certain power level, they would leave for immortal lineage since it was far easier to become an everlasting there. Plus, staying behind would create a huge burden for their sections. That's why all everlastings in Imperial lineage were heaven-defying for being able to stay behind. A real everlasting, this position has been empty for so long in our world. An Eternal regained his wits and said. It didn't take long before people found out that Lu Weijun was 100 Days Taoist's distant descendant. His bloodline was the same as the Taoist, so he was considered to be part of the orthodox branch. As the descendant of an everlasting and the successor of the Lu, Weijun obviously had an important and prestigious position. People understood why the deer merchant and the four kings acted politely towards this junior. It was all due to 100 Days Taoist. As the adage goes, one can ignore the monks but be mindful of Buddha. Needless to say, no one would want to offend Weijun because of his ancestor. The number one expert of Imperial is no longer Gui Fei, it's the Taoist again. Someone commented. Gui Fei wasn't a match for the Taoist who had successfully become an everlasting through his final cultivation attempt. The former was undoubtedly strong, but the gap between an Eternal and an everlasting was impossible to cross. The power disparity couldn't be overcome. The area outside the city became lively. Everyone wanted to make connections with him. Of course, the guy was too arrogant. Even tributes and gifts were looked down upon. Nevertheless, his ship was as busy as a marketplace with visitors coming non-stop. Remember, befriending or making connections with an everlasting was very important for any individual or sect. It would greatly affect their future. Buzz. A boundless imperial aura rushed out of the Mu camp and illuminated the sky. Rumble. A true emperor has arrived, evident by the surge of majestic power. Pure sword true emperor is here. Someone shouted. All eyes turned towards the camp. Though they couldn't see him, they knew he was there. An emperor is finally about to show his stuff. Another commenter said. Everyone knew the famous emperor since he was a brilliant genius. They couldn't wait to see him in action. Who's stronger between the emperor and fiercest? Someone said softly. The crowd pondered. Fiercest came to their mind first because he was simply unfathomable even now. However, the famous emperor wasn't a weakling either. No one could be sure. Boom! Violet radiance emitted from the gourd. This artifact seemingly wanted to suppress the firmaments. Are the four esteemed kings joining too? People shuddered at the gourd's destructive power. The deer merchant's forest also started glowing green like an endless ocean. Waves of green light drowned the world after loud explosions. Same with venerable deer merchant. Another became startled. Rumble. The adamantine tree's branches swayed back and forth, sending out a resonating force. Mingluo City belongs to the world. Any attempt at monopoly will be swiftly met with retribution. Lu Weijun announced, clearly aiming at Li Qie. His stance represented the intent of 100 Days Daoist. Everyone stared nervously at Mingluo, waiting for Fiercest to show himself. Chapter 26-28. Lu Weijun was simply no match for Fiercest in terms of personal power level. The latter was simply insane, and only the two emperors could have a shot against him among the young generation. Lu Weijun would be courting death in a one-on-one fight. However, people were afraid of his backer, 100 Days Daoist. An everlasting has always been a dreadful existence even during the golden age of imperial lineage. Few could actually match them in power. Anyone would fear an everlasting right now, the three behemoths included. Will Fiercest dare to oppose 100 Days Daoist? Someone said softly. The lawless and arrogant fella has never given a damn about the experts and system in Imperial, evident by his previous butchering. So now, with the appearance of an everlasting, people started wondering if he would still act in the same manner. I think he'll do it. One expert quietly said, he has never been afraid of anyone since his debut. Not to mention the trade alliance and hidden gold grotto, we can see from his words and actions that he doesn't care about the behemoths either. So what if this Daoist joins the fray? I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Many agreed with this comment. Just the reputation of the Daoist alone might not be enough to scare Fiercest. All eyes turned towards him now. Dogs and cats may play outside the city. Take one step in and face the consequences. A leisure voice responded from the hall. The crowd got what they wanted. Those who were here early have experienced his overbearing style before. That's Fiercest for you. In fact, people would find it rather uncomfortable if he wasn't acting in this manner. Lu Weijun and the Daoist's reputation weren't enough to intimidate him. Ignorant fool. Weijun was easily provoked. He shouted, "You think you're invincible, daring to spew these outradash. Yes, your father is indeed invincible." Li Qie interrupted him. The youth began shaking with anger from the blatant disdain. He came from a prestigious clan and his cultivation wasn't shabby either. This background of his demanded respect. Now, his ancestor has become an everlasting. His clan and himself were propelled to another level of prestige. He became the star of the show overnight. Not to mention the young geniuses, even the famed ancestors needed to be polite or even respectful towards him. For example, whenever he came to visit, the ancestors from the Mu would need to have an extravagant reception ready. The deer merchant and 4 esteemed kings weren't spared from this either. Thus, whenever he spoke, everyone needed to listen attentively. No one has ever shown disrespect by interrupting him. Fury spewed out of his eyes along with murderous intent. He would need to show Li Qie the consequences of his transgression. Just a junior like you claims invincibility? Don't you know that there are plenty of hidden masters in Imperial? Numerous beings stronger than you? Countless characters that would be memorialized in history. Stop the meaningless adulation. You are just praising your ancestor, that 100 Days Daoist or whatever. Li Qie interrupted him again. That's right, my ancestor is the strongest being right now, an everlasting unmatched by all in Imperial. An arrogant junior like you is nothing before him, he could crush you without any difficulty. Weijun directly brought up his ancestor. No one dared to refute this arrogant and unpleasant claim since they actually agreed with him. An everlasting was indeed untouchable in Imperial right now. 100 days or 100 legs, whatever, I'll hang his head on the gate if he dares to come here. Li Qie didn't care at all. You. Weijun was shocked because this was the first time he heard such a fierce retort against his ancestor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that only suicidal people would make this type of comment towards the Daoist. In fact, the Daoist didn't need to do it himself. Plenty of others would kill the perpetrator to curry favor. I can't believe it. The crowd still took a deep breath despite knowing Li Qia's personality. Normally, juniors would spout unsavory comments during minor skirmishes. A supreme like the Daoist wouldn't pursue these little problems. But now, Fiercest announced his intent to decapitate the Daoist, then desecrate his corpse in public. This wasn't something that could be overlooked. A battle between these two was inevitable. The Daoist can't swallow this down. Even if he won't do anything, his descendants will have to make a move or they'll lose all face. One expert said. Fiercest went overboard and didn't leave any space to back off once necessary. An ancestor smiled wryly. This is an everlasting we're talking about, a being that can hurt a progenitor. I don't think Fiercest can take him. Of course, the ones most excited about the comment were the deer merchant and the four kings. This development was exactly what they wanted. Wei Juan's face turned red and couldn't muster up a response. We didn't come here seeking revenge. Suddenly, a clear and powerful voice came from the mound of the Mu. Mingluo City is my disciple's home. He came back today to help his family. This voice had a certain order to it, sounding just like a mantra. Pure sword, true emperor. People instantly knew who it was right away. Yes, Mingluo is my home. Is it a crime to return to my own home? That's too unreasonable. Yang Tingyu stepped out and snorted. No one is allowed to stop others from coming home. The deer merchant added. Only the cruelest devil would take another's home as their own. Such a person should be persecuted by the rest of the world. One of the four kings supported. Chapter 26-29. It was as clear as day that an alliance has been formed between these various powers to oppose Li Qia. No one can stop me from going home. Yang Tingyu shouted. This was a chance for them to pressure Li Qia. After all, Tingyu was indeed an inhabitant of Mingluo. It seemed unreasonable for Li Qia to stop him from returning home. Thus, he had the perfect reason, taking care of his friends and families who were still in Mingluo. He had the moral high ground on top of being the victim while Li Qia was the heartless oppressor. Boom! Yang Tingyu marched out of the Mu's camp with an army behind him. Su Mabai acted as an escort as well. It's about time. One spectator knew the Mu's intent. Everyone became excited as a result. The immortal pulses inside the city left them restless. The stone was about to come out, but Li Qia had the entire city sealed off. How were they going to get the stone? If this group from the Mu could actually enter the city, they would leave behind a hole in Li Qia's defense. It would make it easier for them to sneak inside later on. The Mu has all the right conditions right now to go. One commenter added. Yang Tingyu had ample reasons to return, allowing the Mu to join in. Plus, the clan also had the support of other powers. This was the perfect time to strike, a godsend opportunity. Boom! The army stopped before the gate. They lined up quietly and perfectly, instilling chills into the spectators. This was a battle-hardened group, leaving no room for others to question their abilities. The gate remained closed. Of course, it wasn't enough to stop the group from breaking in if they wanted to. Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting for the next move from Fiercest. I, Yang Tingyu, grew up in Mingluo City. This place is my home, my everything, where my brothers and sisters reside along with my aging seniors. Returning home is a universal right. Tingyu started a sorrowful speech, putting himself in the role of a victim whose home has been wrested away. On the other hand, Li Qia was a bully taking over someone else's home. Of course, the natives were listening too. The majority actually looked down on him, including members of Luo faction. In their eyes, Li Qia was their guardian deity, the savior of Mingluo. Where was Yang Tingyu, the #1 expert of Mingluo, when disaster struck? Li Qia, an outsider, was the one who saved them. Plus, they felt safe under his protection. On the contrary, Ong Tingyu wanted to bring outsiders into the city, akin to bringing wolves back home. They naturally opposed his return despite not daring to protest. So what if you're as pitiful as you make it sound? Same thing as before, no mercy for those who dare to enter the city. Li Qiye appeared on the city wall and looked down at him. You're nothing but an insignificant pawn. Pure sword true emperor, esteemed kings, venerable dear merchants, whatever, all come together. I'll destroy all of you at the same time to avoid incessant jabbering. The crowd was in awe at this blatant declaration of war and could only smile wryly. He's the only one worthy of the title, fiercest, in imperial lineage. One of them said. Fellow Daoist, if you wish to fight, I'm always ready to entertain you, but that's for another day. Pure Sword True Emperor answered with his powerful voice, Today, I'm not here to cause trouble. My disciple is homesick and wishes to return, so please, open the gate so that he can be freed of this affliction. Scram to the edge of the world if you want to live. Li Qiye leisurely replied. The crowd wondered why all of his responses have to be so domineering and unreasonable. He didn't show an ounce of restraint and politeness towards the true emperor. You're an outsider and I'm a disciple of Ming Luo. This is my home. Yang Tingyu angrily shouted. Li Qiye waved his sleeve in response. How bothersome, all right, everyone will die today, starting with you. Having said that, he casually pointed at the youth without adding any power. Tingyu saw this and retreated with full haste. He had fought against Li Qiye before and knew just how terrifying the guy was. Without his master around, he wouldn't dare to stand in this place and challenge Li Qiye right now. Unfortunately, though he mustered all of his efforts, the finger strike continued to head for him. Just looking at the raising finger scared Tingyu to the core. First brother, save me. He couldn't help but cry out during this crucial moment. A sword flashed right away. Lightning Sword God's unsheathing speed was incredible. People could only see its flash and not his actual action. When people could see again, they noticed the sword's flat stopping Li Qiye's finger. Li Qiye didn't seem to mind the gentle parry at all. Clank. The sound of unsheathing finally came. One could imagine the immense speed necessary for this phenomenon to happen. You're the best, first brother. Yang Tingyu heaved a sigh of relief and excitedly said. Unfortunately, the sword god himself couldn't celebrate. He used all of his power and abilities to barely stop this casual finger strike. He had reached his limit and found himself shaking. There seemed to be countless mountains pressing down on his blade. Just holding the hilt became a struggle. Li, see, plenty of people in the world are stronger than. Yang Tingyu gloatingly added. Li Qiye responded by adding more strength to his fingertip and the sword failed to hold. Pop! Yang Tingyu turned into a mist of blood before he could finish his taunting. Chapter 2630. Li Qiye's finger was still on the flat side of the blade, yet Tingyu was turned into blood before having a chance to scream. He probably never expected that death would come so swiftly for him, not allowing him the privilege of struggling. Even his backer, Pure Sword True Emperor, didn't have the chance to try and help him. In the beginning, he dared to come here because of the Emperor's presence granting him both confidence and power. He believed that regardless of Li Qiye's strength, the guy wouldn't be able to harm him under the Emperor's protection at all. Who would have thought that destruction and death came so quickly? In the final second, he felt nothing but regret for being so suicidal. Boom! Sumabai's sword crumbled as well into a million pieces. The sword god was astounded at the sheer disparity between the two. He instantly retreated with lightning speed back towards the camp, realizing that only someone as strong as his master could take on Li Qiye. Isn't it too late to leave now? Li Qiye chuckled and started walking forward. The sword god's speed was brilliant, but Li Qiye only needed one step to block his path. Whoosh! The sword god instantly took action and unleashed a sharp slash. Though he didn't have a sword, his heart certainly had one. The Tao of the sword and lacerating arcs engulfed the sky. This destructive move carried the lightning affinity, issuing loud crackles and metallic hums. Lightning bolts in the form of swords instantly surrounded Li Qie. The sword intent sealed the world, trapping the target. Swordless, yet even better than possessing a sword, the sword god's most dominating move. No big deal. Li Qie didn't bat an eye even though the lightning swords were inches away from him. The sword Dao gathered into an extremely sharp edge, trying to penetrate his throat. Strangely enough, all these various sharp manifestations couldn't continue forward. Something extremely tough blocked their path and froze them in place. Even the main thrust aiming for Li Qie's throat was stopped despite the sword god mustering all of his strength. Even your master can't amount to anything against me. Li Qie chuckled. He raised one finger again and flicked. Boom! The frozen time began to flow again. The sword god's Dao crumbled in entirety into bright particles. Crack! The sword god got blown flying with bones breaking and blood gushing all over. This flick was unbelievably destructive. The youth was still being ravaged by its power. If this went on, he could turn into a pulp before smashing into the ground. Bam! A palm appeared in the sky and quickly caught the youth, wanting to save him from this agony. This palm was surrounded by imperial laws and auras. However, the sleeve covering it still got cut to 1,000 scattering pieces. Blood also gushed out, who knows if it was from the sword god or the hand. Pure sword, true emperor. Someone shouted. His master clearly joined the fray during this moment between life and death. Kill him. The army of the Mu roared furiously. These elites wanted to save their master. Their battle cries assaulted the sky and the stars like a tsunami. They all thrust their spear upward in unison and accumulated into an incredible force in the shape of a dragon spear. Rah! The dragon roared and raised its claws, wanting to lacerate him. Boom! Li Qie casually unleashed a palm strike, successfully crushing this draconic energy and hitting the army below. He tore the heaven asunder with this casual blow. It was as if the entire sky vault was falling down on the army. Once he raised his palm again, the ground has become stained with blood. The army was no longer there, replaced by flattened flesh and bits, a meat patty of sorts. How boring. Why do people always think they can challenge and kill me? He yawned and said. The world became silent. Though the emperor managed to save the sword god, he couldn't save the army, so they were massacred. Everyone held their breath. The Mu has been reigning as one of the three behemoths for a long period of time. Their position was virtually unshakable. Now, someone has just declared an all-out war on them by destroying this particular regiment. Few have dared to do this. Fiercest became the second after Jadebreak True Emperor to attack the Mu. Sir, you are too cruel. The resonating voice of the emperor appeared again. Though he himself hasn't shown up, just his words alone awed the crowd. His failure to save the army was rather humiliating. This was a slap challenging his prestige and his clan's authority. Indeed, no need to preach though, just be ready to accept death after coming here, regardless if you're a true emperor or whatever Taoist. Li Qie replied, showing clear disdain towards these top beings. The crowd quietly accepted the outrageous declaration. This was true to his style. Ignorant fool, today will be your last day in this world. Lu Weijun shouted after hearing this. Chapter 2631, As if a useless descendant like you can carry it out. Li Qie looked at the youth and said, I might take a second look at you if you are the least bit capable. Unfortunately, you're nothing but a piece of trash fully reliant on your ancestor. I'll kill you first before taking care of the others. Wei Jun's face turned as red as can be after hearing this, nearly vomiting blood. He couldn't come up with a response and stood there, trembling with anger. The crowd actually enjoyed this comment since they found Wei Jun's arrogance annoying. He looked down on others just because his ancestor was an everlasting. Many geniuses found this guy below them, whether it be in terms of talents and power. What gave him the qualifications to look at them with disdain? There was nothing special about him outside of being lucky enough to have a good ancestor. Alas, they couldn't express their displeasure, so Li Qia's comment basically spoke their mind, making them feel quite good. I'm starting to be a fan of Fiercest, he's so direct and always domineering. One youth gave Li Qia a thumbs up and enjoyed Wei Jun's annoyed expression. I will flay you, drink the blood, rip out the tendons, and eat your flesh. Wei Jun gritted his teeth while putting on a twisted expression, his eyes flashed with brutality. There was no way he would let this public humiliation go unpunished. You four, go, cut him to pieces. He ordered the four Eternals behind him. Right away, young noble. The four affirmed and went forward. They were numerous times stronger than Wei Jun, who should only be their junior. Alas, they could only follow all of his orders because of the Daoist's command. They surrounded Li Qia and sealed all directions, wishing for a match. Sir, it's better to drop than to add a problem, you can't afford to provoke our young noble. One of them said, it's not too late to apologize or a calamity will be descending, not only for you but for your system. Your sect and home will turn to ashes. No one will be able to shield you from our master's wrath. He'll annihilate everything you hold dear, that's what you think. Li Qia waved his sleeve, only an everlasting, not a progenitor at the immortal level, just another worm that can't reach the apex. It's not too late to run or I'll kill all of you. Hearing Fiercest referring to the Daoist as a worm rendered the crowd speechless. They didn't know what to think. Not even Guifei could handle this everlasting right now, but Li Qia still didn't care. Was he arrogant or was he truly this powerful? People carefully thought about this question and found that it wasn't within the realm of possibility. How could such a young person be stronger than the Daoist? One needed to be a progenitor to fulfill this requirement. However, everyone would know about the existence of a progenitor in Imperial. There was no way of hiding this. Kill him already. Wei Jun wildly roared, nearly falling into madness. He seemed eager to have a taste of Li Qia's flesh and blood. Excuse us for this then. The four Eternals exchanged glances. They had no other choice but to move on despite knowing how strong Li Qia was. Not to mention a one-on-one, even the four of them together wasn't enough. Li Qia chuckled, completely indifferent, you four are courting death. Do you think you're stronger than the 5 merchants or the 10 Vajras? They felt suffocated. In terms of personal power, they believed that they were on the same level as any of the 10 Vajras. However, they were certainly inferior to the 5 merchants. These beings were famous far before their time and were stronger than them. These 5 together still died to Li Qia. How could they do anything to Li Qia? It was already optimistic to try and stay alive. What are you waiting for? Use the move the ancestor gave you. He gave it to you not only to protect me but to also kill my enemies. Wei Jun lost his patience. He was used to acting imperiously towards Eternals by this point. The 4 Eternals wanted to slap the boy while quietly thinking that he was an idiot. Alas, they owed the everlasting a debt and needed to be loyal by carrying out orders. They put on a serious expression and each took out a cauldron. The 4 bronze cauldrons had a metallic shimmer, seemingly passed on from an ancient era. Buzz. They opened at the same time and started pulsing with a bright red glow. A visual phenomenon instantly appeared in the sky. Flower petals scattered everywhere like the opening of a paradise. A rather pleasant musky fragrance permeated the world, causing others to take a deep breath. That smells great. They felt something incredible as if they have just been washed. The red light continued to pulse. Tiny laws came out from the cauldron resembling the stars in the sky. They were gestating multiple worlds. People became tense at this sight, feeling an oppressive pressure from a peerless existence. That's true blood, the true blood of an everlasting. An ancestor murmured in a daze. 100 days Daoist's blood, people were shaken to hear this. This blood was a priceless treasure due to the Daoist's power level. Obtaining this blood would grant a lifetime of benefits. It seemed like there were more inside the cauldrons. The Taoist clearly refined some of his true blood and sealed them within the 4 cauldrons before giving the items to these Eternals. The crowd finally understood why these 4 Eternals were so subservient toward Lu Weijun. Weijun wasn't qualified to have servants like them. The only reason why they agreed to stick around was due to the great benefits granted by the Taoist. This true blood could make them much stronger in a short time on top of prolonging their lifespan and increasing their cultivation. Their choice of serving the youth was understandable. Some became tempted while others realized how much the Taoist loves Lu Weijun. It looked like he really had the Taoist's primary bloodline. Though the Lu had plenty of descendants, few of them actually inherited his bloodline. This was why the Taoist expended his precious blood just to have these 4 Eternals help Weijun. Chapter 2632. The pulsing, bloody lights from the cauldrons emitted the aura of an everlasting. People couldn't help but feel reverence as if there was a supreme existence standing before them. The weak felt like getting on their knees. Buzz. The blood from the cauldron rushed out and attached to the 4 Eternals before fusing with them. After a full fusion, a massive aura erupted. They became full of vitality and divinity. This influx of power far exceeded their regular limits, allowing them to feel like an everlasting. They turned into 4 giants. When they opened their eyes, the world paled into insignificance. There seemed to be 8 suns hanging in the sky. The real one lost its splendor in comparison. Rumble. Tao laws appeared around these Eternals, not their own but rather an everlasting's looking just like waterfalls from heaven. The divinity of an everlasting swept through the entire realm in this blink of an eye. Everlasting, the crowd was stunned and felt nothing but fear. These 4 Eternals have suddenly reached the next level, looking just like the avatars of 100 Days Taoist. They potentially possessed the power to look down on the rest of the world. The experts nearby took a deep breath and exchanged glances after seeing this. Buzz. As they took one step forward, the area beneath their foot started to melt along with the grand Tao of the world. What power is this? Numerous experts felt their own Tao power flowing away. These 4 Eternals have started melting the worldly orders, so everyone was losing control over their own Tao like a flood breaking the dam. This naturally scared everyone and made them retreat farther away. Buzz. A tiny dimension opened above each of their head and a total of 4 suns came out. The 4 suns were different. One was the color of a lake, another was red, one more was a metallic gold, the last was a deep yellow. They're borrowing the Taoist's techniques. The blood contained these arts, so when they fused with his blood, they could use his techniques too. One ancestor saw the clues. Excuse us. The 4 roared at the same time. Boom. The suns above them emitted engulfing flames and instantly drowned out Li Qie. His location and all the Tao powers there instantly turned into dust. The world seemed to lose its power and became a withering prison. Boom. If Li Qie were to activate his vitality even a little bit, the flames would start burning away with increasing temperature. They continued to spread in an endless manner, leaving only a black hole behind where Li Qie stood. It's not a regular fire that burns away the flesh, it's burning away the grand Tao, vitality, and true energy. If Li Qie were to activate his various powers, the flames would grow stronger. It's the same as pouring oil on fire. One expert said. Yes, it's taking away his abilities and forces, but he needs to deal with the flames somehow. What a dilemma. One ancestor nodded. It's a living flame that feasts on Tao vitality. The more it consumes, the stronger it becomes. Another expert became startled. One can only wait to die in this situation since resistance only makes things worse. Rumble. They were right. The moment Li Qie activated his vitality, the flames from the 4 suns intensified and began burning his Tao power even more. His vitality in Grand Tao only served as oil for the flames, slowly burning away. Once depleted, that would also be the end of him. How does one get out of this? The fact that he's so strong only worsened the situation. It'll extract his power before leaving him as a pile of ashes. Someone shook their head. 100 Days Daoist is frightening. Just his blood alone is already so mighty. Imagine if he were here in person. One ancestor said in fear. The spectators didn't know what to do and were amazed at the effectiveness of the true blood. Ha ha ha, see, ignorant fool, you're done for. Lu Weijun heartily laughed. This is my ancestor's Daoburn, your powerful vitality and power will only feed it. Daoburn consisted of using the self as the flame and the enemy's powers as fuels. The stronger the fuel, the greater the flame. Thus, most enemies had no way of resisting or breaking Daoburn and could only wait for death. My ancestor's technique is supreme. A junior like you deserves a terrible death for challenging his authority. Weijun confidently snorted while staring at Li Qie. This is only taking a force reversal technique one step further, nothing's too exceptional. Li Qie was still leisure while being ravaged by the flame. Just watch, let's see if the flame will burn out the oil or if the oil will destroy the flame. Boom! He unleashed more vitality and power. The world suffered a terrible blast, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Li Qie's vitality contained a domain larger than 3,000 worlds. Once he opened it, the forces began destroying everything else, expanding in an endless manner and pushing the physical limits. The regular world was being overfilled to a dangerous level. It looked like a tiny ship being rocked back and forth amidst a terrible storm. Chapter 2633, Boom. Everything seemed insignificant compared to his vitality and power, akin to adding salt to the ocean. Boom. This naturally frightened the spectators, rendering them helpless on the ground. Pop. The four Eternals' flames obviously couldn't keep up with this rapid increase and became chaotic. Ah. The flames engulfed their own masters, extracting their vitality in Grand Dao. Their true blood, in particular, acted like the greatest feast for the flames, so the heat became insane. The flames instantly incinerated the four Eternals into ashes, scattering away to the wind. Their eyes were wide open before death, full of unwillingness and despair. They have never thought about the potential of a backlash. His monstrous vitality moved on to assault and extinguished the flames. He then recalled this power and the world assumed its initial appearance. Everything became soundless like the calm after total destruction. All beings have been destroyed, only ruins were left, that kind of silence. Even the strongest masters here were speechless, including Pure Sword True Emperor and Venerable Deer Merchant. They finally felt fear. How boring. Li Qie broke the silence with another yawn. What a waste of my vitality. Where is this Daoist? Maybe he'll be more entertaining. Lu Weijun himself no longer dared to retort, just like the rest of the crowd. Alright, time to kill, let's start with you. Li Qie's eyes fixated on the youth. He started walking closer, causing the shocked Weijun to hastily retreat. Meanwhile, the final and strongest Eternal next to him had no choice but to face Li Qie in order to buy time for the youth. Sir, please be benevolent. The Eternal seriously said, opposing my master isn't wise. Trying to scare me with one everlasting? Scram. Li Qie chuckled. My apology. This Eternal roared, shackled by obligation and debts. He swung his heavy scepter straight for Li Qie's chest. Boom. Li Qie blocked with one hand, completely nonchalant. Though this scepter had immense weight, it couldn't move Li Qie's hand at all. He flipped his hand and pushed the scepter back towards the Eternal. No. The guy could only scream. His bones started breaking down from the force exerted by his own weapon. Pop. Only a bloody mist was left. Clank. Li Qie threw the scepter away without bothering to look while heading straight for Weijun. Heavenly Monarch, save me. Weijun ran to his closest ally, the adamantine tree. Sir, you're truly going too far. The monarch on top of the tree shouted. He needed to answer the cry for help due to his ties with the Lu clan. Too far? Li Chia smiled. I'm going to kill all of you, wait till I'm almost done and you can say that again. He created a gigantic palm in the sky that reaches for the tree. It didn't contain any divinity or invincible laws, but that didn't matter at all. Boom! The tree turned into a mountain of blades. All of its branches and leaves turned into various weapons: swords, sabers, spears, arrows. Boom! They became resplendent and shot straight for Li Chia's palm. This was an impressive move but wasn't enough. His palm became bright as well, turning into an all-destroying grinder. Crack! Crack! All of the leaves and branches crumbled, leaving only behind the barren trunk. Li Chia then grabbed the trunk and uprooted the tree entirely. Die! The heavenly monarch descended and roared, unleashing his full arsenal of weapons. The sky turned dark from the incoming treasures: a suppressive pagoda, an all-penetrating immortal sword, a banner sealing all directions. He wanted to use his strongest technique to catch Li Chia off guard and deliver a fatal blow. Move! Li Chia's great palm swung the tree into the treasures, crushing all of them. The great trunk barely brushed against the monarch, but it ended up with him screaming. Blood gushed out as he was blown away with numerous broken bones. He instantly got up and didn't care about his wounds. The only thing on his mind was running for the Mu's camp. Don't think about escaping. Li Chia smiled and smashed the tree towards the fleeing combatant. The monarch had never thought that this treasure tree would come for his life one day. Go, brother Shah. Pure Sword True Emperor joined the fray. His great palm grabbed the monarch and pulled him towards safety. We'll see about that. Li Chia sneered and turned the tree towards the emperor's palm instead. The emperor's expression soured as he unleashed chaos from his palm. Imperial laws emerged and built a thick world around his palm. This allowed him to continue saving the monarch. Bam! The chaos and imperial laws shattered. The tree smashed into the palm and left it bloodied. The emperor had no choice but to pull back. The spectators knew that this was a serious injury. His hand was most likely mangled as a result. The tree continued to break the wind and head for the monarch. Ah! A long and sharp branch suddenly sprouted from the tree and penetrated the monarch's chest in a brutal manner. Chapter 2634. Ah! A pitiful scream echoed across the realms and reached the high azure. Blood dripped down the withered tree, leaving behind curving lines like red serpents. Li Chia raised the tree up in the air, revealing the skewed body of the monarch at the tip. More blood was still dripping down. His eyes were wide open due to this sudden and ironic death, being killed by his sex treasure tree. The crowd became slack-jawed and horrified, especially when they stared at the monarch's corpse. Li Chia moved at lightning pace, uprooting the tree and skewering the monarch. The scariest part was when the emperor failed to save the monarch. His hand was nearly pulverized by the tree trunk. Li Chia had managed to one-up himself again, a spectacle more shocking than the death of the 5 merchants. Sha Yuqing had the title of Heavenly Monarch and was one of the most accomplished geniuses in recent times. Now, he was killed by his own system's divine tree. Pop! The tree slightly shook and his body turned into blood scattering with the wind. No rush, one at a time. Li Chia threw away the tree and said. People shuddered at the full realization of his death, killed like an insignificant ant. The merchant, for esteemed kings, and Pure Sword True Emperor became quiet. They realized that they might not be able to take Li Chia on at all even when fighting together. Taking him down required planning. This task demanded a heaven-defying method with perfect teamwork and swiftness, resulting in one fatal move that gives him no chance to react. What are you doing? Lu Weijun wanted to run towards the deer merchant, but he didn't make it far before Li Chia kicked him down and stomped on him. You tell me. Li Chia smiled while looking at the youth. Don't be insane. Weijun was scared out of his mind, no longer displaying his arrogance and pride. He was shaking from top to bottom, nearly pissing in his pants. Li Qie continued, "A coward like you dared to prance around in front of me and telling me what to do. What a joke. Having a descendant like you destroys your ancestors' reputation. What do you want?" The only thing the immobilized youth could do right now was screaming. "Didn't you say something about drinking my blood, ripping my tendons, and tasting my flesh? What should I do to someone harboring such devious thoughts towards me? Should I do the same?" Li Qie chuckled. Wei Jun turned deadly pale, truly afraid of that happening since his life was within Li Qie's grasp. I was just kidding earlier." Wei Jun put on a forced smile and apologized. "Dao brother, no, senior, I was only playing around. A great character like you is naturally benevolent and forgiven, not bothering to deal with a lowly one like me." Wei Jun's instant submission earned him disdainful gazes from the crowd. Just a while ago, the guy was not only acting arrogantly towards his own generation but also the ancestors. Now, he was begging for his life in such a subservient manner. Just imagining that they once bowed towards someone like this made them feel very uncomfortable. Even the emperor's group quietly shook their head, feeling embarrassed for Wei Jun. His ancestor was perhaps the #1 expert in Imperial right now, but his blood descendant didn't have a single bone of courage in his body, throwing away all face and prestige. Just playing around? Is that how people play around nowadays? Li Qie smiled. "Senior, I was wrong for being blind and offending you." Wei Jun thought that he might as well go all the way. "Since I have annoyed you, this lowly one is willing to pay up. May I ask what you want? Immortal treasures? Ancient secrets? Or invincible weapons? Just say the word and our clan will satisfy all your demands. Don't worry, we can definitely do it. The elders won't mind paying the price to get me back." He added a sweet condition on top of everything just to stay alive. People had to admit that this brat was slightly wily. He knew how to go with the flow instead of dying for sticking to one's principles. He would do anything just to stay alive because being alive meant endless possibilities in the future. Alas, the crowd also shook their head and felt sorry for the Daoist. The dear merchant who wanted to save him also found this scene intolerable. "I wonder if your clan can give me what I want." Li Qie smirked. Absolutely." Wei Jun immediately nodded. "Just say the word and our clan will give it to you, senior." "Oh, is that so? I only want one thing then, your life." Li Qie slowly said. "You?" Wei Jun blurted out, astonished. "My ancestor is 100 Days Daoist, the ultimate being in Imperial. Kill me and the ancestor will kill your entire clan." Baiting him with benefits seemed useless, so Wei Jun resorted to intimidation. "I know." Li Qie smiled. "Your ancestor is precisely why I must kill you. As the saying goes, beat the young and the old will come out. I'm in the mood to warm up by killing an everlasting. It has been a while since I've had a worthy foe." The crowd gasped after hearing this. Fiercest intended on killing the Daoist? That's a domineering and bold choice. Who was strong enough to kill an everlasting right now in Imperial? "Senior dear merchant, hurry, come save me." Wei Jun could see that Li Qie wasn't messing around, so he cried for help. "Sir, what's the point of killing him?" The dear merchant spoke. Boom! A tsunami drowned out the sky and headed for Li Qie, aiming to submerge him. Chapter 2635, Boom. The tsunami described earlier was actually made of vines soaring through the sky. They varied in size, some were as big as dragons while others were as tiny as a human arm. All in all, they made up an impressive spectacle. They came from the sky and from the ground like an unstoppable horde of howling dragons, intending on sweeping Li Qie away. The merchant wanted to distract Li Qie and save the youth by doing so. Most importantly, buzzes resounded around Li Qie. Tiny vine tentacles grew at a rapid pace on his body, wanting to tightly wrap him up. "Let's not be a hero, shall we?" Li Qie unleashed a devastating finger strike in response. Flames shot out from his fingertip and incinerated the sky. This seemed to share the same source as a heavenly flame and began to burn the area. When the flame touched the vines, they suddenly exploded like a volcanic eruption. It didn't take long before an ocean of fire overfilled the sky. This fierce flame continued to burn up all the vines in its path without leaving anything behind. Icebound. The deer merchant had no time to care about Lu Weijun since this flame was coming for his forest. He roared and released the power of ice to halt the incoming assault. Okay, goodbye now. Li Qie looked at Weijun and smiled before stomping down on his head. No, save me, ancestor. Weijun bellowed in horror. His forehead suddenly became bright. Inside his ocean of memories was a strand of divine light that shoots upward. Boom! A monstrous aura descended and froze time itself. A figure appeared inside the light emanating from the youth's forehead. He wore a Taoist robe with solar eyes capable of swapping yin and yang. His laws appeared and exerted pressure on the crowd. The Eternals nearby shuddered from this aura of an everlasting 100 Days Taoist. Someone shouted. This figure lifted up Li Qie's foot, not allowing him to kill the youth. Though this wasn't his true body, this divine intent still had a tiny portion of his might. It wasn't overly large, but it gave off an unsurpassable feeling of a towering mountain. The aura of an everlasting. Someone took a deep breath to get a good sense of this crushing pressure. Just one divine intent from the Taoist was already this frightening. What about his true body? The figure looked capable enough to shoulder the firmaments for the myriad ages. 1,000,000 years only lasted for a blink of an eye for this awesome being. Because of this figure's temporal mastery, time became frozen due to its appearance, on the verge of no longer existing. The Taoist must really like Lu Weijun. One ancestor commented since he left behind a divine intent to save Weijun. Just one strand of intent, I'll kill your real body when you get here too. Li Qie's eyes focused. He became shrouded in a divine flame after a loud explosion. Boom! He stomped again, seemingly destroying the entire world. However, only the figure and the youth were affected. The former became flattened and shattered into nothingness. No! Weijun had already heaved a sigh of relief, but the sky suddenly turned dark above him. Crack! Li Qie flattened his skull as well. Blood started flowing outward. The atmosphere became tense, for the spectators were astounded. The Taoist was an untouchable everlasting in everyone's mind. They were scared of just hearing his title and would acquiesce as a result. If his divine intent were to show up, his enemies would give him face and spare Lu Weijun. Alas, this wasn't the case here. The stomp destroying his divine intent was ferocious, a move more impressive than stomping another Eternal to death. The crowd couldn't calm down at all while staring at Li Qie in a daze. He's fiercest in all of history, one expert smiled wryly. The incoming battle will tear the heaven asunder. The Taoist will definitely fight fiercest to death after this. One ancestor murmured. This act from Li Qie had resulted in an irreconcilable feud. It wasn't just about Lu Weijun but rather, the Taoist's prestige. He has been challenged publicly by a junior, so there was no way he could let this go. This was virtually akin to Li Qie stomping on his face. That's why everyone thought that an incredible fight between these two was inevitable. Alright, one more down. Li Qie smiled and clapped once before looking around again. Who's next in line? Chapter 2636. The crowd had nothing to say when his eyes fell upon them. The domineering stomp earlier overwhelmed them with dread and apprehension. The Eternals present wouldn't dare to provoke 100 Days Taoist, but Li Qie did so in such an overbearing manner. Who wouldn't be afraid of him right now? The gazes of fear had a mix of admiration. Everyone understood that fiercest was unfathomable, far above their station. No one could match him in a one-on-one scenario. In fact, taking one move or two from him could prove to be impossible. The brilliant true emperor, the impressive deer merchant, and the 4 esteemed kings with their cornucopia of treasures felt great pressure. They have swept through the realms before and never been afraid of trouble. But Li Qiye resembled a monster whose shadow engulfed them. There was no escaping. They had plenty of heaven-defying means that could allow them to take down foes above their level. However, their confidence dwindled before fiercest. Their only option was to work together or he would kill them one by one. They needed to use their best moves and not let him get a second of breath. Thus, during this silence, they had been secretly discussing among themselves. The crowd had no idea of this clandestine communication method. Li Qiye smiled. If you all won't step up, then I'll be the one picking then. Looks like you are truly fearless, but we're not that easily bullied either. The emperor's powerful voice answered back. He walked out of his camp with a great shadow behind him, making him look even more majestic. Pure sword true emperor. Some even shouted at his sight. Most have only heard of him until now, so his first appearance attracted everyone's attention. Immaculate. Both his friends and enemies sighed and said, a prodigy like that truly deserves the position of an emperor. He wore a simple green robe without needless trinkets and jewels. The upper right of the robe had a sword engraving. Tall and attractive even without exerting his imperial aura, a crane among a flock of chicken even if he weren't an emperor. Where he stands became the center of the world. Each of his actions was commanding as if he was the master of the universe. Those who didn't like him were still in awe of his stately appearance. Li Qiye gave him a quick look and asked, "You're Mu Xiaochen's brother, right? I'm sure you have heard of his last message." The emperor's eyes turned cold after his little brother was brought up. There seemed to be countless swords forming in his pupils. They turned into a frightening maelstrom primed to tear the world apart. Though he didn't show any rage, everyone could sense the tempestuous aura from him. No one knew what Mu Xiaochen has to do with this, unaware of his death. The emperor coldly uttered in a certain manner, whether it be our personal feud or the overarching situation, only one of us will leave this place alive today. No, I'll be the only one leaving this place alive. Li Qiye gently shook his head. Are you sure? A faraway voice joined in. We, the 4 esteemed kings, highly doubt your ability to keep us here. An old man in a golden robe appeared next to the great gourd. His robe seemed to be made of metal despite looking so light. It emitted a blinding glow with rays that could blind the spectators. An esteemed king. Someone quietly said. Their gourd has been here for a long time, but the 4 kings didn't come out. This made the spectators very curious. They had been stealing glances several times at the gourd during the event. What about the other 3? Someone stretched out their neck to try and see inside the gourd. That's the 4 esteemed king. An ancestor gave this person a strange look. Shouldn't it be 4 people? It's the 4 esteemed kings. This person didn't quite understand. The ancestor looked straight at him and said, Who told you that it was 4 people? For esteemed king is a single title referring to the master of hidden grotto. What, how does that make sense? The person responded. In fact, the majority of the crowd didn't expect this either. I thought the same way, that there are 4 kings. People exchanged glances. This was their first time hearing about this. You can doubt all you want. Li Qiye only glanced briefly at this newcomer and smiled. You'll believe how true and precious my words are once you're a corpse on the ground. We'll see who will be the corpse. It's too early to celebrate. Another old voice joined in. An old man came out of the forest. His hair and beard were completely white, evident of his old age. Nevertheless, his spirit remained youthful. Chapter 2637, Venerable Deer Merchant. One spectator cried out. People immediately recognized him, contrary to the king. They had a better understanding of him because he was more famous. Of course, for esteemed king rarely left the grotto, so everyone thought that there were 4 of them. An incredible eternal. He's basically a living fossil. One cultivator felt respect. He's no longer the strongest eternal right now. Some said that he wasn't a match for Gui Fei, and now, 100 Days Daoist has become an everlasting. His rank dropped even more as a result, but certain members of the crowd still respected him. Who is older? Him or the Daoist? This question popped up. In terms of their Dao debut, the merchant should be one generation older than the Daoist. But seniority doesn't matter, only strength. An ancestor said. 100 Days Daoist has become an everlasting. So many thought that he was older than the deer merchant. This certainly wasn't the case. Of course, the deer merchant wasn't weak either, only slightly inferior to the Daoist or Gui Fei. Nothing is ever certain in this world until the very end. It's too early to call a victor right now. The merchant said. His elder appearance gave off a friendly impression, like a doting senior. Some of the crowd naturally didn't believe this. Would a nice person sacrifice several million lives for a forbidden weapon? This appearance was only a guise. No, it's pretty certain because, in my eyes, all of you are already dead, just waiting for your body to fall down. There's no difference. The emperor and the deer merchant's expression turned ugly. Though their mental fortitude was incredible by this point, they still felt a flame of fury rising in their chest. They were imperious beings that could order the world, but Li Qie spoke as if they were so helpless. So everyone else in the world are mere ants in your eyes? The king was even more furious and retorted. His eyes spewed out golden rays that looked like all-melting springs. Yes. Li Qie straightforwardly answered, you all are ants, suicidal ones too. Since you have wasted my time, I don't mind crushing you all to death since it takes no effort. The opposing group became angrier. The merchant's eyes became dazzling and illuminating. Everything became clear with outlines beneath his gaze. Others could only exchange glances after hearing this and put on an awkward smile. This guy didn't give a damn about 100 Days Daoist, so why would anyone expect him to show any respect towards this current group? Who will win? These three or fiercest? Someone quietly asked. Well, even the most experienced and oldest ancestors couldn't answer this right away. One of them eventually said, hard to say because I still can't see the limit of fiercest after all this time. That's why it's hard to make a prediction. In the past, this wouldn't even be a question. The merchant, a true emperor, and the esteemed king versus a junior? They would absolutely dominate. But now, fiercest was completely bizarre, devilish, and seemingly had no limit. A powerful eternal joined. The conventional belief is that the deer merchant is only slightly weaker than Gui Fei, so when we add pure sword true emperor and the four esteemed king, this group is probably stronger than Gui Fei. Only an everlasting like 100 Days Daoist should be able to beat them. However, we also know how impossible it is to try and gauge fiercest. He can't be analyzed with conventional wisdom and rationality, so all of this is thrown out the window. Only heaven knows. Fiercest has been defeating his enemies with just a move or two, so let's see how destructive his next one will be. He smiled wryly after saying this. This will still be amazing to watch regardless of who wins. Missing this will be the regret of a lifetime. I mean, how often do we get to watch characters like the deer merchant and the emperor teaming up against one enemy? An expert murmured. Everyone nodded in agreement. Masters of this level rarely teamed up against one enemy because they were strong enough most of the time, especially in imperial lineage. This group was exuding immense murderous intent. They clearly wanted to kill Li Qie in order to have peace of mind in the future. We'll try our best to see your supreme arts then. The deer merchant stepped forward and coldly uttered. This was stating their intent to go together instead of doing one-on-one. The three naturally weren't stupid enough to attempt going solo in this crucial moment. Add me in. I'll have vengeance for my descendant. Suddenly, a chilling voice sounded. One person stepped through the realms and crushed the spatial fabrics to appear above Mingluo City. Everyone looked up right away and saw an old man. He was 1/3 shorter than an ordinary cultivator. He was covered in leaves instead of wearing regular clothing. Above his head was a mess, almost like a bird's nest. This person looked just like a wild man. Who is he? Many didn't recognize this person. The Tree Observer. An experienced ancestor knew who he was. Who's that? This title didn't ring a bell to the crowd. The strongest and oldest ancestor of famed bamboo. The ancestor said while looking at the Tree Observer, if the adamantine tree is their divine artifact, then this Tree Observer is their guardian deity, the person who takes care of this tree and the only one who knows how to communicate with it. Through this, he could combine power with the tree, resulting in something terrifying. A very long time ago, this system once stated that their Tree Observer fused with the tree could take on Guifei. Of course, Guifei didn't bother verifying this claim, but just the audacity of this claim should be indicative of their power. It's good to have you here, fellow Daoist. For esteemed king was ecstatic to see this person. The four of us together are unbeatable. The deer merchant nodded. Want to gang up on him? Humph. A snort came about. The voice was pleasant yet domineering, a strange combination. Chapter 2638. A woman landed from the sky with an omnipresent aura towering above the rest. Her domineering style didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest. People couldn't help feeling admiration and gasped after seeing her. Jade Break, true emperor. Someone shouted in astonishment. The strongest and youngest emperor in Imperial right now, gasps could be heard all over. All eyes were on her, especially the young male cultivators who were lost in admiration. They couldn't avert their gaze from this woman dressed in sapphire blue. Many youths felt inadequate and didn't even have the courage to look at her. They lowered their head and occasionally stole glances in her direction. The prettiest flower in Imperial, the princess of the Li, the empress of this world. Many murmured, intoxicated. So the Li should be here too? Of course, how could they miss this awesome event? One ancestor said. The majority of Imperial considered this woman to be the #1 emperor right now. Though she wasn't the strongest overall, she was pretty much unmatched among the young generation. Even the brilliant pure sword true emperor was overwhelmed by her. During her rage in the past, she killed her way into the Mu. This slaughter firmly established her position. Jade Break, true emperor, absolute hegemony. This particular phrase existed to describe her. Because of her tough personality, her title became Jade Break. That's why she attacked the Mu after another female disciple from her clan was messed with by Mu Shaochen. Her style and title were a perfect match. In the beginning, people were surprised to hear the newcomer siding with Li Chia. But now, after seeing that it was Jade Break, true emperor, it wasn't that surprising. She's so pretty and peerless. Her admirers were in awe. Her fame traveled across the world not only because of her domineering style but also because of her beauty. Some considered her to be the prettiest in Imperial. So many geniuses have tried to court her, but unfortunately, they failed to get into her grace. She was the strongest emperor right now, so how could they be a match for her regardless of how talented they might be? Because of this, many became curious about the type of man that would eventually win her over. Perhaps one would need to go to immortal lineage to find one. Is she on the side of fiercest? People wondered after hearing her prior comment. Fellow Daoist Jade Break. Pure Sword true emperor's eyes narrowed after seeing her. They were the two youngest and strongest emperors right now, so they had competed many times before. Pure Sword true emperor has always viewed her as his biggest rival. The esteemed king, deer merchant, and tree observer also raised their brows. They weren't weaker than the emperor, the deer merchant was definitely stronger. However, they were still very apprehensive when dealing with her. She had boundless potential on top of having the Li behind her. Most importantly, Guifei was her ancestor, a being only second to Solar Daoist. He played a big role in supporting Jade Break true emperor's assault on the Mu. After all, the Mu was on the same level as the Li, this powerful lineage wouldn't have let someone invade their clan without putting up a good fight. Some believe that without Guifei, Jadebreak True Emperor wouldn't have been able to leave the clan without grievous injuries. Jadebreak True Emperor descended from the sky and surveyed the area before bowing her head towards Li Qie. Dao brother, we meet again. Li Qie smiled and nodded. We may meet at any place when bound by fate. The emperor turned out to be Li Yuzhen. They have met before back at the abyss, and she only stated her name, not her title. She also didn't put on the bearing of an emperor before him. The crowd found this surprising and exchanged glances. Fiercest and Jadebreak True Emperor know each other? One expert questioned. Another calmed down and said, maybe Fiercest is actually from the Li? That's his last name too, Li Qie. Plus, who else but the Li clan can groom such a powerful person? I'm positive I'm right. Makes sense. Many agreed with this. No, the Emperor and Fiercest are only acquaintances. If Fiercest was from the Li, he wouldn't have answered like that. One older cultivator paid more attention to the brief exchanges. You're right. Another older expert agreed. In fact, people have speculated that Li Qie was from the Li before due to the circumstances and his last name. But after this particular exchange from the two, this speculation was proven false. This Fiercest is acting too arrogant. Jadebreak True Emperor is the prettiest in our world. The young ones felt bitter and said with indignation. She was unreachable in their mind. Just earning a glance from her was an honor. To be able to speak to her was the greatest of glory. People would go crazy after the fact. But now, she actually bowed and greeted him with respect. This was beyond their wildest dreams, akin to the blessings of 3 lifetimes. However, Li Qie remained nonchalant and distant, stirring jealousy into the crowd. The older seniors chuckled after seeing the bitter expression of the youths. One said, yes, she's the #1 empress right now, but don't forget, Fiercest is like a rising sun at this moment, virtually peerless. It's fine for him to put on airs before her. He's capable enough to do so. Well, another fan had no retort and closed his mouth again. They had no choice but to swallow their indignation. Plus, Li Qie treated everyone in this manner. This made them feel better. Empress, you're not involved today. For esteemed king said, we will go to the Li to apologize if we have somehow offended you after dealing with the mess here. This group didn't want Jadebreak True Emperor to have anything to do with Li Qie. Just Fiercest alone was troublesome enough. If she were to join in along with her clan, the situation would become dangerously dire. That's why the king interrupted their conversation and tried to steer them away from teaming up. Chapter 2639. This has nothing to do with me. I actually want to ask the Mu clan why they have sent Mu Shaochen to the lower world. I demand an explanation or this won't end. Jadebreak True Emperor turned her pretty eyes towards Pure Sword True Emperor and uttered coldly. A frightening light flashed from Pure Sword True Emperor's eyes. One could see his fury and murderous intent now. His mood was understandable. Jadebreak True Emperor rampaged in their clan and demanded a handsome reparation amount on top of a promise to punish Mu Shaochen before finally leaving. The Mu has tried to keep this a secret to no avail. This was a disgraceful event for all of their members, so the emperor couldn't contain his anger. Moreover, Mu Shaochen was his little brother. The kid might have been wrong, but Jadebreak True Emperor went too far. They had no choice but to secretly send Mu Shaochen to the lower world. This ended with his death. One could say that she was the reason why his little brother was killed. Forcing them to yield and being a contributor to Mu Shaochen's death? The Mu hasn't forgotten this debt. Though the emperor kept his cool, he didn't try to hide his intent to kill at all. Jadebreak True Emperor, we will settle our feud but not today. Name the time and place later. I, Mu Jian, will take you on. As the emperor of the Mu, he must fight for his clan or they would have a hard time holding their head high later. No need for that, we can do it now. The empress was straightforward. You have 5 palaces and I have 6, I will just kill you today, no need to delay the date. You will only drag your clan down with you by doing so because it won't be me alone, I will bring an army to your clan. This ferocious empress immediately threatened with an all-out war. This decisiveness and brutality shouldn't be coming from such a beautiful girl. The crowd looked around at each other, pondering the situation. A mountain can't have two tigers, this is inevitable. One expert quietly said. These two emperors had the best chance to become a progenitor, so a battle was inevitable. Only the winner would continue onward triumphantly to reach this status. Jadebreak True Emperor has never changed her aggressive tone before. Someone smiled wryly. Another young cultivator took a deep breath. She has 6 palaces, that's amazing. Should be stronger than Pure Sword True Emperor by quite a bit. People were focusing on the two emperors, so unfortunately, Fiercest was completely forgotten. They craved for a battle between the two genius emperors, the two famous rivals. Having one more palace isn't the be-all end-all. Pure Sword said, still as murderous as before despite having a disadvantage. Keep in mind that at their level, possessing one more palace could allow its master to completely crush the opponent. It's more than enough. Jadebreak strongly responded, you are inferior, don't bother thinking about getting external help. You have your Mu clan, I have mine. You have no advantages compared to me. I will easily slay you and your 5 palaces. Her fierce style made people forget that she was a woman. They considered her a tyrant first and an empress second. You're celebrating too early. Pure Sword coldly said. He clearly still wanted to fight while having one fewer palace. What does he have up his sleeve? A heaven-defying treasure? His confidence made the crowd wonder. They knew the difference between having 6 versus 5 palaces, absolute suppression. A 5-palace emperor would find it impossible to kill a 6-palace emperor. This might be possible if the 6-palace emperor had an innate defect and the 5-palace emperor was exceptional. For example, the 5-palace emperor came from an invincible system while the 6-palace emperor had a humble beginning. Perhaps the former would be able to put up a great fight or even win. On the other hand, the two parties here were too similar. Their background was virtually the same. In fact, the Li might be stronger than the Mu. Like the Empress said, her clan also had whatever the Mu could muster up. Say, if Pure Sword had an ancestral weapon, then she could also take one out. If the Mu had a heaven-defying art, so would the Li. Thus, the reality was that Pure Sword, as he is right now, couldn't handle Jadebreak True Emperor. That's why everyone became so curious about his confidence and eagerness to fight. Very well, let's see what you have hidden up your sleeve. Jadebreak wanted to fight. Ahem. The deer merchant coughed and said, Empress, we won't stop you from settling your feud, but we are actually occupied right now. Please pick another date. As one of the strongest Eternals in Imperial, the merchant's words carried a lot of weight. He was a senior compared to the two young emperors. She turned and looked straight at him, revealing a smile. You all clearly can't take him on one-on-one, so you wish to have the number advantage. I know exactly what you're up to, venerable deer merchant. Empress, don't be unreasonable. I'm simply being polite out of respect for your skills. No one in your clan can match me, including you. Perhaps only Guifei. The merchant put on an aggressive expression. He was no longer the friendly old man like before, more of a ruthless killer now with a proportional aura. Not a single cultivator at the top was nice. Their hands were stained with blood by the time they got there. That's why one shouldn't be fooled by the merchant's amicable appearance. He was a ruthless murderer. Of course, he was qualified to make this particular statement since he could back it up. The Empress didn't relent. Very well, I've been wanting to have a top fight. I can't take on Ancestor Gu, but I'm actually 50% confident in beating you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The crowd glanced at each other. They have heard of her fierceness before but didn't expect it to be at this level. She wasn't afraid of challenging anyone, and her relatively high probability of victory surprised them too. They suddenly saw a connection between her and Fiercest. These two were cast from the same mold. Empress, please calm down. The tree observer instantly tried to smooth things over. Having the deer merchant be occupied with the Empress would be a great blow to their alliance. No point in even trying then. Yuzhen, stand aside for a bit. Li Qie waved his sleeve. It won't take that much time to deal with these ants. I'll finish quickly and will invite you for a drink. Chapter 2640. Jadebreak True Emperor bowed and cupped her fist after hearing this. I'll listen, brotherly. Let's have our fill of alcohol after this is over. Having said that, she turned towards the other group. You're lucky today that my clan won't interfere with this, but also very unlucky since it'll be your last day alive. The group scoffed unhappily in response but didn't say anything. This was exactly what they want, her lack of involvement. The crowd took note of something else. The fierce Empress declared her intention of killing Pure Sword True Emperor. Furthermore, she even wanted to fight the deer merchant. She clearly didn't care about these two too much, daring to fight either one to the very end. However, someone with this personality still listened to everything Fiercest said in such a respectful manner. It showed that in her eyes, Fiercest's status far exceeded the deer merchant's group. Perhaps she viewed him as being far stronger than them too. It's scary how highly she views Fiercest. Some were shaken by this conclusion. She has never been this polite to anyone since her Dao debut. This is quite unexpected. Even the ancestors became wary. They exchanged glances and started to think. A domineering character like the Empress would only obey someone far stronger. Just how strong is Fiercest, really? Even an ancient ancestor shuddered. I can't believe Jadebreak True Emperor is submitting to him. No one else can do this. Is he on the level of a progenitor? A youth turned pale. To have an obedient emperor wasn't easy. All emperors were proud and unyielding, let alone one as tyrannical as Jadebreak True Emperor. One could only imagine the power and terror behind Fiercest after seeing this. He's at least an everlasting if not a progenitor, or not far off from one either. Plus, he's still so young. He'll definitely become a progenitor in the future. The crowd speculated Li Qie's potential. The young geniuses didn't know what to feel because they have placed Jadebreak True Emperor on a pedestal. Seeing her acting in this manner was too surprising, so they stared at Li Qie with both envy and jealousy. While everyone was frightened, Li Qie came forward and looked quite relaxed. He faced the enemies and said, "Come together because in a one-on-one situation, each of you alone wouldn't be able to stop 3 moves from me, and that's when I'm playing around. When I'm serious, it would be 1 move, or 2, at best. Any member of this group could make the world tremble with a single stomp." This was their first time being treated with such contempt. This fueled their anger and murderous intent. "I won't deny that you're stronger than me, but to say that you can beat us within 3 moves, that's pushing it." The Emperor's voice resembled a sword leaving its sheath, ready to taste blood. He believed that Li Qie is stronger than him or even the deer merchant, but the guy couldn't beat them within 3 moves. "You'll find out soon enough, but it'll be too late to regret then. There's no medicine to cure that." Li Qie shrugged and said flatly. "The young ones are so exceptional now." The deer merchant sighed in response and nodded. "Our old bones are only getting worse with age. We're not your match indeed in a one-on-one scenario, so we'll shamelessly team up to see your supreme moves." He admitted his inferiority as well, to the astonishment of the crowd. Though most had a pretty good idea, they weren't completely sure. Now, Fiercest was indeed stronger than Venerable Deer Merchant. This reality felt like a tug at the heart, especially for the young cultivators. In their eyes, Pure Sword True Emperor was exceptional enough. As for the deer merchant, this was someone standing at the apex of Imperial. But now, someone as young as Fiercest was even stronger than the deer merchant? They would never be able to catch up despite a lifetime of hard work. This reality was too cruel, a brutal blow to their confidence. Some have always been proud and confident of their abilities, but all of this seemed meaningless when compared to Li Qie. Only despair was left. Comparison is the root of unhappiness. Unfortunately, it was too late for the young spectators here. Li Qie smiled at the merchant. Don't worry, I welcome all of you coming together. I'm a very generous person. If you have any hidden move that requires teamwork, go ahead and take some time to get ready. It will be too late once I attack. This decision surprised the crowd. It was best to attack and catch the enemies unprepared, especially in a one versus many situation. Delaying an offense would only increase the disadvantage. But now, Fiercest actually gave permission for the group to come up with a team attack. This generosity required absolute confidence. Can he really stop the four of them? People didn't know what to think while looking at him. Fiercest was certainly stronger, but a good move from these four together would have unimaginable power. We thank you for your generosity, but a discussion is unnecessary since we have already reached an agreement. The dear merchant courteously nodded and said. The merchant wasn't trying to boast. It looked like the group had a plan in place already. Good. Go for it then. Li Qie lazily stretched his waist and said. Chapter 2641. The group quickly glanced at each other and made up their mind. Excuse us then for initiating this battle to the death. Pure Sword True Emperor's eyes became stern with murderous intent. As an emperor, this eruption of power was quite impressive and overwhelming, seemingly unstoppable. Clank. He summoned a snow-white sword and slowly raised it vertically in front of his chest with the firmest grip. He became one with it, all of his power, Tao, and techniques fused within. The shiny sword pulsed with circular halos, seemingly cast from a million stars in the sky. It encompassed an incalculable weight and vastness, akin to an entire galaxy. The central spine of the blade contained the sword Tao of the Emperor, looking resplendent with numerous powerful runes twisting together and then refined into form. The sword used the stars to form the blade and the Tao to form the spine, resulting in an extraordinary weapon. Everyone could feel that one slash could tear the world apart and slay the gods when used by the Emperor. Of course, it still had cataclysmic and suppressive affinities in the hands of a novice. It represented the supreme will of an emperor and his intent to kill. He clearly had crafted this weapon himself. This combination looked unbeatable and successfully intimidated the crowd. No weaklings have ever become a true emperor. One older expert felt respect. They realized that Pure Sword True Emperor was mighty indeed, exceeding everyone's expectations. In recent days, he has been overshadowed because his enemy, Fiercest, was just too strong and took away all of his radiance. Buzz. A light from outer space descended onto the tree observer, signaling the opening of a world. Rustle. An adamantine tree of unimaginable size appeared right behind him, blotting out everything behind it. This world's sole reason for existence was to gestate this tree. One leaf rustling already created quite a wave. When all of them rustled, it became an ocean of tsunami of winds with continuous waves, an ocean of green as far as the eye can see above stone harmony. Boom! The tiny tree observer grew to the size of a great mountain with trees all over his body, looking just like a tray ant. Moreover, his muscles increased in size as well. His arms looked like two dragons brimming with power. Just one flip could turn the earth over. Wow, the spectators were startled. Not only did he get a size increase, but his power also soared. His body was filled with endless might. That's a tree observer for you. An ancestor said, he's the only person in famed bamboo who can borrow the power of the adamantine tree despite being so far away. This enraged state allows him to be the system's guardian deity. Famed bamboo had an ancestral tree that has been around for ages. It contained massive power and its roots have infiltrated every inch of that system. A tree observer was able to borrow a portion of this force regardless of the distance between the two. Keep in mind that this particular tree observer was already strong in his own right. This fusion took him to the next level, perhaps comparable to the deer merchant. Boom! A loud drum was heard. The four-esteemed king summoned a drum and mallet out of nowhere. The first bang suppressed the worldly Tao and laws right away. Everyone felt something banging their heart violently and robbing their breath away. What is that treasure? This danger made some turn pale. Soul call drum. An ancestor stared at the esteemed king and said, "So the world thinks there are 4 kings, but that's not the case." The title is actually referring to the 4 treasures of Hidden Grotto. Back then, when the 4 kings fought Guifei, it was only the grotto lord using the 4 treasures to do so. People simply misunderstood. A knowledgeable expert shook his head and said, "This drum was one of the 4 treasures with the ability to assault the mind and soul, rendering foes helpless." One suddenly heard the cry of a deer. Everyone looked over and saw a pair of antlers growing on the head of the deer merchant. They were large with multiple branching sections, almost like 2 small trees. Despite just coming out, they didn't look young at all. Even the tips have hardened and looked quite tough. In fact, they looked more like dragon horns instead of deer antlers due to their impressive power, more than enough to pierce through everything. How strange, the crowd was astonished because the white-haired old man looked very bizarre with these antlers. Is the merchant actually a deer demon? A young cultivator asked. Do you know the meaning behind the character deer in his title? His senior looked at the youth and asked. It is an auspicious symbol for longevity. The youth answered. No. The senior elaborated, that's only when the subject is a regular deer. But when a deer becomes a demon, this is no longer the case. So how does a regular deer reach this next stage? Excessive sexuality. That's why many deer demons rely on the dual cultivation and are looked down upon as being depraved. I agree with that, but the merchant was a blood deer. Another ancestor jumped in. What's the difference? The experts nearby didn't know. A blood deer during the initial stage is more precious than the other deer species. The ancestor's eyes became serious, but once it becomes a demon, do you guys know what it does to stay alive? What, spill it already? Another said. Blood, human blood. The ancestor revealed, the more it drinks, the longer it can stay alive. And though longevity comes greater powers and abilities. An inch of that antler means 100 years, so look at how much blood he had consumed for it to be this large. The crowd became horrified. All eyes turned towards the great antlers. Though no one actually had an exact measurement, it was at least 9 feet long. Everyone shuddered at the cruel realization. Chapter 2642, Nausea struck as the spectators stared at the antlers. They also got goosebumps all over. The merchant looked like an accomplished sage. He has always been famous as a top eternal on top of living the longest in Imperial. Many viewed him as a senior deserving of respect. Who would have thought that there were so much blood and depravity in his past? No wonder why the Trade Alliance didn't mind refining those lives. This is a normal matter to him, it might not be his first time either. A few experts shuddered after seeing this. One ancestor chuckled, a person's life is limited, same for cultivators and powerful eternals. When someone lives beyond the limit, they must have some secrets hidden from others in the form of extreme methods. Many nodded in agreement since death was inevitable even for the strongest beings. One needed to bury themselves for hibernation, but the deer merchant didn't do so all the time. He probably had several sessions, but he also spent too much time in the open. There was no avoiding the flow of his life. It was obvious that he had employed certain methods to live for this long. At this time, the emperor had a sword slash at the ready, the tree observer was gigantic in form, the esteemed king had one treasure activated, the deer merchant showed off his antler. The 4 have prepared enough to attack. They clearly have come up with a good plan. At their level, they just needed a short time to do so. Meanwhile, Jade Breaktrue Emperor continued to observe, curious about how Li Chia would deal with this situation. If she were in his shoes, she would definitely lose 1 against 4. Looks like you 4 have carefully thought about it. Li Chia remained nonchalant after seeing the preparation of the enemies. Time to see what you can do, sir. The merchant remained courteous like a venerable senior. The ignorant would be tricked by his demeanor. Okay, I will end all of you. Maybe you will see my awesome method the split second before death. Li Qie smiled. The crowd didn't know what to do. These four were virtually the strongest team in imperial lineage, yet Li Qie still had so much confidence in killing them. The four found it astonishing as well. Boom! A loud explosion made the world tremble with debris flying everywhere. It's starting at last. Everyone turned towards the battlefield, thinking that the battle was beginning. No, not from there, underground. People noticed that the five haven't attacked yet. Boom! Another deafening blast occurred and the ground shook again. Mud finally went flying with a gigantic tentacle suddenly thrusting out. It looked like an octopus tentacle but was completely black, seemingly coming from the deeps below. Everyone was caught off guard with its appearance. Ah! It suddenly reached inside the city and wrapped around someone, pulling the person up. The sucker on the tentacle began draining this person, leaving nothing behind but a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. This happened too quickly, and before people could reach, it threw the corpse down and attacked Mingluo City again. No! The natives were scared out of their mind and started running for their lives. Die! Li Qie suddenly emerged inside the city. Pop! He flicked his finger and turned the tentacle into a bloody mist with a dark shade. Rumble! More explosions detonated right after this. The entire city was on the verge of collapsing. It was as if Li Qie's attack has enraged a very powerful being underground. That's why it began to rampage down there. What is that? Cultivators saw the cracks on the ground and became startled. They flew up in the sky while looking at the fissures in horror. Up you go! Li Qie roared and made explosions of his own. An incredible scene appeared before the crowd. They saw the city being lifted up by Li Qie from the crowd, inch by inch. Rumble! Finally, the speed increased and Mingluo was now floating among the clouds. So cool! Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh! 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 Black rays suddenly pierced through the ground and aimed for Li Qie. They were as fast as lightning, so they looked like numerous black lightning bolts. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the black tentacles coming for him like a flood, wishing to destroy both Li Qie and the city. Watch out! Another spectator shouted. Li Qie's eyes turned cold and summoned a bronze sword. Clank! He swung it forward. This sword had massive weight and created a zone of primordial chaos with the slash, easily severing the incoming tentacles. These severed pieces started falling to the ground. Boom! This was only met with more thick tentacles flying out from the depths and blotting out the sky. What the hell are these things? People were confused. An endless amount of tentacles drilled out of the ground, squirming and twisting in the air. This was quite a frightening scene. Li Qie retaliated by stomping down, creating one massive pit after another. Thousands of miles of crumbled, resulting in a great abyss. Chapter 2643. One couldn't see the bottom of this pitch-black abyss. Perhaps it didn't have one at all. The tentacles came from there as if there was a terrible existence below. Its reach extended to the entire system. The ground beneath has been wrapped and overtaken by its countless tentacles. So what is this thing? The horrified crowd wondered. Just one black tentacle alone was enough to crush a mountain, due to their immense size. Boom! The tentacles attacked again, turning into another flood of darkness. There were far more tentacles than previously, making the last attack seems like a stream of tentacle versus this tsunami. Everyone felt as if the sky was being drowned out by an ocean of darkness. Something even more terrible accompanied this attack. Sizzle! The tentacles were burning up space and turning this affinity into powder, leaving the void behind in its wake. My lord! The spectators screamed in horror. Pure Sword True Emperor and his allies exchanged glances while watching the dark beast attacking Wuxia. They were more than happy to watch on the sidelines, perhaps waiting for the right time to join. You court death. Wuxia raised his palm, creating a massive image of a hand in the sky. It was larger than anything else. He had the entire universe in his grasp. Galaxies above paled in comparison. The tentacles got crushed by this palm into a single lump of flesh. This flesh still emitted a burning darkness, wanting to incinerate his gigantic palm. However, the palm exuded sacred light to nullify any damage. The lump of flesh looked like a gigantic pillar growing from the abyss, still continuing to build up. Up! Wuxia roared and forcefully pulled up in order to see the creature below. Rumble. The ground was being destroyed right away. A monstrous creature was being dragged out by him. Its body was illogically huge, smashing and destroying the ground beneath. Boom! Miles and miles of land were extracted as the body of the creature came into plain view. Look at that. People became slack-jawed after seeing the monster. It looked like an octopus with millions of tentacles on top of being black from top to bottom. This dark octopus looked like a planet floating in the sky due to its sheer size. It had a pair of big and round eyes with a dark glow akin to two black holes, capable of devouring everything. When people saw its eyes, they felt their souls leaving their body and started falling to the ground. Don't look at the eyes. Ancestors warned their groups. You can't afford to provoke me. I will still destroy your true source if it comes, let alone a worm like you. Wuxia bellowed with a voice full of divinity. Every existence wanted to prostrate after hearing him. He swung the creature around before throwing it away. Boom! 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 One star got smashed after another and instantly exploded. It looked like fireworks in space. Multiple galaxies were damaged as a result. Wuxia didn't let up and continued to smash this creature to pieces in space. So domineering, the crowd took a deep breath after seeing this. The dark octopus couldn't put up a fight at all. This brat is a monster, the deer merchant's expression darkened. The octopus was on the same level as him, at the very least. However, despite crazily struggling, it still failed to do anything and could only be tortured to death. The other members of the alliance became afraid. Wuxia in this furious state was an unstoppable storm. Shouldn't have messed with me. Wuxia laughed and started wringing the tentacles in his grasp. Boom! The gigantic tentacles got pulverized as a result despite their toughness. Smaller bits of flesh rained down from the sky. Zzz. The dark octopus cried from the pain and tried to swing its large body at Wuxia. Alas, he easily stomped down on this planet-sized octopus. Resistance was futile. It could only watch more tentacles being crushed to a pulp. I can't believe how brutal Fiercest is. I bet he can kill a true dragon with his bare hands. One spectator shuddered. The dark octopus made a grand entrance, surely scaring the crowd with its might. But now, it was nothing more than an insignificant ant. People realized that going against Wuxia would only end in miserable and helpless death. Boom! The octopus made one last attempt by spewing out a black fog. It has been gestating this miasma for millions and millions of years, so its power was immense. The miasma engulfed the nearby space and destroyed numerous stars. Chapter 2644. Stars fell from the sky due to the corrosive miasma like dumplings into a boiling pot. They eventually disappeared into the horizon while leaving trails of smoke and fire. The miasma swallowed Wuxia. The spatial temporal space around him turned into dust and scattered, leaving behind a terrible black hole. The crowd became afraid. One guy blurted out, "That's super dangerous. Will Fiercest be able to handle it?" The dark octopus miasma came without warning and caught everyone off guard, instantly taking down Wuxia. The deer merchants group celebrated innately. Nothing could be better than this miasma managing to injure Wuxia. They wanted these two to kill each other since that would save them a lot of trouble. Pop. The world gently trembled as rays showed up in the darkness and expanded rapidly. Buzz. The miasma turned into ashes and scattered away. Wuxia appeared once more with a sacred glow. The rays emanating from him looked like crystals without any imperfection. This type of holy light could wash away any darkness and illuminate every nook and corner of the world. What else can you do? Wuxia laughed before tearing into the monster's actual body, ripping it out piece by piece. It bellowed pitifully while trying to squirm its way out of his grasp. In fact, its shaking was powerful enough to destroy the spatial fabric nearby, breaking it like glass. This was proven to be futile since it couldn't escape. Being torn apart by Wuxia seemed to be its ultimate fate. The crowd became horrified by the ripping noises. The monster was as big as a planet, so it had plenty of flesh and blood to go. Its black blood poured down like the rain. Oh oh oh, its miserable scream echoed across the realms. Everyone got cold sweat from hearing this. The more cowardly couldn't help but puke after seeing the scene of carnage. Such a powerful monster was so helpless before Wuxia. There were myths and folklores about heroes who tear dragons apart with their bare hands. This seemed to be similar. The poor monster screamed and wailed, not expecting to meet such a hellish foe. It had killed numerous experts in the past, including Eternals and true emperors. How could this guy take it down so easily? The greater the dismemberment, the more blood rained down in an endless manner. With its head being torn apart, people could see a large black stone, bigger than a round table. It was as shiny as jade with mysterious flowing runes. The stone seemingly contained supreme texts. Boom! One could hear thunderous explosions from the black bolts surging around the stone. That stone must be at the Overlord level. One Eternal shouted. All eyes were fixated on it right away with greed. This is the mother stone of all the black stones? The greatest of them all? One expert said. This is an ultimate treasure, truly priceless. One ancestor started swallowing his saliva. Just a while ago, the stones from the zombie corpses sold for a sky-high price due to their effects. Remember, these stones were only the size of a finger with a faint luster. This particular one from this monster was as large as a table and shiny with magical runes. The black bolts around it clearly indicated its level. Even a fool could see this. That's why people started exchanging glances and became overwhelmed with greed. The deer merchant and the other three felt the same way. Remember, the Trade Federation didn't mind human sacrifices to get more stones. Before their very eyes was a priceless one right now. How could they not be tempted? Old Eternals like them wanted nothing more than life prolongment. Boom! Boom! The black bolts around the gems suddenly came together to form a maelstrom. ZZZ. ZZZ. Suddenly, multiple whooshes could be heard as more black bolts appeared. Ah! Screams also accompanied the surging bolts. In the near vicinity, these black bolts escaped from the body of some spectators by penetrating through the chest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Whoosh! All the bolts gathered at the maelstrom created earlier. What is happening? Those next to the victims were horrified and became pale. It's the black stones from the corpses. They all used it before. Only the ones who used the stones would have black lightning bolts inside them. One keen observer loudly stated. This created a furor with people started backing away. Chapter 2645. They all used the stones from the corpses before. People caught on. Damn, the black stones were bait. One ancestor regained his wits and said, it's that black octopus doing this. It released the corpses so people would consume the stones. He then took out his black stone and threw it away. It didn't take long before people realized that the monster was using cultivators to gestate the black stones. Those with the black stones on them felt worse and started throwing them away, no longer caring about the previous exorbitant purchase price. Fishing required bait. In order to increase their power and life, numerous experts chose to eat these stones. They were dead now from the lightning bolts breaking out of their chest. Buzz. The maelstrom absorbed these black bolts and became resplendent, same with the black gem. Boom. Something seemed to have exploded in this instant. The entire world shook as a result. The black stone spewed out endless black lightning bolts towards Wuxia in an unstoppable manner. It looked majestic and never-ending, like an apocalyptic flood, capable of destroying everything in this world. Time and space, the grand Tao, and the myriad laws would become poor victims. There was no escaping or avoiding its onslaught, so it instantly struck Wuxia. Boom! It smashed into his sacred light, resulting in a deafening blast. Rumble. The light transformed into a boundless flame to stop the incoming waves of lightning. This became a contest between fire and lightning. The dark light didn't relent and continued to send more bolts to extinguish Wuxia's flame. Moreover, the tiny particles from the bolts seemed to have a magnetic force. They attached themselves to the flame whenever possible and began drilling their way through his defense. On one side was an ultimate beam of lightning and on the other, Wuxia had a massive flame barrier. The latter wouldn't fall despite the continuous barrages. This stalemate continued since the bolts had no way of breaking down this line of defense in a short time. Pure Sword True Emperor, Venerable Dear Merchant, for esteemed king, and the tree observer exchanged glances. They had been tempted by this wonderful opportunity, Wuxia being occupied with the lightning waves. He was certainly at a disadvantage against any attack, utterly vulnerable. A third party could grievously injure or even kill him. That's why the group didn't want to let this chance go by, or the future would be quite grim for them later. Wuxia has shown his might, so they have lost their confidence in beating him together. Clank. The Emperor's sword hymned. Its rays shot to the sky and unleashed magnificent energy. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. Over there. Some cultivators gasped after seeing the massive energy building up and the surging imperial aura. Even a fool knew what the group wanted to do and could see why this was a necessary move. Forgive me, fellow Taoist. The Emperor roared and unleashed a slash. Clank. A million swords appeared in the air and issued their hymns. They rotated continuously to form a supreme world of swords. A sword domain. A spectator shouted. This domain with unlimited blades could annihilate all existences. Die. Strangely enough, the four-esteemed king attacked even faster than the Emperor. Bump. Bump. Boom. He crazily smashed his drum and unleashed enough sound waves to drown the world. They headed straight for Wuxia like a tsunami. One star broke after another by the impressive attack. Boom. The area around Wuxia crumbled by the force before a direct hit. Clank. At the same time, the sword domain instantly appeared above him. All the swords stopped rotating and pointed straight at him, ready to end this powerful foe. It's time. The tree observer and the deer merchant worked together. The majestic force from the observer instantly channeled into the merchant's antlers. The latter then pierced through the sword domain and the sound waves to penetrate Wuxia's chest with his sharp antlers. How shameless. Jade Break True Emperor's expression soured as she took a step forward. However, an invisible hand held her by the shoulder. An ancient voice sounded behind her. Don't worry, his power far exceeded your imagination, so he doesn't require your assistance. Just watch the show. There was no one behind her. It seemed that the speaker wasn't actually here. She hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and deciding to believe this person. Chapter 2646. The four instantly made their move with incredible speed to the astonishment of the crowd. It looked as if all four attacked at the same time, but this wasn't the case. In the beginning, the emperor was the first initiator, but the four esteemed kings' sound wave started the attack. Next came the emperor's sword domain at virtually the exact period. Finally, the tree observer and the deer merchant worked together. The observer channeled his majestic energy into the old man's antlers for an imperceptible thrust aiming at Li Qia's chest. In fact, all of this happened within a single blink of an eye. However, at their level, plenty could be accomplished within a blink. The sound wave, sword domain, and the antlers were coming at the same time. This was actually impressive teamwork. The first two were fatal attacks, but they didn't think this was enough to kill Li Qia. The actual purpose was to hide the deer merchant's technique. They purposely utilized two moves that were obvious and explosive with enough force to scare anyone. However, the antler thrust was the exact opposite, fast and silent. People would only notice the sword domain and the sound wave. They didn't care too much about the incoming antlers. However, this thrust was actually the real ace card with enough sharpness and speed to pierce Li Qia's chest. Look! The powerful Eternals here could sense the danger coming from the antlers. They felt as if it was their own heart being penetrated just by watching. It was already too late once they sensed the danger. Pluff! The thrust managed to pierce Li Qia's heart, time and space, grand Tao, and even physical confinements of heaven and earth. Blood began to drip from the antlers after the successful connection. The crowd looked down at their own chest, overwhelmed by the illusion of being victims when this wasn't the case. Damn! One cultivator cried out. This illusion seemed so real and horrifying. They then focused their gaze on Li Qia with their mouth agape. Time seemed to be coming to a halt. The sound wave and sword domain instantly struck him, wishing to crush him to a pulp. It's over for Li Qia - one commenter believed. Time seemed to be extending infinitely. Whenever these commenters would speak, their words stretched forever. It would take a lifetime to finish their sentences. It's horrifying - no one was spared from this temporal phenomenon while watching Li Qia's chest being pierced. They thought that it was over for Li Qia. In actuality, these experts didn't realize that there was something wrong. They were still stuck in this stretched timeline. As for Jadebreak True Emperor, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Someone seemed to be controlling time as if it was an insignificant entity completely under their control. Buzz. The unaware crowd finally felt something at this second, someone pushing time forward just a bit. While the dark bolts were holding Li Qia in place and contesting against the omnipresent flame, Li Qia's chest has been pierced by the antlers. However, a second Li Qia suddenly split from the original one and quickly turned back. Boom! The flow of time started with Li Qia punching the king, sending him flying with a crushed jaw with blood gushing everywhere. People then heard the sound of bone breaking a while afterward. Time froze again with the king's defeat. This process looked like one page of a picture book. Then came the next page starting with Li Qia delivering a vertical stomp against Puresword True Emperor. The latter smashed into the ground, staining it with blood. His body fragmented all over the place. Boom! 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 The sounds came afterward just like before. Boom! The third page ensued with another kick from Li Qia against the tree observer. His gigantic body was cut off by the waist before being sent flying by another kick, slamming into a massive star. More loud bangings ensued after the image. Next was the fourth page. Li Qia had a firm grip on the pair of antlers and lifted the deer merchant up, then slammed him multiple times onto the stars. Each time ended with blood splashing all over the sky. Each slam was another page turning, and this happened very quickly. People saw the small details of the deer merchant being mangled and eviscerated. Buzz. The spectators were naturally shocked by these terrifying images. Time started flowing again in the area after a buzzing noise. Oh! They then heard the miserable scream of the dark creature. Ink-like blood started spraying everywhere as the planetary creature finally got torn into two pieces by Li Qia. This signaled the end for it, being slowly tortured to death. He then threw it down on the ground. The world became silent. The deer merchant, emperor, sword domain, sound waves, antlers? Nowhere to be found. The only thing left was a mess, the bloodied emperor laying on the ground, his body in shambles. The king was blown far away with his chin completely shattered. The tree observer was cut in half by a single leg sweep, and the deer merchant was utterly smashed. Chapter 2647. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. The mighty attacks such as the sword domain and antler thrust seemingly never happened. Were they only illusions? Confusion was understandable since they saw the antlers penetrating Wuxia's chest. It made them fall into a strange yet palpable mood, but now, this didn't seem to be the case. A second Wuxia was nowhere to be found either. There was only one of him and his 4 defeated enemies. He has control over time. A temporal reversal. Jade Break True Emperor took a deep breath, astounded. She realized that the actions earlier weren't illusions. There was only one possibility, Wuxia being able to control time. He extended it infinitely earlier. A split second was completely trivial in the grand scheme of things, but this split second was stretched out by Wuxia, allowing him to change and control all of the events. He became the master of that minuscule period. With that, the impossible became possible, limitless possibilities. It could have been the antlers penetrating his chest or complete domination from him, all up to a single whim of his. You're only half right. The ancient voice behind her spoke. It is indeed time reversal. He was able to return to the past or the future of that split second, whenever in that timeline. But that isn't because he has control over time. He doesn't seem to have a temporal art, it's just that he was too fast, virtually exceeding everything. Nothing in this world can be faster. Because of that, his speed overwhelms time itself. That's why in that split second, he could do whatever he wanted unopposed. Regardless of the opponent's might, they were only ants compared to him. The voice became particularly solemn at this point. The emperor composed herself after hearing this. Though that split second was immensely short, it was enough to push anyone to death and completely control their fate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wuxia became a supreme overlord capable of creation within that ephemeral moment. She understood the gap between the two of them. He could easily kill her the moment she was stuck within that time-space of his. 6 palaces meant nothing. Of course, no one else here got a better understanding than the ancestor behind the emperor. They couldn't see through the profundities behind this exchange. Nevertheless, they were still shaken by the aftermath. I can't believe it, even the Eternals felt their legs going weak. The shabbier experts trembled and couldn't get up from the ground. Pure Sword True Emperor, Venerable Deer Merchant, Tree Observer, and 4 esteemed king represented the apex of imperial lineage. Alas, they were crippled within a split second. Wuxia's cultivation was unreal. How boring. Where's the everlasting? When are you going to play so that I can have a real warm-up? Wuxia yawned and said. Everyone felt suffocated after hearing this statement. They knew who he was referring to. Solar Taoist. Wuxia had looked down on this Taoist a while ago, but many felt that he was too arrogant for doing so. He was certainly strong, but not to the level of looking down on an everlasting. This fight earlier might have shifted everyone's opinion. It felt natural and even understandable for him to look down on the Taoist now. An everlasting was a terrifying existence, perhaps the #1 master in Imperial. But Wuxia was now qualified to show disdain to this existence. How could one accurately describe Wuxia's monstrous abilities with just words? Wuxia became a divine mountain with no peak in sight, pressing down on everyone's heart. As long as Wuxia was around, he would dominate everyone else. No one would ever be able to surpass him. They could only see him by looking up. Plenty has considered themselves to be unbeatable and mighty. They have been proven wrong by Wuxia today. This disparity was truly soul-crushing. A lifetime of effort wasn't enough to catch up, only a waste of time. The crowd became deflated balloons while staring at Li Chia. Boom! 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 Debris started flying as figures rushed back to the sky. The four emerged again. Though they were beaten and crippled earlier, they still managed to stay alive. They healed their wounds and restored their vitality in order to face Li Chia once more. Each of them had thoughts of fleeing, but they knew that this was impossible under Li Chia's watch. Moreover, they were famous characters. Whether it be their own reputation or their sect's prestige, they couldn't actually run away. Otherwise, they would die anyway, but their sects and descendants would also fall into damnation. Thus, their only choice was to fight to the death, if this could even be considered a choice. They were pale while facing Li Chia. Fear has bloomed in their mind. Though they knew there were stronger characters around, that knowledge wasn't enough to shake their Dao heart in the past and even served as motivation. Alas, all four were shaken now. This fear was a terrible thing since it would lead to a heart devil, a dangerous taboo for cultivators at their level. The four glanced at each other and took a deep breath to stop this fear from spreading. Only by fighting to the very end would they be able to overcome this emotion. Leaving this place alive but not taking care of this mental weakness would leave behind a permanent problem. Li Chia looked at them and said, "Looks like the four of you still got some untapped potential. Okay, I'm giving you one more chance right now. Just one more move to kill you all, then I can go home. Do your best to win some face back." Chapter 2648. The atmosphere was uniquely oppressive to the spectators. Pure Sword True Emperor was one of the greatest geniuses in Imperial. He represented the hope of this world, gradually rising like a sun. His power left no room for doubts. The deer merchant was even more impressive as the strongest and oldest of the four. He could be considered one of the top 3 existences in this world. Just one stomp of his could make everything tremble. For esteemed king and the tree observer were top eternals as well. One would find it difficult to find others on the same level as them. All in all, randomly picking any of these four and one would have a supreme existence respected by the experts of Imperial. But now, the four tried to deliver a fatal blow when Li Chia was left defenseless yet still failed. All were blown flying away, nearly on the verge of death. This truly shook the crowd to the core. These great experts were utterly defeated by Li Chia despite having all the advantages. The spectators present felt their clothes drenching with sweat. Li Chia's unbeatable style has become an eternal shadow in everyone's mind. From now on the subject of the strongest in Imperial, everyone would think of the brutal fiercest instead of solar Daoist who has become an everlasting. Everyone had no choice but to live under his shadow. There was no surpassing him regardless of how hard they try, truly a hopeless situation. Their eyes had nothing but fear and respect now when gazing at fiercest, this invincible and supreme being. The four combatants felt the same way, with a sliver of fear taking roots in their Dao heart, one of the scariest phenomena. When cultivators reached a certain level, few things could actually affect their Dao heart, let alone giving birth to a heart devil. People like the true emperor were even more resilient with tough mental fortitude. Alas, they had been afflicted and tried their best to calm down by taking a deep breath. "We have to risk it all," the emperor said with determination. Leaving today without defeating or killing Li Chia meant forever living under his shadow. They had to fight for their reputation, their sect's prestige, and to destroy this heart devil in their mind right now. To the death. The emperor's eyes became fiercely bright. This light pierced through the ages with an imperial aura. A declaration like this coming from an emperor was resounding and powerful, stirring all the listeners. This earned him respect from some members of the crowd, even those who didn't like him in the past. An emperor ready to die for the sake of pride was worthy of respect. Indeed, because you all won't be leaving alive today, I'm afraid. Li Chia chuckled, one-upping the emperor's heroism with a domineering statement. The emperor didn't bother retorting. Everyone could see how strong Li Chia was and the huge gap between the two sides. The only thing they could do right now was to use their strongest force to defeat Li Qia and once again proving their worth. Mere words were meaningless before this mighty opponent. Clank. A sword hymn echoed across the realms. The Emperor slowly unsheathed a sword, not the same one used earlier. It wasn't emitting an imperial aura either. During the unsheathing process, the clouds seemed to be blotting out the sky. Everything became a faint blue. Once the blade was out completely, it was as if the grand Tao and laws were covered up entirely. Despite the ethereal and blurry nature of everything else, one could still see this sword due to its brightness. It seemed to be made from the accumulation of auspicious clouds. It glowed like the evening and was surrounded by red clouds. Buzz. Strands of ancestral powers swept through the world once he had it firmly in his grasp. This force blew away all the clouds and blurriness earlier. An ancestral weapon. People identified its origin right away. Pure Cloud Sword. One ancestor blurted out in astonishment, the sword of progenitor Mu Yun, it was always with him. The progenitor spent tremendous efforts to craft this invincible sword. It accompanied him through numerous battlefields and had put down several true emperors. One Eternal revealed. Progenitor Mu Yun was the founder of the Mu clan, a being at the immortal progenitor level. Since the start of time, few progenitors used their actual names for their titles. They usually picked a Dao title, unlike progenitor Mu Yun. He had plenty of titles in the past, experts of his era gave him more impressive titles. In the end, he kept his actual name and people stuck with it. His other titles became forgotten with time. As for the particular sword, it wasn't only an ancestral weapon but also served as his personal weapon, never leaving his side. This invincible sword was now in the hand of Pure Sword True Emperor. Chapter 2649. An inherited ancestral weapon wasn't considered that big of a deal. After all, imperial lineage still had several systems with these treasures. However, everyone felt that this particular inheritance was special after seeing the emperor and the sword. He seemed to be fusing with the sword and becoming one. Because of this, the emperor himself emitted the aura of a progenitor. Buzz. This special strands of energy emanated from him, albeit relatively weak. Nevertheless, he still looked like a progenitor. Incredible, the ancestral weapon accepted him as a master. He can unleash the strongest move from the sword now. Many Eternals were impressed at this perfect fusion. This sword was unique in that progenitor Mu Yun spent great effort to craft it on top of taking it everywhere. Remember, its previous master was a supreme existence. Thus, even though it was passed on from one generation to another, the descendants still had a hard time controlling it. Not everyone was qualified to do so, and even if they could, it wouldn't accept the user as a master. This weakened its true potential. However, Pure Sword True Emperor was accepted by the sword, only further proving his value. Rumble. Loud detonations interrupted the musing crowd. The sky vault was split apart and one could see a visual phenomenon of a boundless system. It had an oceanic level of Tao energy. Inside were bright and holy lights illuminating the ages. Great mountains existed everywhere, tall enough to pierce the sky. Billions and billions of beings were prostrating and worshipping in reverence. The Mu system. Many recognized this majestic place right away. It was an immortal level system that fell into Imperial world. Later on, the clan rose again so it became one of the three behemoths. It contained the efforts of numerous descendants after the progenitor. True emperors and everlastings blessed this land, so its true power was unfathomable. One should never underestimate this great power. Why is it appearing here? The crowd exchanged glances of confusion. Everyone knew that it was incalculably far from Stone Harmony system, multiple galaxies apart. It's only a visual phenomenon, not the actual system. One Eternal gently shook his head. The Emperor is controlling the power of his system, wanting to borrow it for his own use. How can he do so when the Mu is so far away from this place? Many youths were skeptical. It was one thing for him to do so on his own Tao land, but this distance was questionable. That's why a true emperor is special. The Eternal looked very envious while staring at Pure Sword. For them, a system is never far away. They could feel the strength of their land regardless of where they are. That's why this distance doesn't matter, they can still borrow the system's power. Any member of a system could attempt to do so if they have cultivated the right merit laws. They became attuned to the forces within the Dao land. Because of this, powerful members could borrow this power and increase their battle potential. Usually, this was only effective when they were on their own territory. To do so on someone else's system was nearly impossible. People usually call this having home advantage. This could make all the difference between two otherwise evenly matched cultivators. However, one couldn't borrow this power after leaving their system, not even Eternals. This wasn't the case for true emperors. Just as this Eternal said, they would be able to tap into this source wherever they are. This was a big reason true emperors had more advantages than an Eternals. When they had evenly matched personal cultivation, an emperor would win. He can really do that? The youths couldn't believe it. Pretty much, but of course, the amount will be somewhat affected. The Eternal said while staring at the system above the emperor. Boom! Endless divinity poured out of the system in the form of a blinding radiance, completely covering the emperor. Everyone could sense the power from the system channeling into his body despite the massive distance between them. The resources accumulated over the ages from the move finally showed off its heaven-defying potential. Boom! The strands of light oozing from him tore apart the primordial chaos, bringing the area around him back to the origin. Clank! His sword also became dazzling and as white as snow. Its progenitorial rays could cut anything apart. The supreme laws of the Emperor shot up to the sky like reversed waterfalls. He had transformed into an ultimate progenitor in just a split second. What a transformation! The crowd cried out in astonishment. That's the power of a system. An old master took a deep breath. He has understood the profundities of his system and even has control over its Tao source. Everything from that system is empowering him right now. Yes, his battle potential has risen by several levels. One frightened spectator agreed. Chapter 2650. The Emperor's sword technique rose to the sky and assumed an unbeatable position. Its hymn echoed across the 9 firmaments. He became the master of heaven and earth, the ruler of the universe and all else within. Everything other than him and his sword became insignificant. Boom! The tyrannical aura of a progenitor poured out, rendering him peerless. He had the style and bearing of a progenitor now, with enough power to destroy a world then create a new one. That's the might of a progenitor. Many shuddered after sensing this and felt a primal fear. This was instinctive when seeing a supreme existence, a showing of respect. Some got on their knees, more than willing to be bathed by the progenitorial aura. So strong, he might be on the same level as the dear merchant, maybe even stronger. An Eternal said with envy. Only a true emperor could enter this explosive state. A bit interesting, but you alone are still too weak. All come now. Li Qie reacted nonchalantly. Everyone felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping them by the throat. Still too weak? It seemed as if he didn't even care for progenitors. This statement accentuated his domineering legends even more. Will assist you, virtuous nephew. The rest knew that defeating Li Qie was extremely difficult. The Emperor alone wouldn't be able to do so. They had no choice but to infuse their own energy into him. The merchant transformed into a blood deer, his true form. It was red from top to bottom, almost like a resplendent ruby carved into this shape, truly beautiful. One could see the precious blood flowing through its flesh. Each drop of blood was shiny, seemingly able to bring people back from the brink of death. A blood deer reaching the Tao, a very precious creature in and of itself. Each part of its body is immensely valuable, let alone one so powerful. People salivated while looking at the merchant. This was a perfect creature for pill refinement. Of course, people could only think this. No one would dare to carry it out. The blood deer shouted before jumping into the air and creating a spatial ripple. It then melted along with the myriad laws, just like snowflakes meeting the first sun of spring. Boom! The emperor's vitality and power surged to the next level. The emperor, who was shrouded in a progenitorial aura earlier, suddenly had a surge of bloody glow around him. He was already bright before this, but now, it seemed as if he had eaten an extremely old ginseng root. His vitality rose at an insane level, his expression became 10 times more spirited, seemingly high. Everyone felt as if there was an endless grove of blood inside that continuously feeds him power. Numerous dragons were howling within. A bright, bloody seal appeared on his forehead. At the same time, his eyes turned red and resembled 2 rubies. Blood transfusion, even Eternals gasped at this sight. The deer merchant is truly going all out, going as far as directly letting the emperor borrow his true blood, fusing it into the emperor's body. In other words, the merchant was using his precious true blood as nutrients for the emperor. Just think about it, the true blood of a being at his level was incomparably valuable. Just 1 drop alone could grant great benefits. The emperor seemed to have taken several hundred bottles worth of immortal pills. He was brimming with power. The merchant must have paid a great price in order to perform this blood transfusion. This, compounded with his old age, must have truly negative effects. Nevertheless, he still made this choice. "Allow me to aid you too, virtuous nephew," the 4 esteemed king shouted. His 4 treasures suddenly melted. The golden robe on his body liquefied. Buzzes could be heard as another scary change happened. The emperor's flesh started to melt before being rebuilt. His new form was one of golden brilliance. Each inch of him seemed to be cast from gold and would certainly feel that way to the touch. He turned into a golden statue, tough and impossible to break. It didn't stop there. 3 divine halos took form around him in layers, serving as impenetrable barriers. "The treasure souls are entering him." One Eternal murmured, "The king isn't holding back either, he's imprinting his treasure's soul onto the emperor. This is everything he got." The 3 halos and the golden body were actually the 4 souls of the king's treasures. Rumor has it he used them to protect his own true fate. With this, even if he exploded into ashes, his true fate would still be unharmed. People believed that in order to kill him, one must destroy these 4 treasure souls. However, they were virtually invulnerable. Thus, many considered him to be unkillable, even those capable of annihilating his body. These souls were his life, his everything, yet he still channeled them into the emperor. This served as a perfect line of defense. No armor or regalia could match them. "I will give you everything I can." The tree observer joined in. Boom! A colossal adamantine tree emerged and took roots inside the emperor. A pulsing green glow was added along with a flood-like power influx coming from famed bamboo system. The fusion granted him an endless life force. He started making a move as well by rapidly absorbing the resources and strength of his own system, pushing it to the limit. Chapter 2651, Boom! The emperor took one step forward and crushed the void along with the laws in the world. Everything beneath his steps became ashes and insignificant. The celestials were shaking with everything else. The world couldn't handle his power. Just one remnant strand could take down all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the land they were on would be crushed by a strand of his hair falling down. He had unlimited vitality and invulnerability, a truly frightening state just like a progenitor. People shuddered after seeing his slow yet destructive pace. This was his peak form, something more than just the 4 of them added together. This peerless combination move made him look invincible. Who can stop his slash now? The strongest Eternals present right now felt doubt. The first person that popped up on everyone's mind was the everlasting named Solar Daoist, at least in imperial lineage. A true emperor just has too much potential. Another Eternal said enviously. Among the 4, the emperor was the youngest and also the weakest in terms of cultivation. However, he became the primary force of this team. The rest could only aid him instead of directly going against fiercest. These were the advantages of being an emperor. His potential far outweighed even those stronger than him. Clank. He pointed his pure cloud at Wuxia. This alone was enough to make the crowd tremble. They felt as if their souls were being torn apart. One of us is going down today, the emperor declared in a powerful manner, seemingly in charge of Wuxia's life. It'll be you. Wuxia smiled, unperturbed by the emperor's amazing form. Die. The emperor didn't waste words. His eyes turned fierce with murderous intent. The world became dark as a result under his bloodthirst, wavering back and forth on the verge of destruction. So terrifying. The crowd felt their legs giving in and got cold sweats all over. Clank. He finally unleashed a slash. It didn't have the mysteries of the Tao, only pure devastation. Everyone could see gods and deities fall down before this slash, their blood splashing everywhere. It didn't have any technique variation and swift changes either, yet death seemed to be certain. Everyone felt despair while watching the arc. It was clearly aimed towards Wuxia, but they felt hopeless all the same. There was no point in resisting. In fact, they didn't even have the courage to try and could only wait for decapitation just like a captured prisoner. They felt a chill running down their very soul. This slash has left a terrible trauma in their mind. Go. Wuxia casually responded. Rumble. Countless stars over the horizon started shooting towards the slash, wanting to penetrate through the slash. However, the emperor ignored the stars. His slash was still coming straight for Wuxia. The only thing on his mind was killing Wuxia. This bloodthirst has become an obsession that could pierce through everything. Boom. 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 Everyone saw the stars exploding the moment they touched the emperor's body. Remember, each star had immensely destructive potential, each capable of destroying a kingdom or sect. They could have easily pierced through the earth. Alas, they couldn't force him to move even an inch. The three impregnable barriers surrounding him easily stopped the barrage of stars. They slammed into what seems to be the toughest wall in existence. Clank. Meanwhile, the slash was still coming for Wuxia, on the verge of decapitating him. Go. Wuxia swept his hand forward, summoned a thunderstorm with descending lightning bolts. Rumble. With the currents around him, he suddenly turned into a supreme thunder god. He then ordered the tsunami of lightning bolts to stop the slash. Bam! 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 The waves of lightning slammed into the firmaments and drowned out everything. They looked like numerous dragons leaving their lair. This force made the world resemble a tiny boat amidst a torrential storm. Clank. The sword cut straight into the currents and quickly split it apart. It continued to head for Wuxia, who was in the center of this ocean, shrouded by lightning. Pluff. It successfully broke through the currents and split Wuxia into two halves. This connection signaled the end of the world, rendering everything to ashes. The splattering of his blood would also extinguish the rest. Everyone felt as if they were split into two, just like Wuxia as well. Their blood and viscera spewed out. Chapter 2652. Why even bother trying to stop this unstoppable slash? Even the strongest cultivator would fall victim. The slash could slay gods and emperors since it has reached a new plateau. The spectators felt as if they were victims of the slash, just like Wuxia. During the entire process, their eyes widened in astonishment and helplessness. They couldn't move at all, so resisting wasn't possible. Plus, they didn't have the courage to do so either. Waiting for death was the only option. Dust and debris scattered downward. The ocean of lightning has been split into two, the same as Wuxia. Some saw Wuxia being split into two. Others even saw Wuxia's two halves falling to the ground with sputtering blood. The emperor pulled back his sword, ending the battle in a decisive manner. Nothing was left after the slash, not the ocean of lightning or the offensive bolts. Li Qie no longer existed as well. The world became silent, the spectators were intimidated by the slash and couldn't calm down. Some felt a jolt of pain all over as if they had been slain as well by the emperor. I can't believe it. They eventually regained their sanity. A few dropped to the ground and became paralyzed while feeling powerless. Even the strongest Eternals present felt that way. That's the power of a true emperor. Never miss the chance to follow this path if possible. One Eternal started reflecting. Of course, the emperor didn't fight alone. The other three assisted, but he was the primary focus in delivering such a mighty blow. An Eternal was far inferior to a true emperor and a progenitor. Li Qie's dead. People looked around and only saw a clear sky. I think so. They searched and searched yet couldn't find him. Only death awaits those who try to stop that slash. Since they saw him being dismembered by the slash, they believed that he has been killed. Fiercest couldn't have stopped that combination attack, no one in Imperial can. It had the style of a progenitor just now. An older expert added. People glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. That slash earlier looked like one from a progenitor. Perhaps only Solar Daoist, an everlasting, would be able to handle such a terrifying move. Fiercest is finally dead. People started to sigh after seeing the aftermath. For some reason, many started feeling much better. Though they had no problems with Fiercest, his very existence exerted immense pressure on them due to his devilish nature. As long as he was alive, other geniuses and top beings would always be overshadowed by him. They felt as if colors have returned to the world. There was no need to live under his shadow any longer. He courted death. The ones annoyed by him celebrated and started mocking him. That's why one shouldn't consider themselves to be unbeatable regardless of how strong they are. There is always a stronger man and a higher mountain. He should have expected this for being too arrogant. Of course, these people weren't annoyed because they had feuds with Fiercest, only out of simple jealousy. Meanwhile, the emperors held the sword with both hands, his eyes shone like two divine lamps illuminating the world. Nothing could hide before his eyes. It's over. Strangely enough, his comment didn't carry that much confidence. Given his power, he could tell that the slash indeed made contact against Li Qie. No, he was 100% sure about this. Logically, no one should be able to survive the slash after a clean connection. Alas, their enemy was Fiercest. The four still had lingering doubts and didn't know if they have killed him or not. Indeed, it is time to end this. A leisure voice sounded. Everyone looked back and saw Fiercest standing in his old spot as if he didn't move at all. It seemed as if he had evaporated from thin air earlier. No one could see the mysteries behind it all. Incredible speed. An old voice came from behind Jade Break True Emperor. He was the only one who saw everything in spite of Li Qie's agility, unlike the rest. Pure Sword True Emperor staggered backward. All beneath the realm of progenitor and everlasting are mere ants. I simply took one step forward, thinking that your slash will follow me. But no, it stopped at the present. Li Qie said. The emperor turned pale. Actual time traveling across the temporal river. This was beyond temporal simulations and predictions, something that Eternals could do. When Li Qie took one step forward earlier, he managed to leave the present. The emperor didn't know whether he traveled to the past or the present. He was only channeling a state similar to that of a progenitor and wasn't an actual one. His slash couldn't give chase across time. It seemed like a clean connection and that he had severed Li Qie into two halves. Alas, this wasn't the case since Li Qie existed in a different timeline at that point. While in the present, one couldn't cut the past or the future unless their slash could exceed the temporal boundaries. Chapter 2653. Once Li Qie took a step backward, he returned to the present in the same spot. That's why the emperor clearly felt his sword touching Li Qia's head earlier. It had indeed touched Li Qia's hair, but because of his extreme speed, the slash felt so slow. Just by moving forward in time, the slash became nullified. The emperor couldn't read this during the heat of the moment, but he could see this clearly now. That's why he was pale, because he notices that Li Qia was standing at the door of the everlasting realm. He wasn't something they could handle. Only everlastings and progenitors could match him. Anyone else was no different than worms. He took a deep breath to compose himself. Although his power has reached an insane level with the help of his system and the other three, it still couldn't break through the next level. Reaching that next step required more than external help. One's personal cultivation needed to be there. I don't have any cool move, so just one punch then. Li Qia smiled and declared. Having said that, his fist glowed brightly. Boom! It shook ever so slightly before exuding a golden radiance. Boom! 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 It trembled for a total of 12 times. Most people only took note of one vibration. Myriad Dao fist, 12 as one. Li Qia smiled and let it loose. Bang! The high heaven and the great earth shattered before this punch. Everything was pushed back to the origin, to the very start of the world. Only primordial chaos was left as far as the eye can see. This fusion punch was unstoppable, rending all other affinities back into the start. The inhabitants of this realm could only shudder and pray that he would show mercy instead of destroying all things. Go! The emperor had no choice but to slash forward again. Clank! The power similar to that of a progenitor with endless vitality and life force shot out. Same as before, this slash didn't have any Dao and variation, only pure murder and absolute power. Everything else was meaningless before absolute power. This was the only way to fight. Boom! The shockwaves from the impact swept through the world. The stars in the sky turned to specks of dust, even the huge planets. Everyone watched nervously while being on the ground. Lowly characters like them could only wait for death before such annihilation. The ultimate slash robbed the world of light again, so it plunged into darkness. When everyone could see clearly again, the pure cloud sword has been blown flying by Li Qia's punch. It started fleeing into the horizon. The personal weapon of a progenitor has shown fear and started to run before this mighty opponent. Li Qia punched directly at the 3 halos around the emperor, or the 3 treasure souls of the esteemed king. Crack! 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 They couldn't hold up and cracked, starting with the outer layer, completely crushed by his fist. Bam! The punch finally struck the emperor. Ah, strangely enough, the one screaming was for esteemed king, not the true emperor. This was because he and his treasure souls were attached to the emperor. The first one to take the hit was him, not pure sword. The golden glow on the emperor receded like the tide, and the king was forced out in the open. However, he has suffered a terrible blow and instantly turned into a bloody mist. The emperor still had the blessings from the tree observer and the deer merchant. A green glow remained. This powerful force still faltered against the punch. Pluff! The green affinity was instantly extinguished. The tree observer was pushed out. He didn't have the 4 treasures to protect him like the king, so he couldn't even scream before being turned into blood. Boom! Next came the sound of bones breaking. The emperor didn't have a single bone left intact. His plentiful vitality has been defeated. Because of this, the deer merchant was also forced out. He vomited blood with numerous broken bones. These two were far luckier compared to the king and tree observer. The latter experienced the brunt of the punch. Without them, perhaps the emperor and the deer merchant would be dead as well. Bang! The merchant slammed into the ground. He couldn't get up before Li Qia stomped down on him. No! He shouted, but it was too late to beg for mercy. Crack! Li Qia grabbed the antlers and pulled up. Not only were the antlers pulled out but also the merchant's skull and spine, a gruesome scene indeed. The deer bellowed before his last moment. The crowd was horrified while looking at Wuxia holding the bloody antlers. Buzz. In this split second, a great hand from the Mu clan up above suddenly appeared, reaching for the emperor. It was filled with an everlasting's aura to the astonishment of the crowd. It successfully pulled him into the horizon. This happened too quickly. The crowd couldn't react before someone had saved the emperor. Wuxia didn't give chase and only gave it a cold glare. He threw the antlers down and looked up at the sky with a smile. A monk can run but not the temple. Chapter 2654. The world seemed to be frozen, whether it be the cool breezes, gurgling rivers, and roaming beasts. Everyone stared in astonishment and didn't move an inch, frozen like wooden chicken. The scene of carnage was too much to handle, especially a top existence like the deer merchant having his skull and spine ripped out. The weak-hearted ones twitched a bit before vomiting. Everyone felt their hair standing on end. Mouths were wide open. Some wanted to scream and shout but nothing would come out. An invisible hand gripped their throat firmly, rendering them breathless and muting them. An audible gasp could finally be heard from someone managing to get sound out of their throat. It didn't take long before screaming, shrieking, and puking ensued. The ancient ancestors, many of whom were Eternals, were cool and collected at the start. Alas, their legs trembled now while gazing at Wuxia with respect. 3 dead, 1 escaped, that's the fate of Wuxia's opponents. This news would shock everyone in Imperial, no exception. Plus, the teamwork of the 4 was exceptional. They have exceeded the limits of teamwork and fused together perfectly, resulting in a state very similar to a progenitor, unlimited vitality, life force, and defense. No one could come up with a being capable of taking them down. Only Solar Daoist would put up an even fight. Alas, Wuxia destroyed them with a single fist. 2 were turned to blood while the deer merchant had his spine ripped out while still alive. Only the emperor was saved by someone else. This unbelievable result firmly established Fiercest's dominance. Some lost the courage to look at him and meeting his gaze. So strong. The mighty Eternals murmured with paleness. Not to mention the fusion state, just the deer merchant alone was an apex existence in Imperial. They weren't on the same level as the deer merchant, so what would be the outcome of them if they were to oppose Fiercest? They didn't dare to imagine this. Plus, they no longer had the courage to go against him anyway. He's invincible. This was the only way to describe Fiercest. Though many have been called invincible before, this was more of a flattery word choice, just a general description. However, when using this word to describe Fiercest, it became an unquestionable reality. A while ago on the subject of the strongest being in Imperial, many would definitely think of Solar Daoist first. Now, rumination and hesitation joined the fray. They haven't seen this everlasting in action before, only Fiercest's invincibility. They were aware of the significance behind the everlasting level, especially the Eternals present. Nevertheless, they still couldn't answer who was the stronger being between these two. Can Fiercest fight against an everlasting like the Daoist? One expert quietly asked after calming down. It was as clear as day that only the Daoist was qualified to fight Fiercest now. No one else should even attempt to do so unless they felt like dying. It's coming soon, a battle between those two. One Eternal looked up and said. Really? His group was skeptical since high-level battles wouldn't happen so easily. Didn't you see, 100-Day Daoist has already gotten involved by saving Pure Sword True Emperor. These two are definitely having a fight. An Eternal said. A palm appeared earlier to save the grievously wounded Emperor. It carried the aura of an everlasting. The Daoist was the only one strong enough to save Pure Sword True Emperor then. So a contention over the title of strongest in Imperial. Someone said. No one took this lightly among the crowd. Both Fiercest and the Daoist were terrifying existences in their mind. Game's over. Wuxia said, trivializing the murders earlier as if he didn't just kill 3 top-level masters. Buzz. Meanwhile, the immortal light in Mingluo has finally reached its brightest point. From highest prosperity to declination was the natural order. Thus, this light began to dim as well, flickering and seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Good, I'm not too late. Li Qie returned to the city with a serious gaze. He raised both hands and this immortal light experienced a powerful attraction. The rays began to flow towards him. Everyone watched with bated breath as he gathered the light. The immortal stone is real, it's right inside that city. One spectator said. Numerous sects and masters have gathered outside of the city. The immortal stone was the reason for their long journey. Despite knowing that it was about to come out, no one dared to even think about attempting to take it. They knew that it already belongs to Fiercest. In fact, even if he were to throw it down on the ground, no one would dare to pick it up. Chapter 2655, Buzz. When the immortal rays congregated in his palms, they looked to be sentient. The individual strands and particles looked lively just like a little spirit. The strands melted in his palms, slowly becoming liquefied and flowed down the gaps between his fingers. These streams of light looked gentle and clear, resulting in a wonderful spectacle. People believed that could hear the splashing of water. It also resembled the sands of time. Each stream of water looked like years and years moving away from his fingers, all added up to a long period of time. A spectator even thought that Li Qie was no longer an ordinary man. He started glowing and became a time controller. All temporal affinities currently in motion needed to travel through his hands, whether it be 1,000 years or 1,000,000,000 years. He just needed to move his fingertips and he could steal that much time. He's searching. The hidden master from the Li side, aware of Li Qie's intention. He could see the mysteries behind this, unlike the rest of the crowd. Once the streams of light touched the ground, bright spots appeared in the mud. They eventually spread into lines weaving together to form a supreme formation. What is he looking for? Jade Break True Emperor asked. The hidden traces of the past in stone harmony. The hidden master said with emotion, this system back in its golden days had 3 emperors at the same time and numerous eternals, plenty of lower-level true gods too many to count. But it fell in just one night. Future generations can't explain why, but one progenitor verified that something ominous happened during that night. An evil thing fell from the sky. According to him, it took roots deep in the system. Though the masters of stone harmony managed to defeat it, they couldn't eradicate it completely despite paying a heavy price. After the end of this battle, these great beings, heavily injured, decided to seal everything including themselves. They wanted to hide something from their system from both outsiders and this evil entity. That's why the whole thing became a mystery. What is this immortal stone, warranting such a great sacrifice from these sages? The emperor became curious. What's more important to a system than continuing its legacy? However, Stone Harmony chose to seal their entire system. It's not clear. The hidden master said, some records state that this immortal stone doesn't belong to this world. Its effects are unknown as well. However, one says that it was taken by the progenitor of Stone Harmony using a heaven-defying method. It is priceless and should have something to do with immortality. It is still here right now, sealed. He paused for a bit before continuing. If this progenitor didn't leave behind the stone, perhaps Stone Harmony would still be here today. The emperor turned towards Mingluo, extremely curious about this so-called immortal stone. At this moment, a bright formation has taken over the city with lines dividing the ground into tiny pieces. The supreme formation was resplendent with flashing pulses. People felt as if they were crossing through time from one era to another. It was akin to an archaeologist unveiling the top layers of a fossil, eventually finding clues of the past. Creak. Numerous stone slabs on the street started to rise. The streets of the old city were paved with pebbles and rocks. They had been trampled on by numerous citizens and carriages, so they looked quite old. A few had numerous cracks as well. There was no order to the rising of these slabs. No one could figure out a particular pattern. Boom! They started flying closer and eventually assembled a platform, around the height of a fire beacon platform or a military command post. What is that? Wu Yuzheng and the others had no clue despite being disciples of the system. It's the old command post of Stone Harmony. The hidden master revealed, its progenitor used to give orders to the rest of the world here. Buzz. The immortal rays gathered on this newly formed platform after a spatial ripple. An extremely old gate slowly emerged at the top of the platform. It had numerous powerful and archaic runes. All the lights were flowing towards this place. Buzz. Space opened after the accumulation of light. The gate then turned into a portal. A Dao portal. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Yes, there are rumors about an independent dimension under Stone Harmony, unavailable to anyone after its decline. Its entrance has been sealed all this time. It looks like the immortal stone is in there. The hidden master added. Numerous other experts felt the same way, but no one dared to come closer. They could only stare at the flashing portal, waiting for Li Qie to enter. So much trouble over one stone. Li Qie shook his head and walked inside. Pop! The entire portal disappeared after his entry. Creak! The stone slabs disassembled themselves and returned to their original positions. The great platform was nowhere to be found. Ming Luo looked the same as before, as if nothing has happened. The crowd exchanged glances after seeing this. Sigh, forget about this stone. It's time to leave. One Eternal gave up and said. It's fine to watch. A young expert didn't want to leave because they have traveled so far to get here. Just taking a look at the stone was fine too. You think you can take a look just because you want to? Okay, go ask Fiercest to see if he'll show you. His senior Eternal gave him the side eye. The expert's neck shrunk from a cold chill. He realized he wouldn't dare to ask Li Qie for a look even if he was 100 times more courageous. Chapter 2656. Li Qie found that this was an independent realm, seemingly not located within Stone Harmony system. Of course, not all systems have something like this. A progenitor certainly had their reason for creating one within the system. This particular realm had a water affinity. One would find lakes and rivers everywhere. The large ones looked like dragons sleeping on the earth. They crisscrossed together to form a complex system and a great momentum within. The world seemed to be connected in one piece, and the momentum permeated across every inch in this area. This momentum was personally created by the progenitor of the system. It stole the fortunes of the heaven and could activate the profundities of the Grand Tao. Thus, just one wrong step could result in death or being lost forever, unable to leave this complicated water system. Mist and fog occupied the majority of this realm. One couldn't see a complete picture of this world, making it harder to lift the curtain of secrets here. This is indeed a good place to hide items. Li Qie smiled, appreciating the complexity. He took one step into the river from him and started riding the waves and winds. Remember, transformations and shifts happened continuously in this system. The flow of the rivers would change each day. Without understanding the mysteries behind this and being able to speculate the changes, one would never be able to leave this system. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Li Qie. Each of his steps was magical and created numerous laws and Tao. It was as if he wasn't walking on water but rather the Grand Tao itself. In reality, the rivers and lakes were only visual phenomena derived from the Grand Tao. The path opened, allowing him to maintain a straight direction in this maze despite the constant shifts and changes. His pace looked slow, but this wasn't the case. His speed has reached a near unfathomable level. Just like that, he eventually made it to his destination. There existed an ancient boat with time-worn spots everywhere on the hull. Who knows how long it has been floating on this river? It was made from extremely precious divine woods with clear markings of powerful runes. Some came from progenitors, others from true emperors and top eternals. It has been blessed with multiple layers. This was a priceless and heaven-defying treasure, certainly at the progenitorial level. The augmentations from the various existences granted it ample strength, allowing it to survive the flow of time. It also had a mighty defense that can stop any evil intruders. Taking this down was no easy task. One could see multiple people sitting down in a circle on the deck with a certain thing in the center. They seemed to be guarding it. Upon closer inspection, he found that they were all dead for a long time now. Their body has decomposed and withered. Nevertheless, one could see that they were masters back in their prime. The three with imperial crests were strongest among this group since they still had an inviolable aura to them, causing others to feel respect. There was no doubt that they used to be true emperors. Another 10 or so participated in this circle, no imperial aura and power, but there was still divinity left. These were powerful eternals, some perhaps rivaling the emperors or weren't that far off. There were no wounds on any of these corpses, they all died from old age here. As one looked even closer, they would notice the sacred mudras formed by these corpses, still maintained after millions of years with faint glows. These lights could dispel and refine any evil. It was easy to imagine how powerful these lights used to be since they are still around after so long. The group was protecting a boulder that closely resembles a jar. It wasn't carved into this shape and had a big gap in the middle from the start, hence its semblance to a jar. The outside was coarse and could scrape someone touching it. It hadn't experienced any polishing and looked quite ordinary with an ashen shade. There was nothing special about it, but people at Li Qia's level noticed that it was an unopened world in its purest pristine form. Of course, just one glance wasn't enough to see the mysteries within. Immortal rays emanated from the top in a tempting manner. However, it didn't come from the jar itself but from the thing filled to the brim and stored inside. It contained a Tao source that could easily be mistaken for liquid. It had numerous floating runes with transforming Tao laws. Tiny these laws may be, they seemed to have numerous stars engraved on them. Each was akin to a galaxy. This was the Tao source of stone harmony. Chapter 2657. A Tao source was the very foundation of a system. Its absence signaled total destruction in just one night. All of the inhabitants there would die as well. Thus, nothing was more important than the AO source. As long as it was still around, there were still hope and possibilities left. Once it withered or exploded, so would the system. Everyone in Imperial knew about the decline of stone harmony, but strangely enough, it remained in Imperial. That's why some progenitors believed that its Tao source was still around and didn't weaken at all. This statement was paradoxical and hard to believe. Keep in mind that the disciples and living beings in a system had a symbiotic relationship with the source. A disciple would cultivate the system's merit laws and feel the grand Tao power here. During this entire process, this disciple would be nourished by the system. As for the system, having more powerful disciples only fertilized the grand Tao power and the source itself. Thus, a well-nourished Tao source would result in an increase of powerful disciples, and vice versa. As generations passed, the members of Stone Harmony only decreased in strength and number. The system no longer received the nourishment from its members, so the Tao source should be weakened or even withering. However, the Tao source inside the jar was still dazzling with immortal rays. Its grand Tao power has materialized into extremely concentrated grand Tao water. This Tao water was unbelievably dense and ancient after years and years of accumulation and refinement. It has become the purest form of grand Tao water. Just one drop could greatly benefit an entire kingdom. For example, Minglua would be full of life after one drop. Its disciples would obtain majestic Tao energy. Strangely enough, Li Qia had no interest in the Tao source. His focus was on the stone jar instead. Any reasonable person would know the significance behind obtaining a Tao source. It was akin to controlling an entire system. Li Qia didn't share the same feelings. It looked as if the jar was the priceless treasure in his eyes, the thing worth getting. Well, in reality, there were numerous Dao sources in imperial and immortal lineage similar to this one, but this stone jar was one and only. This is the so-called immortal stone, Li Qiye said after long observation. This stone was the reason why the Dao source manages to stay fresh through the eras. Old man, I found what I needed to. Time for an answer. Li Qiye grinned. I don't like being a good guy for no reason, and my price isn't cheap. Are you all ready to pay? He certainly wasn't afraid of the person not paying because the guy was a big shot. Of course, the exorbitant price was going to hurt. The guy would certainly bleed with pain. Li Qiye smiled with nothing but amusement in his eyes. 3 immortals world, though I'm not a savior and I have no intention of becoming one, since someone has paid me to do so, then why not, let's get the best out of it. The thing he wanted was certainly extraordinary. He wondered what the guy's expression would be like after being asked for it. He eventually gave the Dao source a look and said, this system found fortune in a calamity. A golden age will come after this decline if its descendants put in the effort. After enough years, this Dao source has accumulated enough grand Dao power to turn into this liquid form. Once it returned to stone harmony, the system would be full of life once more and ready for a complete revitalization. Geniuses would appear in waves and bring glory back to the system. You all have done your best against the calamity and successfully defended the system. Li Qiye looked at the 3 emperors and eternals. He was right. Stone Harmony's lucky survival was due to the effort of these sages. Their system stood at the apex back then with 3 emperors and countless eternals. However, the evil entity from the sky descended and instantly drilled into the ground. They went all out in order to kill it. The resulting battle was brutal, resulting in losing 90% of their masters. Nevertheless, they still managed to destroy it, albeit unable to slay it completely. The group here consisted of the few survivors. They realized that the escaped limbs of this creature would return one day. Thus, they decided to hide the Dao source and the immortal stone while still hoping that their descendants could make something out of themselves. Unfortunately, not a single new emperor came out of stone harmony after them. Meanwhile, the limbs of the evil creature healed for many years and eventually grew a complete body once more. It started looking for the stone and Dao source by swallowing up entire cities. Alas, it came back at the wrong time since Li Qiye was around and got annihilated by him. Li Qiye told the corpses, forget it, this is also fate. I shall help your system instead of taking its Dao source. If Li Qiye willed so, he could have refined this Dao source and take its power for himself. This mighty and pure Dao source would be extremely nutritious for him. He decided otherwise. Greed didn't prevail this time around. He made his move without being affected by the existing defensive measures. They couldn't stop him anyway, not even if they were alive. Here is Stone Harmony's chance. He said flatly before grabbing the Dao source with both hands, up you go. Rumble. Loud explosions detonated as he slowly lifted up the Dao source. It seemed that the entire world was being dragged up by him as well. A Dao source was immensely heavy. No one else but him would be able to do this. Chapter 2658, Rumble. The entire world seemed to be uprooted in this process. A Dao source was the foundation of a system, personally created by a progenitor. Inside were supreme measures left behind by the progenitor. In other words, outside of the progenitors themselves, no one else would be able to move or lift the Dao sources. A person capable of this would have enough power to destroy a mighty system, truly a force to be reckoned with. Nothing was impossible for Li Qiye, so he managed to pull up this Dao source out of the stone jar. Return from whence you came, it is time for Stone Harmony's awakening. He said insipidly and slowly placed the Dao source back into the river. Boom! This inner world shook as a result. It seemed as if an immensely heavy object has just dropped on the ground. In fact, all of Stone Harmony shook as well. Everyone heard a loud bang. A while ago, the system resembled a ship out in the wide ocean without heavy supplies and as light as a feather. Such a system felt feeble and easily toppled. Once the Tao source was placed in the river and after the bang, the ship's storage now had a boulder heavy enough for stabilization, allowing the ship to no longer be afraid of big waves and storms. Next, the true water of the Grand Tao assimilated with the river water. Boom! It spread at an unmatched pace with Li Qia's position at the center. Immortal rays shot out all over this internal system. Meanwhile, the Tao laws inside the source extended and made the whole source to be incomparably large, no longer able to be stored inside the jar. It took the form of a pulsing maelstrom. Inside seemed to be gestating endless strength of the Tao. Rumble. The rotating maelstrom caused this internal world to be filled with true Tao water and majestic life force. Though the progenitor separated the outer and inner world, they were actually the same. Thus, the proliferation of this water also affected stone harmony. Tremors happened outside as if something mighty underground was coming up. The system became resplendent with rays coming out of the ground. They illuminated every single inch of the land. Next came the power of the Grand Tao. It didn't take long before this massive system became filled with Tao and life force. What? Our Tao source has awakened. Wu Yuzheng was the first to react. It's ours, our Tao source, our Tao source. The disciples reacted with shouts. Our system is saved. We're saved. They got on their knees with tears dripping down their cheeks. Though they didn't know what was going on, they could sense the existence of their Tao source again and its various powers spreading across the realms. They started breathing in the extremely thick Tao energy and exuberant life force. Young Noble, Yuzheng and Lin Yixue were also on their knees with tears. They told their fellow sect members to kowtow. Other members of the system were left in the dark, but this group knew that this revitalization was due to Li Qia. Not only did he save them and the city, he even went ahead and saved the entire system. How could the group not be grateful? Those looking up inside Stone Harmony could see the sky turning bright. This arc of light began to infuse the system with various forces. Stone Harmony is saved, maybe it will rise again in the future. One Eternal emotionally said after seeing this. The system has been declining for numerous eras. Everyone thought that collapse is imminent. But now, the system started flourishing once more. Nothing is impossible for Fiercest. He didn't only stop the ferocious waves but also brought it back from the brink of death. One ancestor commented. The impossible became possible when Fiercest was involved, even a withering system could be saved. Li Qia didn't waste time at the river before returning to the jar to touch it. It had a coarse and sandy texture, also cold to the touch. Strangely enough, this cold was actually quite pleasant and comforting. He closed his eyes and continued to feel it, sensing a boundless vastness as a result. Worlds and galaxies felt tiny in comparison. Naturally formed during the start of all, truly priceless. He withdrew his hand and said. He then took out the Three Immortals tree. It was now growing on top of the black soil taken from the heavenly prison. He poured the soil in the jar, then inserted the tree, a perfect fit. This jar looked like a tree pot now, seemingly created specifically for the Three Immortals tree. In fact, this tree was indeed grown inside this pot and with this soil during the olden days. Buzz. The stone jar lit up and changed its appearance, no longer possessing the ashen shade. It turned into a primordial world while the tree was holding up Three Immortals world. To put it simply, the jar was the source of the three worlds, the soil gave them nourishment, and the tree created everything else in the three worlds, granting them life force. Possessing these three things made it seem as if he had the three worlds in his grasp. Chapter 2659. While holding the jar, one would feel as if they were holding the three worlds as well, quite a domineering feeling. Three immortals are mine now, old man, what will you give to redeem them back? Li Qia smiled while staring at the flashing tree. Of course, this was only a casual comment. He wasn't actually that moved because everything has been going to plan. He put away the jar and left the inner world. Young noble. He returned to his palace and saw the master-disciple duo kneeling on the ground. They didn't really know what to say. What Wuxia has done for them and the system, this debt and their feeling of gratitude couldn't be expressed with words. He glanced over and casually threw a big spatial pouch in front of them. This is the treasures and manuals left behind by your wise sages. They will see the sun once more. The two opened the pouch and were met with blinding lights. Numerous weapons and armors emerged along with scrolls containing lost arts and secrets. These things were left behind by the three true emperors and eternals of Stone Harmony. They left them on the ship, hoping that their descendants would one day make it to the inner world and use them to revitalize the system. Wuxia casually took them since he was down there anyway. The two's eyes became agape in disbelief. They have never seen so many treasures and such powerful weapons before. Young noble. The two kowtowed with tears all over, unable to control their emotions. How can we ever repay your kindness? Our system will be your servants for generations to come. Remember, these items were virtually priceless, capable of tempting just about anyone. Plus, no one else knew that Wuxia had found them. Alas, he didn't take a single one and gave the entire pouch back to Stone Harmony. The two continued to show respect by knocking their head on the ground. This was their way of showing gratitude. Cultivate well and bring the system back to grace. That's one way of repaying me. Wuxia said. We will not let you down, young noble. Yuzheng tightened his fists and swore. Go now, I want to be alone. Wuxia waved his sleeve. The two bowed once more before slowly leaving the palace. Wuxia then sealed off the entire palace and took out the black stone taken from the dark octopus. His eyes surged with lightning as he focused. I want information. How did you make it to 3 immortals? Wuxia wondered. Though that dark creature was insanely strong, it was still only the tip of an iceberg, a very, very tiny portion of a massive monster, just another tentacle or so. Just imagine, one tentacle was already so terrifying, then what about the actual thing? Wuxia knew that this monstrosity wouldn't be able to reach 3 immortals. It couldn't even come to the 9 worlds or the 13 continents, or there wouldn't be a high heaven above the sky vault. But now, this tiny tentacle has shown up in Stone Harmony in order to search for the stone jar. In other words, it came for the tree and the 3 worlds. A thing that shouldn't be here had arrived in the impenetrable 3 immortals world. Remember, numerous worlds have fallen across the ages, but 3 immortals remained untouched. Its appearance indicated a gap in this world's defense. If this was the case, then what about the 9 worlds and 13 continents? The world didn't know about these secrets, but Wuxia did. If such a thing were to happen, the word terror wouldn't be enough to describe the future. The existing darkness alone was frightening enough for his old worlds, but now, this monstrosity was something else. The former couldn't reach the apex in comparison. If it could infiltrate 3 immortals, then it could definitely enter the other worlds later on. Maybe I'll find an answer with this. Wuxia looked at his black stone. Perhaps he could find the source of it all in here. Let's begin. His eyes narrowed as he starts to peel away the stone. This wasn't his first time doing this, so the process moved quickly. Meanwhile, in the Mu clan, a furious ancestor marched towards a residence. Boom! He kicked down the door and sat down before an old man. Brother son, this all started because of you, but all you're doing is sitting here. It makes my clan suspicious of your true intent. The angry ancestor sat down before an old man. He was talking to son Lengying, who sat there calmly. Lengying blew on his hot tea before taking a sip, then slowly put the cup down. He looked at the Mu ancestor and said, Brother Mu, you need to think before speaking. Think before I speak. You have dragged our entire clan into this mess. Do you even know of our losses? Yet all you're doing is just spectating. The ancestor only grew more exasperated after seeing Lengying's calm demeanor. The Mu lost many disciples and their emperor almost died as well in the battle. On the other hand, Ling Ying and his legion didn't do a damn thing, so the Mu became suspicious. I didn't do anything. If it wasn't for me, Pure Sword True Emperor wouldn't have come back alive. Ling Ying stared straight at the ancestor. Brother Sun, what do you mean? The ancestor paused for a bit before asking. I'm telling you, Brother Mu, that I've done many things that you didn't notice. Do you know how many descendants are in the Lu clan? And you certainly know how strong Fiercest is by now. Do you think an everlasting like Solar Daoist would actually challenge Fiercest over the death of one distant descendant? The Mu ancestor didn't expect this response. Indeed, the Daoist joined the fray to save their emperor at that crucial moment. They assumed that he did so in order to declare war on Fiercest and eventually have revenge for Lu Weijun. Brother Mu, your clan's relationship with the Lu alone is not worth it for the Daoist to save the emperor, am I right? Virtuous nephew Mu Jian is strong, but not much in the eyes of Senior Solar. Ling Ying calmly said. Brother Sun, you invited Solar Daoist? The ancestor became serious. That's right. My late master had Dao discussions with Senior Solar in the past. I was naturally there with my master and had served tea to the senior as well. Ling Ying revealed. Back before the Daoist became an everlasting, Lucidity King was qualified to have these discussions with him. I had to beg and beg in order to invite the senior, yet you still think I didn't do anything but watch. There are many ways to contribute, not limited to the battlefield. Ling Ying's voice turned cold. The ancestor stared at him, still with skepticism. Chapter 2660. If Brother Mu doesn't trust me, you can ask Senior Solar himself when he visits tomorrow. Sun Ling Ying blew on his hot tea and took another sip in a natural manner as if everything was going according to plan. Solar Daoist is really visiting our clan? The ancestor took a deep breath. Of course, that's why he saved virtuous nephew Mu Jian. He views the young emperor and your clan very highly. The ancestor had a serious expression. Even though their clan was one of the three behemoths, they didn't have an everlasting in this generation. In fact, Solar Daoist was the only everlasting in all of Imperial right now. He was unbeatable in an era without progenitors. Thus, an everlasting visiting their clan was indeed a big deal, an honor even. Though the ancestor has heard this through the grapevine, Ling Ying has now confirmed it. Is your clan preparing for a truce? Ling Ying always had a cold expression, rendering him unreadable. The ancestor's expression changed several times in a short period as he hesitated. The emperor's defeat was a tough wake-up call to them, almost like being struck in the head by a bludgeon. Fiercest's power was unreal, so they truly wanted to quit. If conditions allowed, they would really negotiate for peace. Brother Mu, you think you can actually have a truce with Fiercest? If it was possible in the first place, you wouldn't have waited until today. This is a long-running feud. Ling Ying said. This was indeed the truth. They have antagonized him back when Mu Shaochen was still around. He had more animosity with them than any other lineage in Imperial. I'll be frank. Ling Ying continued after a sip of his tea, Fiercest will absolutely try and destroy your clan. He has control over 9 secrets, one of the 3 main players in our world. As you can see, Jadebreak True Emperor is siding with him too, so an alliance between the Li and 9 secrets is assured. You and the Li are certainly not friends either. So if these 2 powers want to have a full grasp over Imperial, who is the odd man out among the 3 behemoths? Who should they destroy for supremacy? Ling Ying put down his cup and gazed at the ancestor. Us. The ancestor naturally knew the answer. The 3 behemoths have formed a state of equilibrium. When Lucidity King was around, he wouldn't have created an alliance with the Li or the Mu. This was the same case for the Mu and the Li. However, times were changing. Fiercest was unstoppable now and Jadebreak True Emperor seemed to be joining him. An alliance between 9 secrets and the Li seemed inevitable. Their clan had a terrible relationship with this group. Even if Fiercest didn't move against them today, the alliance would come for them in the future. The equilibrium would break and the entire world would belong to Nine Secrets and the Li. The Mu ancestor could see this and became anxious. Are you sure you still want to negotiate for peace with Fiercest now? Leng Ying pressed on. The ancestor couldn't respond since he had zero confidence about a potential truce with Fiercest. It has escalated beyond that point. Your clan must either pay an absurd price or forever submit to Fiercest and Nine Secrets to survive. Otherwise, peace is impossible. Will you kneel before Fiercest? If you say yes, then I have nothing else to say. Leng Ying didn't hold back. The ancestor's expression became ugly. As one of the three behemoths, their clan has been reigning over this world for many eras. They wouldn't be able to handle submitting to Fiercest. The only choice for your clan is to fight. I have tried my best and managed to ask Senior Solar to join us. This is your last hope. Leng Ying said. Will Solar Daoist really fight Fiercest? The ancestor remained uncertain. Their clan had a cordial relationship with the Lu, but this was meaningless for someone of the Daoist's level. It would be hard to invite him. This wasn't the case for Sun Leng Ying. He had personally served tea to the Daoist before, so the Daoist would keep this old relationship in mind despite his current status. That depends on your clan. Leng Ying said, if you don't contribute a little something, you think the senior will come help? You must be the one to seize the opportunity. The Lu only lost Lu Weijun, a distant descendant, so the senior actually has no reason to take a big risk. The ancestor took a deep breath and looked at Leng Ying. What do you mean? Go all out. Your clan will be the main battlefield. Assist the senior with everything you have. We will only have peace after slaying Fiercest. Leng Ying said, after we kill him, I shall regain control over Nine Secrets and will become the closest allies. The Li will be powerless to stop us then. Imperial will be ours for the taking. The ancestor couldn't help but smile. This was the best news in recent days, giving him and his clan hope for a beautiful future. Brother Mu, you mustn't miss this opportunity. Leng Ying continued, Solar Daoist is an everlasting, so it's only a matter of time before his ascension to immortal lineage. Once he leaves, no one in our world will be able to stop Fiercest. If we can't kill him, then it's no problem for me. I just need to find a remote place to live through the rest of my years. I have no real grievances against Fiercest, in fact, I even helped with his coronation, so he shouldn't have any animosity against me. On the other hand, what will your clan do when Senior Solar departs? The ancestor became serious. Their clan has never lacked confidence, but Fiercest was too strong. The four great masters together still got annihilated by him with only one survivor. They weren't confident in stopping an attack from him on their own territory. Plus, even in the most optimistic case, their loss would still be heavy. They would decline from there and no longer be one of the three behemoths. He composed himself and said, so let's say that our clan will be the main battlefield, we will still need to lure him in at the perfect time. He might not be willing to jump straight into a net. Fighting in their clan would be the best scenario for the Mu since they would have the home advantage. With ample preparation and traps, their chance of victory became far more optimistic. But if Fiercest attacked randomly and at the wrong location, catching them off guard, the outcome would be far worse. Chapter 2661. As long as your clan agrees to go all out, everything will be simple. I have a method of baiting Fiercest into your trap. You just need to prepare sufficiently. Sun Leng Ying seemed to have it figured out. Very well, we shall go all out. It is better to just get it over with, rather than prolong the agony. The Mu ancestor gritted his teeth and declared. They had no other choice because of Fiercest's overbearing and merciless style. This was their only chance with the Daoist's hope. Once he left for immortal lineage, no one else in Imperial could take on Fiercest. It would be too late for them to try and stop him then. They would become fish on the chopping board. Don't worry, Brother Mu, I will assist with everything I got. My silver secret will take camp at your clan and fight to the death against fiercest. Ling Ying resoundingly announced. Thank you, Brother Sunday. I'll also lead the baiting to you. The ancestor took a deep breath and cupped his fist. I already have a great plan, Brother Mu. Ling Ying nodded. You just need to prepare an inescapable trap, then Senior Solar will join as well to kill fiercest. Imperial will belong to the two of us afterward. Good, it's decided. The Mu ancestor nodded before leaving. Ling Ying watched the departing ancestor's back and took another sip, seemingly as calm as ever. It's over for the Mu. A deep voice came from inside. We'll follow the plan. It will be even more perfect if fiercest and Solar Daoist fight each other to the death too. Ling Ying agreed. We need to create the best circumstances for that to happen. The voice answered, but no one was in sight. It won't be easy. Ling Ying hesitated. Fiercest is unfathomable and this Daoist is certainly not his match. Even if they are evenly matched, we can't actually control the conditions for a double kill due to their power level. Ling Ying, no need to be so pessimistic. Plus, we have lived long enough, it's time to take a risk. The bigger the risk, the more amazing the harvest. The Li won't be able to take us on afterward and will obediently submit. Imperial will be ours, no one will dare to disobey our commands then. The voice was quite confident and aggressive. It must be a powerful character speaking. True. Ling Ying eventually agreed. I'm still worried about fiercest. That monster might kill the Mu and the Daoist, then the two of us might not escape unscathed either. So what? As I've said, the harvest is proportional to the risk. Of course, even if we fail, the worst thing that can happen is death. Think about it, with the Mu gone, 9 secrets will take over this world anyway, that's still our lineage. Our death will not be in vain. This speaker seemed quite carefree about the possibility of dying. I guess so. Ling Ying sighed. Everything is going exactly to plan. The voice was very satisfied with the current developments. Fiercest isn't, his power is far beyond our imagination and his personality is too unpredictable. Ling Ying lamented. It's fine. Fiercest will certainly come headfirst into the trap. We'll just watch on the sideline and see how the Mu and that Daoist will fare. Yes. Ling Ying accepted. Nevertheless, he still had qualms about opposing fiercest. Death is inevitable. The voice continued, the two of us can't live forever, no one can, so why not do some incredible matters before death? That will make our lives worth living. All in all, I'm satisfied with how long I've lived. We'll see if fiercest is ready for death. Ha ha ha. The person laughed heartily. Ling Ying only smiled wryly and shook his head, not bothering to respond. Back in the palace in Stone Harmony, Li Chia has finished peeling the black stone but couldn't reach the source this time around. A pitch-black Dao law was left behind. The light couldn't illuminate this gapless law. It seemed to be full of possibilities and impeccable. No one could solve this. A flawless plan in case of failure. Unfortunately, you are facing me. I'll wait for you to make a mistake. Li Chia chuckled after seeing this. He sealed this law using his primordial will, aiming to use it as a bait for the opponent. This is quite unexpected. Li Chia looked up at the sky with a profound gaze and said, looks like someone has really infiltrated 3 immortals. A great disaster is coming. The world didn't know that an apocalypse could erupt at any moment. I suppose this is an opportunity as well. I shouldn't miss this chance to investigate. He smiled. Don't be caught by me now or I'll extract everything I can out of you, I swear it. Li Chia's eyes flashed with an extremely cold glint. All existences would run after seeing this terrifying glint or risk facing death. He then stored this dark law into his Dao heart, treating it as bait for a fat fish. This was a reckless endeavor. Any cultivator with a sliver of rationality wouldn't do this. Just one wrong move and the darkness could devour their Dao heart. However, Li Qie had complete confidence in his Dao heart. He knew the capabilities of his opponent. Techniques, merit laws, and the Grand Dao couldn't suppress this being. In order to capture someone like this, it was best to have a Dao heart battle at the very start. Once Li Qie's Dao heart had the upper hand, he would be able to capture the opponent alive. After all, this being didn't need a physical form. It could transform into just about anything. In case of success, Li Qie would extract all the useful information from it. He has never fought an unsure battle. His enemies in the future were insanely terrifying. He needed to grasp as much information as possible, beyond what he had figured out from Moneyfall. The final battle was looming in the future, one that could end everything. He needed to know the opponents like the back of his hand. He patiently waited for the fish to bite since he had time to stay in 3 immortals right now. Unfortunately, others had a different idea. On this day, his meditation was interrupted by a mental fluctuation. Ignorant fools, to actually touch my followers. It looks like I need to make blood flows like rivers and make them wail. Only then will they learn my brutality. His expression soured while his eyes became murderous. He suddenly disappeared from the spot while crossing through the realms. Chapter 2662, Li Qie traveled through numerous spatial realms with unimaginable speed. Time beneath his feet seemed to be slowing down to a snail's pace. Buzz. The area around him had ripples and waves of fluctuation. His foot touched the ground again and the scenery changed. He was now inside the royal palace of 9 secrets. The distance between Mingluo and 9 secrets would take others a long period to get through, but Li Qie only needed 1 step. Of course, he wouldn't use this supreme technique for speed over nothing. The palace was a mess now with clear signs of a battle. Several pavilions nearby have collapsed with dust scattering nearby. It must have been recent. Buzz. Several people appeared before him. Young noble. They were ecstatic to see Li Qie, almost like seeing much-needed reinforcement. The group consisted of Ill Lord and others, also South Peak Woodcutter. Where's Chu Qing? Li Qie looked around with chilling intensity in his eyes, causing the group to shudder. We were useless and couldn't stop the enemies. She has been taken away. The 5 got on their knees. It's not their fault, the 2 enemies came prepared. They hid in the palace and took Her Highness away in the blink of an eye. I was also 1 step too late and couldn't hold them back. The woodcutter smiled wryly. So it turned out that Poison Phoenix Lady and the other 3 got caught off guard. Moreover, these 2 together might have been stronger than them as well. When Ill Lord joined in, they have already taken her away. The worst part was that these 2 knew the palace like the back of their hands and avoided all the formations. The 5 masters didn't share the same familiarity, so they couldn't keep up. At that moment, the woodcutter noticed it as well and used a peerless speed to arrive. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop the other 2 from escaping. Li Qie showed up exactly when they were thinking about pursuing. All of this happened in a second or so. The enemy's efficiency was truly impressive. This effectiveness was thanks to their knowledge of the Imperial Palace, seemingly aware of every entrance and sentry location. This allowed them to elude all the guards and traps. The 2 bastards are definitely Lucidity King and Sun Lengying. I can recognize Lengying's sword even if it turns to ashes. Wild Bull shouted and had a deep gash on his arm. During the sudden ambush, Wild Bull jumped in the way and blocked a slash with his arm. Don't be ridiculous. Ill Lord was hesitant to speak without proofs. They shielded everything earlier so we can't be sure. Plus, Lucidity King is dead. Who else can it be? I can recognize the arts of 9 secrets even if they deliberately try to hide it. Wild Bull angrily said. It should be them since they are far more familiar with the palace than us. Poison Phoenix felt the same way. Ill Lord sighed and said, the evidence does point to them. He also thought that it was these 2, but he didn't wish to speak without having solid evidence, unlike the rash wild bull. I've cut down some hair from one, we can pursue. The woodcutter spread his palm, revealing some gray hair. They're courting death. To actually scheme against me. Li Qia uttered coldly as murderous intent erupted from him. The group could tell that Li Qia wanted to kill, so they became afraid. He grabbed one strand of hair and melted it down. Buzz. Space started to melt as well, refined by his amazing technique. This heaven-defying method allowed him to see everything going on in Imperial. The group took a deep breath after seeing this. Li Qia could refine space on a whim. This power exceeded their imagination. They started thinking that joining him was very wise. Clank. The melted hair turned into a law resembling an iron link. It started chasing into the melted dimension and locked on a particular coordinate. This coordinate meant the two enemies have run there. This is very close to the Moose system. They're heading for that clan. The woodcutter was surprised. I'll show them what a butcher is. Rain of blood will descend down that place. Li Qia chillingly declared. Having said that, he stepped into the melted dimension as well and traveled through the realms. The group glanced at each other in a daze, not knowing what to say. Li Qia has always kept a cool and nonchalant demeanor, doing everything with a unique poise. Nothing in this world could affect his emotions, so this was their first time seeing him angry. They felt that this rage was more terrifying than anything else. All gods and supreme existences would tremble beneath him. A terrible massacre was on the way. They need to start praying. Sun Lengying and the Mu will turn to ashes beneath the young noble's fury. Nothing will be left of that invincible system but scorched earth. Imperial will heave with terror as a result. Everyone will remember this day. The woodcutter shook his head, speaking with fear in the depth of his eyes. Even a hidden master like him was truly intimidated. Sun Lengying and his ally flew through space towards the Mu. However, they didn't have Lu Chuqing. Such failure, we stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole coming from behind. The deep voice sounded exasperated and slightly furious. They have spent so much effort to kidnap Lu Chuqing from the palace in order to lead Li Qia into the trap. Alas, they didn't make it far from 9 secrets before being ambushed themselves and Lu Chuqing got taken away. They tried to pursue, but the ambusher was already nowhere to be found. Chapter 2663. Sun Lengying and his companion knew that capturing Lu Chuqing would truly infuriate Li Qia. It would become an irreconcilable feud until one side is dead. Keep in mind that they have been hiding and mobilizing in the shadows. They haven't had a direct confrontation with Li Qia or did anything against his interest. In fact, Li Qia might even owe them. However, this kidnapping changed everything. They were stepping from the shadows to the light. Nevertheless, there was no other choice. They needed to do this in order to lead him into the Mu. That's why they took a big risk, albeit with ample preparation. This ended with them successfully taking Lu Chuqing despite her being under the protection of Il Lord's group. Though the actual kidnapping only took a second or so, they expended plenty of effort, so the failure was quite a blow. The ambusher was extremely powerful and caught them by surprise, quickly leaving before they could react. Remember, these two were mighty enough to kidnap Chuqing despite the masters guarding her. However, this ambusher was superior to them. They couldn't think of someone else being so strong in Imperial outside of Solar Daoist. Of course, it couldn't be the Daoist because he was also preparing a trap for Li Qia back in the Mu clan. Who is it? Lengying looked at his companion and wondered. The companion didn't respond. In fact, they both had the same idea but didn't want to say it out loud. Go, Fiercest is coming. He doesn't know that we don't have the hostage. The companion said seriously while speeding for the Mu. Lengying had no choice but to follow. They hoped that Li Qia would follow them, or trying to bait him again would be quite difficult. Rumble. Suddenly, deafening explosions detonated all over Imperial. The world seemed to be on the verge of exploding into ashes. Black clouds gathered and showed up everywhere. Terrifying lightning currents surged among them, resembling gigantic dragons wanting to tear the world apart. These wild bolts seemed eager to strike with enough force to destroy systems. At this time, a monstrous aura ravaged Imperial. The situation didn't look optimistic. What's going on? Many trembled in response. These experts have never seen such a terrifying scene before in their lives. The black clouds looked like a prelude to the apocalypse. It's the wrath of a supreme master. The powerful Eternals could sense it and knew that this wasn't a natural disaster. A power comparable to a progenitor, an ancient Eternal shuddered. Damn, please don't hit our system or it's over. Another master murmured in horror. Eternals like them were monstrous compared to regular people. However, they were only ants before this presence capable of flattening Imperial. They felt a force on the same level as a progenitor, simply unstoppable. Rumble. The living beings in Imperial became paralyzed on the ground due to the pressure, unable to muster the courage to get up. Buzz. The spatial fabrics of Imperial became twisted and transformed. Space seemed to be crazily concaving downward to form multiple stacking layers. This made it possible for two coordinates to be next to each other, meaning that one person could instantly move from one realm to another. This is insanity. Whoever doing this is stacking dimensions on top of each other. No need to move through space, just one step alone is enough to go wherever. A top Eternal felt his heart skipping a beat. This ability has exceeded their limits. Pop. One could see this magnificent scene anywhere in Imperial. A person came out of the folded dimensions. His next step perfectly landed him onto the right coordinates. In other words, he could manipulate and fold spatial dimensions to make distance meaningless. Just one step could take him to his desired location. It's fiercest. Someone screamed after seeing the figure. Yes, the Supreme King of Nine's secret system. No one could stay calm after seeing him, not even the Eternals. Fiercest's battle feat at Stone Harmony has spread across Imperial. His title intimidated all the living beings. Venerable Deer Merchant, for esteemed king, and the Tree Observer were annihilated. The Heaven's favorite, Pure Sword True Emperor, almost lost his life before being rescued. Everyone was speechless to hear about this. Not many dared to talk about it. Fiercest has firmly established his status in everyone's mind. People shuddered from just hearing his title. They came to find that Fiercest was actually the king of 9 secrets. This made him seem even more unstoppable. Chapter 2664. Li Qie didn't emit any rambunctious divinity and blinding aura right now. However, all could feel his terrible rage. This fiery anger engulfed all of Imperial, seemingly wishing to refine it to ashes. Systems, masters, and everything else wouldn't be spared. Imperial itself would become a casualty of his wrath. Its inhabitants were naturally nervous and panicking, truly experiencing fear. They came to realize his destructive potential. Even the most revered existences would be killed if they were in his way. This guy clearly could destroy a system with a single move right now. Just one glare could scare a god to death. Provoking him meant starting a massacre. Not only the provoker would die but so would his sect and system. Feeling afraid wasn't embarrassing at all. Knowing when to back off was better than being destroyed. Sun Lengying and his friend tried many evasive maneuvers but it was useless. Li Qie had refined space and messed up the boundaries of Imperial. Their escaping method looked like child's plays in comparison. They were moving extremely fast but in Li Qie's eyes, they were barely moving faster than snails. Nevertheless, the two soared ahead because the moose system was only inches away. Just getting there meant accomplishing their mission. Who are those two? Many Eternals in Imperial were surprised to see the cloaked figures. They could see that the two were peak Eternals, judging by their speed. Alas, that's still not enough against Li Qie. Eternals were insignificant before his apocalyptic wrath. They must have truly crossed the line to piss Fiercest off so badly. This will drag their sect and system into the mix, everyone's gonna die. One Eternal shook his head. It was obvious that only Solar Daoist has a chance against Fiercest in the present day. Anyone else was simply courting death. They must have touched Fiercest's proverbial reversed scale in order to make him so angry. Still resorting to trickery before me? Li Qie only needed one step to catch up. Boom! A massive wave erupted and spread at an unprecedented rate. It destroyed everything around it and even the stars and galaxies above. Sun Lengying and his ally were shrouded in a sacred light. They took out dozens of defensive artifacts but still failed to stop the offensive wave. Bang! Their treasures shattered and they were blown flying while vomiting blood. Their concealment methods were nullified as well. Few people could actually handle one move from Li Qie when he was serious. It was impressive that these two managed to stay alive. Nevertheless, they were bloodied all over and have revealed their true appearance. What? Sun Lengying, and that's Lucidity King, how can this be? Many were startled. I thought Lucidity King passed away. Some became dumbfounded. The entire world knew about his passing. Who would have thought that the king was still alive and had no signs of illness? The spectators glanced at each other. Rumors about the end of his lifespan had circulated for a long time in the past and that he could have died at any moment. Because of this, no one was surprised to hear about his death due to a depletion of vitality. It was already a miracle for him to live this long. However, he was perfectly fine once more, so the crowd became astounded. Lucidity King is too treacherous. I saw him before and his lifespan was really over then, looking quite weak. What an act he put on. One grand alchemist said. The king had asked the world for longevity medicine, so numerous famous alchemists have been invited to make longevity pills. They have visited and checked Lucidity King's pulses, noting that he was indeed on his last leg from all possible angles. It became clear that everything was a lie before, just an act for the world to see. Sun Lengying was his accomplice. I don't get it, Lucidity King even passed the throne to Fiercest. Some even said that Fiercest is his illegitimate son, so why is this happening right now? An expert murmured. No one could make sense of this crazy relationship. Before his death, Lucidity King appointed Li Qie as the heir and Sun Lengying helped him during the coronation. Now, Lucidity King turned back up and Fiercest wanted to kill him? People exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. Where is she? Li Qie looked down on the world. Everyone else seemed like ants to him, even powerful Eternals like Lucidity King and Sun Lengying. They were no different than a common folk in his eyes. We got ambushed and someone else took her. Lucidity King calmly revealed, since it has gotten to this point. Chapter 2665. There was no point in hiding now and his plan was nearing fruition, needing only one last step. Fools, I didn't give a damn since you two didn't provoke me during your schemes, but now, there will be consequences. Li Qie said murderously. No plans are perfect. Lucidity King laughed in response. The only mistake was miscalculating your power level, or it would have been flawless. The ancestors and Eternals nearby took a deep breath. Lucidity King used everyone as his chess pieces, stabilizing 9 secrets on top of breaking the stalemate in Imperial. One of them said. They could see his plan now and became both creeped out and impressed. He has reigned for 3 generations, but 9 secrets had a state of balance, same with Imperial and the 3 behemoths. However, everything changed after his fake death. The 5 great powers in 9 secrets were broken down, the political landscape of Imperial changed drastically. I'll kill you two first before the rest. Blood will flood Imperial sky today. Li Qie mercilessly said. People could already smell the stench of blood and see the red ocean right now. A disaster is coming. Lucidity King brought this upon himself, but what about the rest? One ancestor felt cold all over. Go. Sun Lengying signaled for Lucidity King to escape while turning to flee. They knew that there was no opposing Li Qie since they weren't stronger than the previous 4 masters. Everyone knew how that fight went. Protect your king. A loud explosion occurred. Silver Secret Legion has arrived on the scene. This was the strongest legion in 9 secrets and one of the top legions in all of Imperial. Their march looked like a scaly dragon dancing across the sky. They blocked in front of the 2, acting like an endless wall sealing off this portion of the world to stop Li Qie. They all going to die. One ancestor shook his head. Having the number advantage was meaningless when fighting against someone at Li Qie's level. 100 or 10,000 troops were the same thing in his eyes. This applied to the elites of this legion too. Despite the suicidal endeavor, they still stood strong because Lucidity King personally recruited them. They had absolute loyalty to him, so death was just fine. Slay him. The legion let out a battle roar. Buzz, numerous silver glints flashed. They turned all of their vitality and grand Dao power into the sharpest silver rays. The tsunami of rays instantly flew straight for Li Qie, seemingly able to turn the world into a sieve. This awesome move could destroy any kingdom or sect, but it was useless before Li Qie. A protective glow emerged around him and none of the rays could get through. This was an unfair battle. He could casually destroy this legion when playing around, let alone now in his furious state. Yeah, Silver Secret won't exist after today. One Eternal said with certainty. To formation. The captains roared. More silver rays shot to the sky, looking like the sharpest blades that could cut through space itself. Clank. A chilling metallic resonation echoed after the formation was formed. In the sky was a large crescent moon, acting like a sickle. It poured down shiny, razor-sharp light strands. Each strand could pierce through the earth and kill numerous experts. In fact, they could take down the majority of disciples from a sect before they could even react, crucifying them to the ground. This silver sickle looked like the weapon of a death god, full of murderous aura and ready to reap countless lives. Just one sweep from it could take down 1,000,000 lives. Lunar Sickle. The strongest ace card of the Legion, but unfortunately, this is still not enough. An Eternal shook his head. The Legion was powerful indeed, hence its world-renowned status. This particular move was notorious too. During their conquest with Lucidity King, the Legion had used this move to destroy a great sect and millions of people. That battle successfully intimidated the world, letting everyone know their potential for massacre. Because of this, Silver Secret has always been Lucidity King's trump card. The other legions from this system weren't on the same level. Death. The members of the Legion roared again. There was no take back after this slash, the sickle needed to see blood. Clank. The moon in the sky cut down at Li Qie and instantly separated space. Numerous stars were lacerated as if they were pieces of tofu. This had enough force to separate a system into 2 halves as well. The crowd was scared out of their mind while thinking that this slash could annihilate their entire system. Boom! Li Qie didn't bother dodging. He simply raised his hand and grabbed the entire sickle. The large moon couldn't move at all, completely suppressed by him. The slash didn't manage to wound him in the slightest, to the astonishment of the spectators. Eternals and ancestors had an awkward smile on their face. This slash was strong enough to kill an Eternal but not strong enough to see play against Li Qie. Boom! He flipped his palm and broke the moon before turning his sight towards the Legion. Ah! Waves of miserable screams echoed in the sky. More than 10,000 members from Silver Secret Legion were turned into blood mists from a single palm crush from Li Qie. This mighty legion looked like insects in this fight, so easily defeated. Chapter 2666, Ah! Li Qie's palm crushed the legion down to a pulp, many members exploded into blood after screaming. Some spectators didn't see the fight between Li Qia and the four masters, so they trembled while thinking that Fiercest lived up to his fame. Die! A flash appeared before the battle cry, inches away from Li Qia's throat. This sword thrust was extremely fast, far exceeding the quick draw from Lightning Sword God. It had precision with plenty of force and sharpness on top of its swiftness, allowing it to penetrate even the stars in the sky or any other hard object. Clank. However, time came to a stop and the tip of the sword seemed to be sealed and held by 2 fingers from Li Qia before it could prick the skin. The assailant was Sun Lengying. As the founder of the Legion, he couldn't bear to watch the annihilation earlier, so he decided to join the fight. Unfortunately, his sword wasn't as fast as Li Qia and unable to pierce through the guy's neck before being caught. Pop! Time started flowing again as Li Qia pushed down and finished the rest of the Legion. Only bloody mists were left. This impressive and intimidating legions with numerous battle achievements couldn't withstand a single blow before Li Qia's total invincibility. The gap between them was overwhelming. Clank! He shook his fingers and broke Lengying's sword. The latter instantly retreated by more than 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye, but it was still too late. Whoosh! Blood spattered because Li Qia casually threw the broken blade and got Lengying on the chest despite the latter's best effort to escape. Clank! It pinned him on the ground. Lengying! Lucidity King's expression soured as he shouted. Run! This wasn't enough to kill Lengying, but he knew death was coming, so he told the king to run since the Mu was so near. His first priority was always the king regardless of the circumstance. Protecting lucidity was his responsibility and ultimate mission, even with only 1 breath remaining. Stop right there. Lucidity King didn't listen and formed a madra. You view the world as a chessboard, but in my eyes, you're just an ant. This is your just deserts for provoking me. Li Qia looked at him and said. Let's go then. Lucidity King didn't waste needless words and wanted to buy time for Sun Lengying despite being aware of the futility. Boom! Royal energy surged out of him like a tsunami engulfing the world. It materialized into a flame capable of refining everything. He looked like an unstoppable king, capable of delivering sentences on everyone else. As an existence reigning for 3 generations, he had more than his fair share of conquests. The world had nothing but fear for him. Many once again realized the power of these 2 Eternals, even though they were running away from Li Qia like dogs right now. His pitiful state right now wasn't due to weakness, but because Li Qia was too strong. Any opponent of his would suffer this humiliation. Boom! Lucidity King raised one hand and the flame poured down while destroying the Tao laws in its path. Lucidity Flame! Someone shouted in horror. This type of flame was tyrannical yet didn't carry a scorching temperature. On the contrary, it felt like a gentle breeze that could burn an eternal. The massive flame took the shape of a cauldron with Li Qia's area at the center and surrounded him. Lucidity Cauldron World. The king roared and the cauldron erupted with blazing fire. Rumble. It seemed that numerous worlds were exploding or volcanoes erupting. The individual explosions shot towards Li Qia, wanting to refine him. The crowd was in awe at the eruption within the cauldron as the world trembled. This is the strongest move from the Lucidity Pill scripture. One ancestor took a deep breath after seeing this dominating technique. This particular scripture was created by 9 Secrets' most amazing emperor, Zheng. This particular text was praised to be on the same level as the 9 Secrets. Lucidity King became the strongest user of this scripture after Emperor Zheng, hence his title. He managed to defeat the various secret words in 9 Secrets using the arts within. That's why everyone in this system was afraid of him. This Lucidity Cauldron World was the strongest move from this scripture, capable of refining 3,000 worlds and the innate momentum of each, a truly horrifying spectacle to behold. However, Li Qia was trapped in the cauldron was doing just fine despite being assaulted by the flames. Break! Li Qia uttered while swinging his hand. Boom! The cauldron capable of burning the firmaments instantly collapsed. The explosive lucidity flame also extinguished like a candle in the wind. Bam! The slap continued and struck Lucidity King as well. The king was smashed into the ground, destroying the area around him. The slap disfigured his face into fleshy bits, rendering him bloodied and unrecognizable. Chapter 2667. Li Chia pulled back his hand to reveal the meat paste that is Lucidity King, fate unknown. The crowd suffocated at this scary sight, feeling their chest heaving up and down in astonishment. Not many would dare to claim superiority over Lucidity King. Even Venerable Deer Merchant wouldn't do so. Previously, only Gui Fei of the Li was considered a superior combatant. Alas, this master was annihilated by a single slap from Li Chia. Your Majesty, Ling Ying successfully struggled his way out of the pinning blade and rushed over. Buzz. Bright particles surfaced as the broken king rebuilt his body. He was pale now, grievously injured with depleted vitality. Go. Ling Ying grabbed him and started fleeing towards the Mu. The king no longer stood firm like before. The two of them have prepared for death before carrying out this plan. In their opinion, this risky venture was worth it. Plus, they didn't mind dying if it meant that their overarching plan could come to fruition. They have lived for 3 generations already and accomplished plenty of things. Their death should be just as glorious as their lives. This was no longer the case as fear reared its ugly head because Li Chia was insanely monstrous. Lucidity King knew that he wasn't a match for Li Chia, but he didn't expect to lose in this swift manner, being turned into meat paste from a single slap. From this, one could see that Li Chia was furious. The two of them have crossed his line, so he didn't show mercy. Of course, he still didn't go all out either, or the king wouldn't be alive right now. Nevertheless, this was a great blow to these two. They wanted a glorious death, not one where they would be crushed like mere insects. That's the thing they feared the most. Just imagine, being invincible for a lifetime yet dying like insects one day. That's true hopelessness and despair. Lucidity King wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of dying like an insignificant nobody. Li Chia suddenly stopped attacking and postured with both hands behind his back while slowly following those two. Run as far as you can, but I will massacre anyone who dares to grant you asylum. Li Chia calmly said. Everyone shuddered since this looked like a cat and mouse game now. What a pitiful situation for these two great masters to be in. Even their enemies didn't gloat at this moment. In fact, it was a feeling of sadness and sympathy since they would be just as helpless as these two. No, it might be worse for them since they were weaker. The realization of self-insignificance afflicted the crowd. Li Chia's slow pursuit only exacerbated this terrible feeling. The two of them actually made it to the Mu system since they were already very close by. They were met by a majestic aura and could sense the immensity of this Dao land. It was akin to be on the ocean and feeling tiny in comparison. The Mu clan, most couldn't help but become amazed by this system and feel a sense of respect. This system created by progenitor Mu Yun was boundless and unfathomable. It used to be at the immortal level, very famous during its golden age. From success came arrogance. They started thinking that they were invincible and looked down on Magnificent's true emperor. Magnificent's true emperor originated from myriad lineage but eventually managed to reach immortal lineage through sheer efforts. This feat was indicative of the emperor's talents. However, in immortal lineage, having a background like this among the emperors seemed a bit embarrassing. The Mu back then had several true emperors of their own, so they treated Magnificent's true emperor with contempt. In their eyes, the emperor was only a nobody, just another random emperor who couldn't accomplish much alone. This incited Magnificent's rage. The emperor killed his way into the clan for a full massacre. The emperors from the Mu were slaughtered as a result. According to the legends, oceans of blood filled the land along with mountains of corpses. The entire clan was on the verge of extinction. In just one night, this system fell down to imperial lineage, nearly turning to ashes. After the long years, they managed to restore some semblance of life and once again rose to prominence. Nevertheless, they still couldn't come back to immortal lineage. The current system no longer had the sad scenes back then. The place was full of energy and visual phenomena, worthy of being one of the three behemoths. Most would definitely think of the word behemoth after stepping into this place. The spectators watched with bated breath as the duo made their way into the Mu clan. Will the Mu shelter them? This question popped up. In the past, the imperious king had numerous confrontations with the Mu. Would they protect an old enemy? Plus, Fiercest was going to massacre anyone who was brave enough to take these two in. A smart person knew that doing so was extremely unwise or even suicidal. Yes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. One ancestor speculated, the Mu has no other choice. They need to take the initiative right now anyway because they're next in line. Chapter 2668. The system seemed to have a slumbering progenitor due to having a permeating majestic grand Dao power. Lucidity King and Sun Lengying ran to the clan like two dogs that have just lost their master. Meanwhile, Li Chia took his time chasing, seemingly enjoying the recreational hunt. Start. Sun Lengying shouted after entering the clan. Are we doing it? The experts hesitated and asked their ancestors. One ancestor made up his mind and gave the order, do it, this is our last stance. He knew that this was their only opportunity. After seeing Lucidity King alive, he instantly realized that these two have been scheming against everyone. The duo wanted to use the Mu like a sword, but what else could they do right now? They have already prepared a trap for Fiercest to come. The string and arrow have been pulled back, ready to go. Moreover, Solar Daoist was inside their clan and has agreed to kill Fiercest. They wouldn't be able to invite a character of his level again in the future. Ready dash, the troops chanted. The land of the system glowed with surging Dao power flowing towards the residents of the Mu. Buzz. Numerous battle fortresses rose into place. Each of them had a great ballista with the base made out of metal and progenitorial laws for the strings. Creak. Massive arrows were loaded on each ballista with a gray color. They were made from special metals refined from ice phoenixes and dark dragons, extremely sharp and heavy. They were personally refined by a progenitor with incredible destructive potential, capable of piercing through multiple defensive barriers. Aim, fire. Commands could be heard from the clan. Whoosh. 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 Multiple arrows broke through the void and directly appeared before Li Chia in an unstoppable manner. Imperial arrows of the Mu. People shouted after seeing the barrage of arrows aiming for his throat, chest, and head, all the fatal spots. The Dao power of the system served as the bowstring, so the arrows had both speed and power. One ballista alone had killed Eternals before, let alone so many firing at the same time. Boom! The arrows have appeared before Li Chia before the wind-breaking sounds. Space collapsed around him, unable to withstand this terrible force. Li Chia didn't try to dodge or repel the arrows since he had a glowing barrier ready. The arrows seemingly struck the toughest thing in existence and started breaking down. He was completely unharmed to the astonishment of the crowd. Those seeing him in action for the first time shuddered in horror. The Mu shall be no more after today. Li Chia insipidly said. This declaration made everyone feel cold as if a basin of water has just been dropped on their head, causing them to shiver. The few words and the insipid tone sounded like a death sentence for the Mu. Everyone could see the images of a massacre already. Boom! Li Chia instantly punched the ground. Rumble. Laws were uprooted and chaotically pushed out like waves from the pressure. The system was ravaged by these gigantic laws whipping back and forth violently. They shattered numerous pavilions, gates, and formations. Numerous experts guarding these positions were crushed, dismembered, or exploded into blood mists. The spectators were horrified. Normally, the experts of the Mu would use the laws of their system to fight against the enemy. But now, these laws were out of control and attacking them instead. Rumble. The forced vibration emanating from the punch showed no signs of stopping. The laws danced like serpents, swinging up then down. Numerous locations have been destroyed. Peaks and temples collapsed among the wails of agony. People could see that if the Mu didn't have some real tricks up their sleeves, Fiercest was going to annihilate them. So brutal. One spectator murmured. Jadebreak True Emperor has made her way into this system for a massacre in the past. However, it took an arduous fight to do so, and she had the help of her ancestor, Guifei. Today, Li Qia's one single punch destroyed the clan's grand formations and terrains. This damage far exceeded the Emperor's invasion. Of course, her conquest was still impressive in its own rights, but this event was at an entirely different level. Ancestors, please activate the grand momentum. The ancestor in charge instantly shouted, realizing the dire circumstances. Boom! Bright participles shot upward and illuminated the sky in a blinding manner. The clan turned into a supreme holy ground. The actual residents of the clan turned into a lake of light with bright waves. The continuous currents lifted the clan, giving it a sacred appearance as if a progenitor was resting inside and looking down on the rest of the world. Creak. Loud moving noises resounded. Divine peaks slowly emerged around the system, each had a unique appearance. Some towered in the clouds among the 9 firmaments. One was tiny yet full of spirituality and immortal presence. Another looked like a grand Tao soaring through the myriad realms. They shared one thing in common, the powerful figures appearing on them. These figures had mighty auras belonging to emperors and everlastings. These figures could crush the heavens and take over the universe. Chapter 2669. The divine peaks and majestic figures seem to be coming back to life, fueled by the power of the entire system. 64 peaks, 64 unstoppable beings. One person quietly said after tallying. The 64 ancestors. The great followers of progenitor Mu Yun, with no lack of emperors and everlastings among them. An ancestor from a different system recognized their background. Progenitor Mu Yun must have been insanely strong. Someone else shuddered after feeling this aura. Of course, these ancestors were no longer around. Even if they were still alive, they couldn't stay at the Mu clan anyway. These peaks and figures were supreme techniques left behind by them to protect the clan. Progenitor Mu Yun was indeed invincible in his era. Just these 64 ancestors leading legions alone were enough to sweep through 3 immortals, completely unbeatable. From a historical perspective, progenitor Mu Yun still stood out among his peers. After all, an immortal-level progenitor is no joke. One Eternal commented. Everyone had respect for this particular being. A progenitor was impressive enough, let alone one at the immortal level. Boom! The 64 peaks became resplendent and transparent. Each of them gestated profundities and runes containing boundless Tao power. The various Tao runes floated up like the tides and imprinted themselves onto the figures. Buzz! Rays of light capable of cutting the world and the stars emerged from these figures in a blinding manner. Boom! The figures seemed to be coming back to life to their peak state. Their eyes resembled numerous suns capable of scorching the ground. Everyone shuddered before their terrible power. Just their gazes alone could render these spectators to ashes. Seal! The figures shouted in unison. They didn't waste time and gathered a storm of Tao within their palms. Pop! Everyone sensed the various affinities of the world being sucked out by these ancestors and became frozen. This ability was truly frightening. Their opponents would become helpless as a result. Now! They roared again, unleashing this temporal freezing ability downward. The Tao of time was still shiny, but it has been engulfed by this particular ability right now. It has exceeded speed and entered the domain of time mastery while shooting for Li Qia. Pop! It was impossible to dodge because all beings were contained within the timeline. Thus, when this Tao seal came knocking, the victim's past, present, and future were all frozen. Running or resisting were impossible. Everyone saw Li Chia standing there like a statue. His personal timeline was still shiny, but he couldn't move. This temporal blockade was extremely resilient. Nothing could break it down to free the victim inside. What do you think? People glanced at each other. It's amazing. Even a frog inside the well can see how strong progenitor Mu Yun used to be back then. Yes, the progenitor had a mythical ability to control time. That's why these ancestors are able to work together to step into this temporal domain to seal the enemy. One ancestor said. Remember, the clan was illustrious even back in immortal lineage. If they didn't provoke Magnificent's true emperor, perhaps they would still be up there right now. But Fiercest is invincible, or so people say. Can he be sealed just like that? One young expert stated his skepticism about Li Chia's reputation. You're still too young, boy. Watch, progenitor Mu Yun isn't the only person with mastery over time. A powerful ancestor who has seen Li Chia in action before chuckled. Buzz. The moment this ancestor finished speaking, Li Chia inside the temporal blockade rattled ever so slightly. Crack. The minute movement still caused cracks all over his sealed temporal Tao. Next, the blockade shattered and he walked out. See, boy, don't look down on Fiercest. The previous ancestor smiled. Progenitor Mu Yun's temporal mastery is only average at best. Maybe he can put up a fight in person. Li Chia claimed. Seal. The 64 figures tried again with the same temporal sealing ability. A bright expanse descended again from above. So elementary. Li Chia said while slightly shaking again. In this split second, he has jumped out of both the past and future and poofed away. Boom. The temporal seal instantly failed. Li Chia emerged again within their domain. Each of his steps began to suppress the Mu residents. Kill him. The figures shouted and raised their hands. Clank. 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 Countless swords soared to the sky to form an ocean of blades. Sword energies ravaged a million miles surrounding like a storm. They slashed together, severing the Tao with a god-slaying sharpness. What a joke. Li Chia reached down and pulled up a mountain range spanning for 10 million miles. Boom. The mountain range was refined after one caress, turning into a steel truncheon. Rumble. He swung mercilessly and crushed the incoming swords. After taking care of this ocean, he took another step forward for another smash. Boom. 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 This mighty smash crushed the 64 peaks to smithereens along with the ancestral figures. The crowd was completely shaken. Nothing was left but debris. The area has turned into ruins. The created momentum of the 64 ancestors and their abilities no longer existed. The move felt so simple, just a single smash. This was something usually seen in a fight between two villagers. Chapter 2670. The truncheon made from a mountain range smashed the 64 formations to nothing. This process astounded the crowd since Li Chia didn't resort to using any art or weapon of his own. Just picking up and refining a mountain range more than sufficed. Li Chia looked like a vulgar villager who suddenly had the urge to eat bird eggs. The guy then picked up a wooden branch, then swung at the tree branch crazily to knock the nest off, certainly a rough and uncivilized thing to do. So barbaric. One slack-jawed spectator said. At this moment, Fiercest gave off an invincible and brutal impression. He didn't have the bearing of a supreme master or the peerless grace of a progenitor. This was a brutal man that could crush the earth with one stomp. In order to get the eggs, he wouldn't mind destroying the nest or even uprooting the entire tree in the process. No, he would flatten the mountain where the tree resides too. That's why he calls himself Fiercest. The guy is definitely ferocious enough. Another first-time spectator smiled wryly. On the other hand, the Eternals were amazed. Fiercest smashes earlier looked barbaric, but they contained massive power. Because of his innate power, he didn't need to use merit laws and techniques. Dao transformations and derivation succumbed before his absolute might. An adage stated that one strong man could take down 10 skilled martial artists. This was definitely accurate, but it understates the amount of strength required for the former to do so. Same case here for absolute power to triumph over Dao profundities and complicated abilities. He's at the progenitor level for sure, and above the myriad classification. One Eternal became aware of Li Qia's potential. Li Qia's strength was obvious, but only the top beings present knew just how strong he was. Ordinary progenitors were no match for him. Boom! Li Qia casually threw the truncheon down and left behind a massive groove. Numerous mountains and rivers collapsed. That's all the Mu can do? He stretched and said. People had a hard time breathing after hearing this nonchalant statement, as if there was a hand gripping their throat. The Mu was one of the three behemoths right now, standing at the peak of Imperial and looking down on the rest of the world. Alas, they were being shown such contempt right now. The disciples of the Mu turned red with anger, but none dared to say anything. For so many years, experts visiting their clan were nervous. They acted subserviently, on the verge of kneeling. This was understandable. The Mu could have annihilated any other sect in this world. Today, Li Qia has destroyed their land and humiliated them in public. This was more than a disgrace to the clan, but its members could only swallow this indignation. They knew that they were nothing more than ants in his eyes. Okay, come out and put up a good fight before facing the music. Li Qia walked forward towards the Mu. His leisure style was one of invincibility and domination now, a unique characteristic of Fiercest. He was the only one who could bully the Mu like this. Everyone waited to see how the Mu would respond. Normally, they would pray for the souls who dare to provoke the Mu or laugh at them for being so ignorant and arrogant. Alas, people were worried about the Mu right now, since Fiercest could definitely stay true to his words. How is the Mu going to stop him? One ancestor took a deep breath. Those familiar with the Mu couldn't think of another killing move from this clan that could take down Fiercest. The Mu had no lack of methods and ace cards, but these things only worked on other people, not Fiercest. They're done for if they don't have an everlasting present. One Eternal was absolutely sure of this. The crowd exchanged glances. The Mu didn't have one right now. Their strongest ancestor might not even be superior to Lucidity King. The king and his servant got annihilated earlier by Li Qia and had to flee like dogs. Yes, they need one for sure. Many sighed emotionally, aware of the gap between an everlasting and everything below. Normally, the top Eternals were untouchable. Alas, even an Amaranthan or Epic Eternal wasn't enough to deal with the threat today. This was the unsurpassable gap between Eternals and Everlastings. That's why the latter could actually harm a progenitor. The only Everlasting right now was Solar Daoist, but he might not help the Mu clan, or so the spectators thought. They realized that this might be the last day of the Mu clan. Maybe only 2 behemoths will exist after today. One person quietly said as Li Qia drew closer to the clan. No, 9 secrets will rule alone because of Fiercest. An ancestor disagreed. The atmosphere became increasingly tense as he got closer to the Mu. Li Qia, you have gone too far. An unflustered voice sounded. Pure Sword True Emperor appeared right above the gate. His imperial aura was still surging and oppressive. The Emperor, people weren't surprised at all. If it was anyone else, it would be strange for such a powerful being like the Emperor to show up in person. But now, he wasn't a suitable opponent for the opposite different reason. To put it frankly, he no longer had the qualifications to take on Fiercest after losing the previous battle. His fighting to the death today wouldn't alter the fate of the Mu. It's like throwing an egg at a rock. Someone spoke with this cruel reality. Li Qia gave the Emperor a quick glance before shaking his head. You have lost already. Tell that Everlasting to come out so I can warm up before destroying your clan. The blatant disdain didn't win the emperor any sympathy or indignation. Fiercest had all the right to look down on him right now. Chapter 2671. The emperor had no retort in mind. Accepting inferiority was quite difficult, but the emperor needed to do so. He normally had plenty of pride but still had enough self-awareness or he wouldn't have been able to become an emperor. He knew that going all out right now was meaningless, but there was no other choice. A fight to the death was necessary since taking half a step back meant returning home already. He had no other places to retreat to. If he didn't stop Fiercest, the guy would destroy his clan. He felt regrets about opposing Fiercest, but there was no medicine for it. One wrong step resulted in losing everything since no one could predict the future. "I'm really no match for you," the emperor said, "but take one more step and I will use my life to oppose you. No one is allowed to destroy the Mu as long as I'm around. I will protect it with everything." His voice was calm and sincere, lacking the usual heat from a final statement. It had no trace of arrogance or politeness either. These were the words from his heart. The spectators were impressed by this statement and felt respect towards him. All cultivators had the responsibility of protecting their clan and sect. For many people, it was fine to lose everything in order to fulfill this responsibility. Right and wrong didn't matter here. The emperor was a supreme genius, but he shared the same burden as any other member of his clan. Protecting one's clan until death is worthy of respect. Wuxia nodded and said, "I will grant your wish, your death first, then the destruction of your clan later." The emperor took a deep breath. It seemed that this moment was inevitable, the moment his younger brother provoked Wuxia. Fiercest was the type who would never yield to anyone or any system for that matter. That's why all of his conflicts escalated. Today, if their clan could survive this, then the future would be full of possibilities. The other possible outcome was total destruction. "Very well, till death then," the emperor strong answered. The truth was that he didn't have that much confidence right now, not even with the help of the Daoist or their clan's best hidden card. He felt that his clan wouldn't be the last one smiling due to Fiercest's bottomless abilities. "Dao brother, let's start." He maintained the poise of an emperor, not shaming the reputation of this level and his own. "You first." Wuxia had both hands behind his back. "Your clan needs to go all out right now since it is really your last opportunity. If you can't stop me, nothing but ashes will remain." "So be it." The emperor readied himself, no longer being polite. Boom! A Dao glow erupted around him. The system resonated back by sending boundless imperial rays and progenitorial auras. A progenitor seemed to be coming back to life. His aura reached every nook and corner of the Mu system. As the glow on the emperor changed, the imperial rays gradually turned into the rays of a progenitor. The more potent rays illuminated the entire system and gave birth to numerous visual phenomena as far as the eye can see, the prostration of numerous emperors, true dragons and immortal phoenixes dancing in the air, the changing of the sun and moon. The power of the system was waking up thanks to the Tao of Pure Sword True Emperor. This power was far more powerful than the previous one back in stone harmony due to the distance. Buzz! A pure progenitorial light surged from the depths of the clan. Each strand was shiny and perfect, on the verge of physical materialization. Pop! The grand Tao forces of the system were activated and rose like a tsunami. Farther to the clan was an expanse of brilliance. Everyone saw a massive lake of light with currents consisting of the myriad laws, the Tao of the Mu's progenitor, an accumulation of powers through the ages. Everything in the world seemed to be originating from this bright expanse. It could give birth to 3,000 worlds, true gods and emperors, and peerless lands of bliss. The Tao source of the Mu and the grand Tao of progenitor Mu Yun. Someone shouted after seeing the sparkling lake. The ancestors nearby became envious of the Mu. Every system has its own Tao source, but these Tao sources were hard to activate. Being able to control the power of a system was an extraordinary matter. More importantly, doing so across an extended period of time was virtually impossible for a single sect. Why? Because the Tao source would change in accordance with the ebb and flow of the system. In other words, the revolutions. For example, when a new king took over, it was time for his sect or clan to learn the profundities of the Tao source, allowing them to use its power. A few generations later, a different sect would take over. This wasn't the case for the Mu. Since its foundation, the clan always had control over its Tao source. Normally, the descendants of a progenitor would be able to keep their Tao source for upward of 10 generations or so until they were replaced by a different sect of the system. Thus, the Mu clan's achievement was a miracle. It made sense why it was able to rise again after being destroyed by Magnificent's true emperor. Boom! The forces of a progenitor coming from the Tao source drowned the world. Venerable progenitor. All existences in the Mu system could sense it. They bathed in this pure power and could sense their progenitor's incredible might. Some disciples had tears streaming down their cheeks. They saw hope of being able to fight fiercest with this power. Please protect us, progenitor. They got on their knees and showed the greatest reverence towards their founder. Rumble. 36 Tao platforms emerged, surrounded with runes and had one ancestor each on top. The Mu's elder ancestors, an eternal, recognized them. These ancestors formed a great momentum while standing in the sea of runes. The Mu isn't holding back at all. Someone sentimentally said. These elder ancestors were their strongest ones, their secret ace card. In their clan, Pure Sword True Emperor was the one who had the greatest understanding of their progenitor's grand Tao. However, he was still too young, so his own abilities and cultivation leave much to be desired. Thus, they were using the Emperor as the tip of the sword while these elder ancestors served as the body on top of borrowing the force of their Tao source. Everyone watched with bated breath. Perhaps only fiercest could push the Mu this far. This battle will decide everything. If the Mu loses, their name will be erased from this world. An ancestor said with a serious expression. Chapter 2672, The 36 Elder Ancestors and the Tao source of the Mu looked quite mighty inside the brilliance. These men looked like deities from a heavenly kingdom with the authority to deliver judgment upon everyone else. Everyone watched with bated breath. The momentum of the Mu was extraordinary at the moment. One could say that they were at the peak of their potential, showing off all of their resources. Boom! Pure Sword True Emperor slowly took out a rod with a brutal aura. It was as if a primal beast capable of devouring the heaven and earth was emerging. It had an ivory shade, clearly made from the bones of a primal beast. It had numerous ancient runes carved on it filled with the presence of a progenitor. This progenitorial rod transformed the Emperor into a destructive beast. He was affected by its aura and also exuded a chilling and brutal presence. What is that weapon? People were surprised because of the two conflicting auras. The Mu normally had a stately aura, the opposite of this primal rod. Who would have thought that the Mu would possess such a fierce and beastly weapon? Everyone felt as if a beast could leap out at any moment and devour them. Gluttonous battle rod. One old Eternal recognized it unlike the rest of the crowd. I'm more and more impressed by the young Emperor. He's definitely the best genius from the Mu. His comprehension and Tao heart are both excellent. This Eternal added. Is this rod that mighty? The spectators wondered. Very. It is the cruelest weapon from progenitor Mu Yun. The Eternal elaborated. Rumor has it that the progenitor once met a monstrous primal beast named Gluttony. Its power rivaled even him. The progenitor did everything he could before killing the creature. He then used its Tao bones to create this rod. The bones still contain the ferocious affinity of that beast, that's why its users would also be affected by its violence and enter a crazed state. Anyone with an unstable Tao heart would have their eyes turning red and kill everyone in sight, not leaving a single grass intact. However, the Emperor looks to be fine, still himself. It's indicative of his firm Tao heart. What a shame that he was born in the wrong generation. If it wasn't for Fiercest, Pure Sword True Emperor would definitely go on to be someone on the same level as Emperor Zheng or Magnificence True Emperor, leaving many pages about him in the historical record. It's really a damn shame. The Eternal became emotional. Many others shared this same sentiment. Being in the same generation as Fiercest was tragic indeed. All the geniuses became hopeless because their talents and abilities became meaningless. He would overshadow all of them and make them feel inadequate. Pure Sword True Emperor really has a lot of potentials, far superior to his little brother. Well, I do admit that his little brother's talents are probably unmatched. He can understand any Tao or mystery with a single glance. Unfortunately, his moral characters are terrible and his Tao heart too easily shaken. That guy wouldn't have accomplished much. A different ancestor sighed. People exchanged glances after Mu Shaochen was brought up. Everyone knew of the youth's incredible talents. His fame actually exceeded his older brother who was an emperor. Alas, Mu Shaochen didn't put effort into learning and eventually wasted his innate gifts. The attention turned back to the battle. One person looked at the rod and said, "Gluttonous battle rod, it looks comparable to a progenitorial weapon. That plus the Tao source, is that enough to fight Fiercest?" The crowd found this fight to be more even now after the Mu revealed their ace cards. Buzz. The Tao laws of the 36 elder ancestors rushed to the sky. They didn't hold anything back at this moment, releasing all of their vitality. Space had ripples while making room for their grand Tao domains. Splash. When they activated their domains, the Tao source of the Mu started floating up in the sky, seemingly wanting to leave the true Tao water in the lake. The ancestors then derived various grand Tao to activate the runes on the Tao source. The runes came together to form 36 different symbols. Each was majestic and all-encompassing. Pop. The Tao symbols separated themselves from the source. They looked perfect, containing invincible laws and profound mysteries. What is that? People became curious about the intent of these ancestors. Boom. The symbols continued changing and evolving until they fused together to form a supreme scripture. The scripture pulsed with a transcending light, seemingly written by the progenitor himself. Before the crowd could calm down, the scripture instantly attached itself on Pure Sword True Emperor's chest, then fused with him. What's going on? A confused spectator asked. That's the scripture of a progenitor. An ancestor explained. Progenitor Mu Yun imprinted this scripture into the Tao source during the foundation of this system. It is his grand Tao and the representation of his will. It has 36 chapters too. The clan's method for taking this out was impressive. It looks like they have carefully planned for a fight against Fiercest. The Emperor almost exploded with light after the fusion. Tao light sprayed outward akin to the birth of a new world. He underwent a monumental change, no longer possessing a physical body with flesh and blood. He became the grand Tao of a progenitor. His existence consisted of flowing Tao runes. His eyes resembled two oceans with progenitorial runes transforming within. Rumble. Loud explosions shook the world during this daimization process. He turned into a giant, no longer the same entity as before. The grand Tao of the progenitor is possessing him, his body is serving as a container. Everyone looked up at the massive figure. His head touched the 9 firmaments while holding the rod with both hands, looking just like a supreme war emperor. One smack from that rod could annihilate the entire world. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.